Madam Mayor, it is 5:09 and we are live.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to the City Commission workshop on priorities at 5 o'clock on the 2nd of December, 2025. I will lead the, who's going to lead?
Can I have the roll call?
Oh, roll call. Sure.
Mayor Betty Rash,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy is absent. Commissioner May stepped out for a moment,
Yes, but she's here.
and Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Is present and accounted for. On the other side of the we counted you here. Yeah. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Oh. So she ran and jumped.
So graceful, right?
Like a
That's
young,
why I stopped playing
like a young deer.
skating and started playing ice hockey.
Okay, so
Before you begin, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
City Manager Brown is also online.
oh, great. Hi, Mr. Brown. Okay, so this is okay. There was a call, which I think is a good one to see, lots of things get, do this, do that to the staff, things that are important to the commission. And it was requested that a list be done, which would sort of sum up what those outstanding things are and how we want to prioritize them. Mr. Perry has come up with, and I believe he's given to everyone, okay, a kind of a scoring criteria, and he and I have spoken about it. And do you all have one? Okay, and it's up on the board. Okay. What I think might be just a tweak to this, I think it's wonderful and it helps us, but I think one tweak might be because so first page, safety impact is score 5. Legal and regulatory compliance, obviously score 5. Quality of life enhancement is a 4. So those 3 issues, I think I would start with them, because after that you get to things that are a little less, murkier, like operational feasibility. Like, there might be a life safety impact that we all think is a 5 and it should be done, but is it operationally feasible? Do we have the money to do it? Is it does it align with our community feedback surveys or engagement with our citizens? So my suggestion would be to rank them first, the first top 3. And then once we've got that list, to go down and be a little more fine-tuned about, is it possible? Now, it's a long list. And thank you very much to Mr. Perry and Ms. Smith for giving us a larger zone of it. There's a lot there. We've just sort of really gotten them fairly recently. One suggestion when Mr. Perry and I were speaking was to not come to the final decision tonight, but to take a really good look at this and line up on our own with, not to have to do this on the fly, but to actually take some time and analyze it a little bit stronger. So my suggestion would be that we talk about these things tonight and, get some idea where we're all coming from, but to come back with scores at some point in the near future, whether it's, well, Ms. Maliga is not going to be here on the 16th. Or maybe set up a workshop or a special meeting just on this. I think that it deserves it. So my suggestion would be we discuss what's on this list today. Talk about the scoring as you see it, if you have any suggestions or changes or tweaks, and then take it from there. How does that sound to everybody? Ms. May?
Yeah, I don't want to wait.
No, I don't want to wait either. That's what I'd like to get either tonight.
So I thought what this meeting was.
Well, we didn't have any.
No, we didn't have any scoring. You're right.
Right. We didn't have any, and not even just scoring, a scope of like, how are we going to place them, right? Scoring so I would like to take a look at what's the closest workshop or special meeting time that we could get, even if it's in December. How does that sound, Mr. Segrich?
I've got some comments on the evaluation, but just in general on the process. I guess this would be a question for legal. Would we be able to, after today, where we had our discussion on this and agreed upon a scoring methodology or prioritization methodology, go back on our own, do it, and then hand them to Jamie and Troy, and they would come back with the aggregated result of that. That way we wouldn't have to wait for another meeting.
Right.
It could be done as soon as we all get our feedback
Okay.
to them. Would that be allowable?
That is allowable. Your scoring sheets would be public record if anybody wanted to review your individual scoring sheets, but it's possible for the city manager's office to tally them.
Okay, that's a great suggestion. I don't want to delay, please.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot more efficient. And it would also, because some of these are in there kind of duplicative because they've gone through several iterations.
Sure.
And some of them, might require some questions where we could get that on our one-on-one time.
Right.
And be able to get through this. But I think focusing on the actual evaluation criteria and stuff.
And then we might end up having a meeting to like how, because one of the second group, the last three questions, I think we'll need, actually, that's good because when they see what we're talking about, they then can take the last three and say, give us a reality check on how feasible is it? Is it in line? I think we'll have comments about, I don't think, well, I would hope that nobody did anything that was not in alignment with our community, but I think that sounds like a good idea. And you had some.
Yeah, so on the criteria,
Let the record reflect that Mr. McBoy has come into the room. Welcome back.
I think that the principles make a lot of sense in terms of this is how we should be weighing these things. However, I could see a world where we have something that needs to be brought forward for transparency and accountability that is a very important high priority. I think the way that the kind of scoring has it now is that things in certain categories always come first. And I'm not sure we want to do that. I kind of think a very, a little bit of a simpler scoring methodology would be just give them a score between 1 and 20 based on these principles. Because I can see something for transparency and accountability that needs to be prioritized above an operational feasibility. And with this scoring system, that would never happen.
Well, I disagree. I think it could happen actually, but I mean, transparency and accountability. I think that I agree with you that it's not like a number one. It's very important. Okay. But again, it comes in with, it's like, yeah, that's the one I have trouble with because everything should be transparent and we should have accountability on all of them. So I think that is, I don't even, do we need that as as an item because, or do we assume that will happen? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But so what are you suggesting now specifically?
I would basically suggest that for each item, we give it a score of 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 of based on these principles, how important we feel it is to bring it forward. And maybe limit ourselves to a certain number of things or rank them high, medium, low, and limit them to a certain number.
But I don't see the real difference between that and giving a 5 to something.
Well, here it says that all life safety impact ones automatically get a score of 5.
Right.
And all transparency and accountability automatically get a score of 1.
Well, I think that's what I'm saying. The transparent, when you talk about life safety impact, the transparency and accountability, I think should be added to everyone because every item should be transparent and accountable. Or perhaps we would have the staff as part of the staff. Part of this would be, how do they suggest, let's say life safety impact. I don't want to even, suggest one thing, okay? One scary thing we need to fix, 5, okay? And then the staff with that could come up with what will measure the accountability? How will we measure the accountability on that particular task? Because that's where we're coming from.
Understood. Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
If needed, we can remove that particular principle. I mean, we can consolidate it with the other one. It's not a problem.
yeah.
But, you know, overall gist of what we're trying to accomplish is
Yeah,
still.
I agree. I think that one's a little vague. And so how feel you all about just taking that out and using that as a overall principle? The overall principle is transparency and accountability. I see Mr. McBoy's light is on. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. May was on first.
Thank
Who's on
you.
second?
Thank you. So I agree with you because statistically speaking, if you're going to use an average, if you make something a 1, it's never going to get high on the stack. So, I think that I kind of like what, Commissioner Segrich is saying, because if you go through each thing and rank them, I feel uncomfortable using this as the rubric based on, I think these are the principles for prioritization, but I don't think we should match these numbers with these principles with a score. I think we have the item that gets scored based on these principles and how, I mean, if we said a 5 is the highest, like if it's something that is going to address imminent risk to the public, it gets a 5, so anything that we rate as a 1 or a 2, I don't want it to look as if we're rating it for a 1 or a 2 because we're not thinking about operational feasibility or transparency and accountability. Do you know what I'm saying?
But
So I think that a 1 or a 2 could be something that, could go on the back burner, isn't the most important, isn't essential for right now, for the priority list. So for me, I would like to look at a rubric where 5 is the most imminent. We need to deal with it right now. 1 back burner. And then we kind of prioritize from there. How many items we put on our personal list? I mean, you want 20, we could do 10. I don't really care about that, but I really think that, I would have a hard time matching the rubric of numbers to those principles.
well, and that's why I brought up the thing of taking those last 3 when I'm taking transparency out.
Well,
Um,
because all of them have to be legally and regulatorily.
No, I think what they're
compliant.
talking, I don't disagree with you, but I think what we're talking about is there are certain things that come up that we have to do to be in compliance.
Absolutely.
Right, that's what that means, not.
No, I
Yeah.
understand that. I understand that, but that what I almost feel like that shouldn't be a commission priority. I mean, if it's to be compliant, yeah, duh. But the rest of the priorities are opinions. Those aren't opinions. Those are mandates. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why does it even need to be on the list except for it's something that we're actually doing?
Well, remember, we have 3 different lists. First, we have the legal ordinances. We have the city manager's office worksheet, and you have what's considered the consensus for the clerk's office. So we try to provide you guys with an overview of what we're doing on all the lists. In terms of what the commission would like to move forward with, we would try to narrow the scope and keep that under the city clerk's consensus items.
Mhm.
Those are the items that, during the meeting, you guys say, listen, we want to
Right.
move forward with doing X, Y, and Z. But again, we're going to do those items in the manager's office because we have to do them under
Right.
that transparency. But we would just, like I said, we just want to give you a broad overview of everything that we're working on as an organization. And from that, you guys commission
What
deals
if-
with the city clerks, but
Although-
however you want it is fine. We just want to try
Yeah,
to give you some
some way.
recommendations.
I mean,
Right.
although this is a very extensive list, I did find quite a few things that aren't on it.
Understand?
So how do we deal with that?
Just provide
Give
them
it
to
to
me. Like I said, when I first sent it out, I said, if you have anything that you see we missed, feel free to
Yeah.
just send them to me. We'll go back and take a look at it and make sure, put it where it belongs. Either it's a consensus item or if it's a manager's item.
Right,
office
because
item.
it may have happened pre-Anthony or whatever.
I understand. Yes,
So-
but whatever you have, provide it to us. Like I said, we'll
Yep.
put it on the list and move forward, trying to
Okay.
assign it.
Okay, Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, just a couple of procedure things.
Can you turn your mic on, Commissioner McBoy?
That would be a good start, wouldn't it? I'm running a little bit on half cylinders from travel and waking up ill this morning and thinking I might not come, but I felt a little bit.
I would
better
say
and thought I
take
should-
your time, but I don't dare.
What's that?
I said I would say take your time, but I don't dare.
Yeah,
Pull through it.
pull through. Yeah.
So I just had a couple, well, I had a couple things. One is on the city's, and maybe somebody else has brought this up, I don't know. On the city's social media, this meeting was listed as a special meeting, which means public comment is allowed. The backup online listed as a workshop and has a thing on the top that says there's no public comment allowed at workshops. This is, as you know, been a concern of mine for a long time. We need to tell people clearly in advance, what is it? Can people comment? Can they not comment? It's not fair to change our minds when we get to the meeting and say, oh, I guess we should have allowed public comment, and nobody has an advance notice. So I really would insist that we decide well in advance, is it a special meeting that allows public comment? Is it a workshop that doesn't? Make sure that all information going out on it is in fact consistent, whichever way it is. That's item one. I'm not happy about that. Item two is there was no backup. I'm seeing something here on my desk that I've never seen before.
We all just
We all
got it.
did, yeah.
We all just got that.
Yes, that's not good governance. Stuff should be presented with the deadlines back so the public can look at it. The public can call us up and say, what is this? I like this, or I don't like it, or whatever it is. We should never take any action, even discussions on things that just wind up on our desk at the meeting.
Madam
That's
Mayor,
just not appropriate.
Mr.
Commissioner, I'd like to apologize. I came out of the manager's office. What we tried to do is to try to come up with a document that we thought that the commission can use to guide us through the process. That's
Perfectly
totally on
fine.
us. We apologize for that. And we'll make sure in the future, but we will make that document available. if it-
But that's after
I
the fact.
understand.
We have a
Right.
deadline.
Please don't
that-
raise your voice.
Because I've raised this any number of times. It is not fair to the public. It is not fair to the commissioners. We have a rule. Stuff goes on. There's a deadline to put things on for a meeting. It's whatever it is, 2 weeks in advance or whatever the date is. If it isn't ready, then the meeting gets pushed off until it is ready.
Okay, I'm looking at the agenda and I'm looking at the agenda online. And they both say workshop.
And if you look, I have it in front of me. If you look on the social media, it
Well-
says very clearly, special meeting.
Well,
I would say since there is a distinct difference, because one of them allows public comment, one doesn't, let's get it together. Let's not half bake it.
okay, but the agenda is correct with the,
Well,
I understand what you're saying about social media is.
You know, it's not that hard to make sure
and I
they're
don't see a lot
consistent.
of people that showed up.
Well, of
to
course
make
they're not going
public
to show up
Well, if it said
if it
special
says
meeting.
one thing one place
All
and
right, all
another
right, I'm not
another.
going to argue with you.
So that's a
that's
problem. Can
number
we
one.
please, can I have consensus from my colleagues that we will in fact follow our rules, which says that if stuff is not ready for the deadline, the normal deadline for a meeting, then that item simply does not go on to that meeting. It gets moved until when the stuff is ready.
I
So
think-
that we honor our commitment to our community and to ourselves as thoughtful legislators, that the backup is provided according to the deadline that we have established by rule. Can I get consensus from my colleagues?
You
on
did
that?
miss the beginning of the meeting where we talked about not voting tonight, but using this as a.
That doesn't
discussion.
matter.
Mr.
It's-
McBoy,
It's a discussion. Can I get
A discussion.
consensus from that we will follow that going forward? We will always follow. If the backup is not ready, it doesn't go on the agenda. It's not complicated.
thank you.
No, I'm asking for consensus.
Well, I don't know that, you.
Okay, I'd like
So
a voice vote. Yes or no?
I
Yeah.
have a
No, I'm not asking staff. I'm asking the elected
and-
body. Do
and-
we agree to follow our rules?
Mr. McVoy, thank you. I don't hear anything from other.
I had a
members.
question,
Mr.
but
Segrist would like
Mr.
to
Brown's got his
question.
hand up.
Mr. Brown, I didn't see you there.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry, I was running back from a meeting in Green Acres. So what was given to you guys at the beginning of this, in conversation with Troy and I, we were trying to figure out, since we only had an hour today,
Mhm.
what is the easiest way to help you guys move through this meeting and do some of these priorities? Nothing was changed on the actual sheets you guys were sent out like 2 weeks ago. This was just a way to hopefully
It was all
move
emailed.
move through this meeting efficiently, since we didn't have that much time. But the actual documents that went out, nothing was changed and given last minute.
Was this in this?
No, not the.
In
not
the
the-
back-
That's what we were saying, what we gave today, to hopefully try to move through this meeting more efficiently instead of just kind of having like a free
But the
for all.
backup itself is. has
It's all
been
this,
emailed
it's
out.
all the same. But this was just, again, just trying to hopefully move more
Okay,
efficiently through the meeting.
If I might,
Mr. McFoy, we
Mm,
other people have their lights on.
yes, but this
And
is,
Mr. Brown
this is
answered
the
your question.
methodology
It's-
that is, proposed. That's
All right.
what you're asking
Thank you
us
very
to
much.
rate it on.
You
And
no longer have the floor. We've made your point. Mr. Brown has explained it. We're
It's not an
discussing, Mr., I'm
explanation.
not going to argue.
And I am impressed that my colleagues will not agree to follow our own rules. And I think it is very
And I believe that
indicative
we did because it
that
was emailed out
transparency
2
and
weeks ago.
accountability shows up at 1.
Mr. McFoy, we haven't been given the chance to talk, so I have
please.
every intention to vote on your consensus item, but I'm going to yield to the mayor out of
Right,
good.
just let's keep it civil. And again, before you got here, we discussed that this was a suggestion by staff and we're discussing it. We're actually sort of pulling it apart quite well. So just join the discussion if you want to. Ms. Malik's had her light on too.
Thank you. Thanks staff for all your hard work and the city clerk's office, because when I went through this, it's a lot. And it's heavily, there's a lot of stuff that's coming from consensus, but brought forward by one commissioner. And I think that there's a lot of thought that needs to go into some of this and research that needs to be done on some of these issues. I feel that this is just a tool for us to get to our answers. I don't have a problem, and I thank you for the tool, because when I looked at this, I was like, where do you even start prioritizing this? So thank you for the tool. I think it's wise and it's smart. I did have a question in regards to a couple of the things that were on here, and it was just like, if it says bringing back to a future meeting, like, how do I score that? So that was more my question. There's things that are to be brought forward, but to be brought forward, do I have to score that on when we want that to be brought forward? Does that get put on the back burner until we get through the rest of this stuff? So to me, it was more like the logistics, not just the prioritizing, but logistically, like the one that I had a question and I talked to Troy with today was on a foreclosure that we agreed to in 2025, but it said that the foreclosure was agreed on in 2024. I'm like, how could something be agreed on a year before we decided to move forward on the foreclosure? So I think there's some more details that we need to get to. I did not ever think that we were going to get through this tonight in an hour. I thought that was impossible. So I thank you guys for bringing this forward. I understand Mr. McVoy's point that we got it. It's not changing the priorities or the backup of what we're making decisions on. It's just a tool for us to be able to make those decisions. So I'm thankful for it and I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Mr. McFoy, to address your ask for consensus, and I do believe we should vote on that. I did have a clarification to ask you on it, but I do consent and think that we do need to make the backup deadlines and adhere to that as best as possible. And I've asked for things to be pushed back because I did not feel backup was provided. In this case, the backup was provided. I think what staff provided to us at the meeting was a tool to understand a complex issue, much like Commissioner Malega said. In the past, I've had complex points that I wanted to make based on my reading of all the backup and my interpretation and so on, which I don't really consider my points that I'm going to make in the meeting to be, quote, backup, but I found it easier than having you guys having to write a page full of notes to basically hand you my cheat sheet. And I think we should still be able to do that. And what I see that the assistant city manager brought to us, I see it as a cheat sheet based on helping us getting through the meeting and guiding the discussion. So I would give consensus to your overall theme. I don't think in this case it necessarily applies because I see this more as an aid to our discussion.
It's not substantive, it's more procedural.
I would also then, point out that on page 2 of that cheat sheet, there's a tier system with a scoring. And for me, if you eliminate the points from page one and just say, these are the criteria that you should be thinking about, and then you score the item 1 to 5, based on those tiers, we have a rather simple way of doing it. And it would lend itself to rather quickly getting through this. I don't want to add complexity to it, but because there are so many issues, and like you said, I've brought up a lot of these things, right? So selfishly, I could go through and say, oh, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 for all 50 of mine. So this is going to be an ongoing exercise for us, as things get added and removed. I think when we do it, either we do it like monthly, in our one-on-ones, and we give ourselves maybe like a 30-point maximum. You can only award 30 points. That way, myself can't go selfishly and give all 5s to every single one of my items. I've got 30 points to spend, and I go ahead and spend that. And then staff can utilize that to establish a priority based on that. But I think overall, if we do those two things, I think this is a great way to get through this in a manageable way. And then of course, staff's going to have to give their gut call on some of these things, because I don't want necessarily it to just be our call on the priorities, because staff is privy to a lot of things like, hey, there's a water main break. We got to talk
That's
about
high
that contract, and things like that. So these would be our suggestions to the city manager office, and they would use their discretion based on it. And we do it on a monthly basis in our one-on-ones and go from there.
Okay, great, thank you. So just use the second page. But now I just have to ask you, where did you get 30 from?
I figured 30, if I wanted to go through and make 6 things high priority, I could do that, but then I can't vote on anything else. So I thought that was a reasonable number. It could be 20. I'd be open to.
Which is interesting. Right,
Correct.
just pick the ones that you think
Yeah,
are.
you've
a
got
3
20 or 30 points to spend.
They'll add them up.
They'll add them up.
Pages, hoping that we agree on something.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, your mic is not on.
I'm sorry, I was just saying, we're only gonna vote on or spend however many points you get, but so we're not gonna vote on all the things that I've highlighted that are still in progress or need direction
Sort
or.
of drops a whole bunch off the bottom.
Well, it would basically establish which ones are the higher priorities. I mean, whether we vote on them all or vote on a select number each, it's still going to work out to a priority list. They're not going to disappear.
6.
Whether they have 0 points or they have 1 point, they're not
And
going
we're
to
only
get work
voting on
done.
the things obviously that say in progress. If it's done, it's done.
Right.
If it says that we can't do it, we can't do it. So that,
Well, sorry.
Good.
Depending on if you agree that it is done. I mean, some of them that say done, I still have questions about, like, for example, all valet parking applications, or the valet parking, and sidewalk cafe applications and, all of that, it says done, but I still have questions about it. I still would like a report back on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, or something. So I don't know that done necessarily means erase.
Madam Mayor,
Please.
just an overview, when you, with staff, when we say done, whatever the question from the commission to staff, if you ask for some information at that particular time.
Oh, that was just information.
Correct.
Okay.
Information that you requested, we provided it. So it was done under our scoring sheet. So we put done. Now, if there's additional information that you would like, then we could provide that as well. But
Okay,
for
okay.
the
It's not
question
like
that
a wall
you,
went down.
that's correct.
So like an email went out.
That's correct.
Mr. McCoy? Did you have something else? I'm sorry, your net lag.
Well,
Wait.
yeah, kind of, because I just think that, I mean, what Anthony's saying makes sense actually, because then we can just take a chunk of this and then everything else stays on it. And then when we pick the top 5, when they're done, then we pick another top 5.
Mhm.
And then, but we would have what if something comes up and we're like, oh, that's got to go first.
And
And that's the problem that's been happening.
there's also totally true. And there's also, some things in the middle of being done, but so like a high priority, whatever that is, pave a road. okay, that can be in motion and we have Valentina doing the, all that work and getting,
Right.
and we can start a new one because that one's done in terms of our action that needed to be done,
Yeah.
even if the project itself is.
Well, maybe
perfect.
if we pick them, then we can get a report back. I don't know.
Okay, it's not easy. This stuff isn't easy. Mr. McVoy.
One or two things. Could we get this sheet as not as a PDF file, but as an Excel file? So that all the ones done, I can sort them to the bottom. Because I don't need to
I
think
can't
about
use
those.
Excel.
I
can't
might
print
move
them.
some of them back up. If, for instance, as Commissioner May says, it says done, but actually I think there's still some more. But then I can focus on, the follow-up ones or whatever it is, without having to sift through them. That would be helpful. And I guess I'd be inclined to combine. I certainly understand the logic that there was a city manager list, a city clerk's list, and a legal list. But for us, I believe we're going to look at the whole 9 yards. So maybe put them all on one spreadsheet and put a column that says, it's the clerk or the manager or the legal.
Or do we get, 30 points for each category?
No, I don't think Commissioner's given us that many poker chips.
You can answer the question.
That just went to 90 poker chips.
I do like Mr. McVoy's suggestion of having it on one spreadsheet with a column that says which department it is. I had asked for that previously.
Yes.
It sort of does with originator, but
Yeah.
to preserve the 3 sheets.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
And Mr. McVoy, you do have it in Excel format on November 21st, the
That's right,
Friday.
that's right,
It came
that's
to
how
us
it
in
was
Excel
sent,
format.
Which made me crazy because I don't know how to use Excel.
Oh,
Okay.
it probably was when I was starting to travel and
The
lost track.
21st. No, it was the 21st. Oh, it was a while back, actually. Yep. Anyway, all right, so
So
this,
that's one, I hadn't quite finished.
okay, so yes on the Excel sheet.
What's that?
Yes on the Excel sheet.
Yeah,
right,
that
But,
seems like that meets general and somebody will help
okay,
you. I thought that Commissioner Segrich's comments was that in general agreement that we should have backup. I've heard a lot of discussion here that these are, grateful that we have these and these are a tool. However, how one goes about ranking what we as a commission define as priority to be worked on, that's pretty relevant to the community. The tool that you use is very relevant. It's not just a tool. If we're arguing, it depends on how you want to do it. I'm hearing a number of different things. If one choice is, hey, rate them all 1 to 5, however you want to rate them, each commissioner can prioritize whatever they want, just rate them 1 to 5. Well, then there's no particular tool behind it and everybody's doing it however they like, and there's nothing to be shown about it. But if we are being held to either the page 1 or page 2, then that is very relevant for the community to know how we came up with setting priorities for moving things forward. And in that sense, it's not just a tool, it is very much part of the process and should meet that deadline of, hey, the community can look at it and they can give feedback on, yeah, we don't agree with that prioritization. We think things are missing. The other question I had is, sorry, I guess I forgot to turn off my phone. What do we do for things that we might consider, any one of us might consider a priority, maybe even a high priority, but they're not on this list?
well, I think Ms. May
That was
just
asked
said.
and answered.
That was
Yeah.
asked and answered already. Give it to
Because I
staff.
have a bunch of things on there too, and they just
She-
said to email it to
Give
them.
them your stuff.
Okay,
They'll add it to the list.
okay.
Yep, okay.
And then it'll go presumably out. to
Right,
them.
yes, they'll share it.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I was, to piggyback on what Commissioner Segrich said, in terms of those 30 points, what I would recommend if you allow staff to go back and take a look at those items that are considered critical, because
Okay.
they're life safety issues, they're items that legally mandated. we can take those off that
Get them off.
list. And we're gonna do it anyway. We can provide the commission with a idea of what we're doing. And then commission can spend more time and focus more on those high priority or standard priority type of items.
Perfect. How
I
long
think
will
that
it
make it go
take you to get that to us?
Well, as soon as, if you still want to go through and mark them up yourself, but we can go through and look at our highest priority score and get those done and get them back to you probably within a week.
Okay, and then we'll look at those and
Correct.
take those off our lists and.
Take
put
them
the
off
other
your
ones
list.
on.
Correct.
That makes sense.
Just a recommendation.
So just, so I understand, you're saying the ones that there's no option not
Right.
to do them,
That's correct.
pull those or flag them or something.
And that way your 30 points won't be used as part of that.
Yeah, and those, but like,
Did we
definitely
mention staff?
send that list to us.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we have some direction. We are going to do the 5. We're going to try Mr. Segwich's suggestion of 30 points for all of these different things and see how that works. So we're taking off what the staff is going to give us. That'll be just take, so that'll give us more points to spend. Time frame for this. You can get that to us in a week, which is, so when are we going to come back? I honestly think because we're going to have different things that are priorities. I really think that this deserves a special meeting.
Mhm.
At least, or a workshop, either one, but I think that we should actually set some time aside because we've gotten this far and it's 45 minutes and we're not really, completely nailed down how we're doing it. So I think it deserves, this is a big deal. And I think that it deserves some special time, not part of a regular agenda. How do you all feel about that?
Like a daytime thing, like budget?
No, like a nighttime thing, or wherever, where it doesn't.
Okay.
And not the whole day, but just that we have, a couple hours rather than an hour in the middle of a meeting. Are we okay with that? Special meeting or workshop?
Workshop.
Okay.
No
Okay, but
public
except,
input?
thank you.
I'm just,
Thank you.
Yeah, and with all due respect, I mean, it sounds like you want the public to do our job. They can't make every decision. That's why we're elected. We're representatives.
And we get fee, I read the letters before every meeting, so the public can have them. And it's our job then to
We know
let,
what they're complaining about. We'll put that on the top of the list.
that's true.
Duh.
And you can get the word out to people that you think might be interested in having input, and then we can take that into consideration. So,
can I get clarity on page 1 and 2? How are we,
we're not using we're not using page 1. We're essentially we have 30 points to spend. After we get the critical stuff, right? We have 30 points to spend, 5 being highest. And, we'll submit that to staff within a certain time frame.
so it'll basically be your tier 2, 3, and
Yeah.
maybe 4.
I think that makes sense.
6-5.
Or you have 6 5s.
No, I mean,
Right,
on
those
page
4,
2,
Right, right.
tier 1 comes off because we're pulling those, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So we're just doing
And-
tier 2, 3, and 4.
And there's 1.
Yes, we're
five.
still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so,
The other question,
One
can I
more?
just ask one more
Sure.
question about it?
is your
Oh,
last?
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I just wanted to know, because there's some of them, let's clarify this, because obviously we're not making any decisions tonight. But we have some things that are like, oh, it will be on the 16th, or it'll be on the 2nd, but it isn't. So we might want to kind of update, when is it coming back? Like there was one
right.
that was supposed to be the recovery residents coming back today, but that's pulled from here. So,
We'll go through and clean up the
Yeah.
list before
And-
we resend.
okay.
I don't have a light up here, so
I'm sorry.
I was going to answer Commissioner May. I don't have a light up here. Some of the things after this went out to all of you. What you just mentioned, the recovery resident, that's actually on the 16th. We had to
Right.
shift some stuff around because when you see our agenda tonight and how full it is, we had to try to balance that out so we can try to get through both of these.
What if you
December
guys
meetings.
did it on a Google Doc where you were the only ones that could change it, but you can change it and we can all see it at the same time?
See what?
The document.
Oh, this document?
So if you did it, not Excel, because you can't see it automatic updates, but if you use a Google Doc, you could. But I guess you can't use that with our emails I almost said at school. At the city, dang it. All right,
There's-
so we can't do that.
There is the capability. It's a
Okay,
it's a-
Mr. IT,
It's a OneDrive document. They have it.
they do.
Well,
Well, if we can figure it out, that would be kind of cool to see. You know what I mean? Like when you change it, we just see it. So you don't have to keep sending it to us.
but it would have to also be available to the public as it got updated.
Well,
Correct.
but-
So
right.
we'll work through it, but there are some things that we would have to do internally
Right,
just to
so-
make sure that it's consistent.
Our time frame
Right.
now, then, I see Ms. Mulligan's and Mr. Segridge's later on. Our time frame now is you're gonna get, the staff is gonna get to us their list of cut off the top because it's, okay. And then we're gonna get our 30-point priority list to them by when? When do you want to, so that we can have it? And then we're also gonna schedule a special meeting.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I didn't know whether you wanted to wait to staff clean it up first and then give you a revised copy before you proceed.
Okay, that's a
that would
week,
be
then we'll
best.
get it.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, look
Yeah.
at this.
Ms. Malega?
We're getting you light.
I just wanted to see if legal could, just answer on limitations related to hookah kava establishments. It says schedule follow-up to discuss, well, that was August.
Well, we found out we can't. She responded.
Well, no, that was for hookah. That wasn't for other establishments.
I provided, the direction from the city commission was to look at regulation of those classes of businesses being kava and hookah and a few others. And by distance regulations. And so our letter response addressed all of those uses.
But I didn't think
in
that
that
kava
manner.
was one that falls underneath the states or the federal.
It's that you can't regulate by distance requirements until
them.
October of 2027 because of the preemption with Senate Bill 180.
So then we don't have to schedule a follow-up to discuss until 2027,
Pretty
Well,
much.
20, right.
right?
I didn't make, I'm
Well,
not
that's
sure
why
what the
I'm
follow-up
asking,
would be.
because if that was clarification, if anything changes, then we should just take this off of there because there's nothing for
Mm.
us to talk about.
Right. Well, that'll be when they take off. Because we talked about it.
That,
Ms. Malega, you done? Okay, Mr. Segridge?
On that topic in particular, those are the ones that like partially got blocked by SB 180. I would recommend that we leave them on and just give it a status of SB 180. We all know what that means because there's current fights going on that might get changed. We might get to bring it back up sooner, hopefully, if they change. But if not, it's still worthy to keep it on there. There was a second part to that, though, that we did discuss and we gave high priority consensus to, which is the classification of synthetic kratom, and Delta 8 as designer drugs like they do in Sarasota and limiting the sale of those designer drugs. So there is still that aspect of it that needs to be addressed. It's not, but that was in that. So there are some corrections.
Okay,
that
so
we have to do.
can you add that to your,
If there are consensus items that are missing, please let us know what meeting they were given, because this is all the consensus items that the clerk was able to find in reviewing all the meetings.
But part of that original consensus item was both distance and the classification as designer drugs.
We did not find that second part as part of the consensus.
okay, and that's on the green form.
Do you want to just resolve that really quick so we don't have to do research? Can we get consensus to add classification of synthetic kratom, and Delta H THC
Well, let's
as
see,
designer drugs?
we're already adding to the list of things they
Sure.
have to do.
Like they do in Sarasota so that we can get those banned for sale.
So like, I mean,
Yes,
I
Ms.
just-
May?
Point of
like-
order. You know, to Mr. McVoy's point, I asked for a consensus item. I would like a vote on that.
I can't vote until I make my comment.
Make your comment.
So I think when we have some idea, when we're talking about, we would like to do X, instead of being so literal and check out X, like, obviously we kind of understand what we would like to have done. So if X doesn't work and you're already kind of in the research and Y is available, bring back Y. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, you can't do that. Like somehow get us to yes.
Well, you
Or
don't,
closer to yes, instead of just having us come up with the questions, like you're looking at the ordinance and you're saying, okay, well, you can't do exactly what the commission said. So no, here's your email. Well, you can't do that, but you could do this, and let's think about this, and let's bring it back this way, as opposed to just no on X.
But if
What
it's-
about the rest of the alphabet?
Well, speaking as my day job,
Mhm.
I mean, sometimes the answer is no.
Right.
And the question to the attorney is this legal? Can we do this? And their answer is yes or no. But
We're basically asking the wrong questions. We're saying, can you find out how?
you can't, well, you can't, I mean, we can't regulate hookahs by distance.
But we could by Y. We can't do it by
No,
X, but
We
we could by
can't.
Y.
That's not always possible. I mean, I don't disagree with you that we should have alternatives, and if, you know, that we would want our attorneys to be creative, but there are things that,
I'm not talking just about hookah.
no, in general, but I just, sometimes the answer has to be no.
I would
Okay.
throw my consensus item. I'll go back and I'll pull out the specific video of
Okay.
us having this exact discussion.
All right.
It is in there. And I do agree with Miss May. It's kind of frustrating where we're trying to solve a problem and we come up with an idea to solve that problem. And maybe that does not work. And we have some other ideas, but you know, how do we get to yes needs to be a question that staff asks itself and we ask ourselves, because we're trying to solve a problem for the community. And this kind of attitude, it's like, it's the same thing that drives people up the wall with the permitting process. Oh, you didn't ask me the right question. You used the term ADU when you should have said accessory building. Even though I knew what you were talking about, I'm going to say no anyway. So I would agree with that. I do, but as part of this, I do think we owe it to Mr. McVoy to answer his consensus item.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
I gave my answer, but
Yeah,
I think we need to get back to that. And I would concur about having this all on one sheet and having it shareable, so that we have access to it, or at least provided weekly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we did follow it for this particular thing, but yeah, I have no problem. We made a rule about backup and we do it. So I have no problem.
No,
with it.
we
I'm not going to argue
repeatedly
with you.
have
I'm not
not
going to
done it.
argue with you, Mr. McBoy. I'm saying I have consensus.
you
I
can't make
agree
a
with your
statement.
consensus to do that. Okay, Miss Malega, you can see, agree with the consensus to follow the rule?
Yes.
Thank you. We have consensus. Okay. It is 5:56. And I'm going to call him. Yes, I'm not adjourning it yet. Mr.
Sorry,
Perry.
Madam Mayor, not to prolong the meeting, but
Sure.
one of the things, what the commissioners were speaking of, maybe, and I speak with the manager about it in the future, when the commission endorses something by consensus, maybe staff can come back with like a little status report on after
Right.
after we research the issue and give you the facts surrounding the particular issue,
Yeah,
because sometimes
perfect.
not everything can be done. So we can tell you whether A is legal,
Mhm.
you know, how long it would take it to get done, and what things would need to be done in order to get it done. So maybe I'll talk to the manager, maybe that's something that we can.
If there is a way to do
implement.
it. and
Correct.
There isn't.
But at
always a
least
way
you'll
to do
know,
it.
and then we can determine if we want to put those resources towards trying to solve
I
that
mean,
issue.
one thing is,
So just a recommendation.
business hours. You know, can we, how much, and my question, you know, how much can we limit business hours? So.
Okay.
I didn't see it. Okay, so. On to bigger and better things. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. For a workshop.
I'm sorry?
We don't need a motion to adjourn. It's a
Oh,
workshop.
then we're just gonna stop.
We're just done.
I give it, you get some feedback on it too. That's my question for you.
Madam Mayor, are we ready to reconvene?
Hi, yes, let's just see. Okay, folks, where's my agenda?
It is 6:10 and we are live
All right.
again.
Give me 1 second. What? I'm looking for one very specific piece of paper.
You eat it. Did anybody get the tape? No, not yet.
Oh, come on, I have a wonderful piece of paper
Dinner.
that I was gonna read from.
At least you're not wearing it, Todd.
I had a really nice little thing printed out to read to open the meeting, and now I can't find it. Story of my life. Okay, are we ready?
We are, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
No
Good
worries.
evening.
Hold on,
Good
let-
eve-
Go ahead.
Okay, now?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular city commission meeting of the city of Lake Worth Beach for Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Okay, I will lead the moment of silence, followed by Commissioner McVoy will lead the pledge. Let us all bear in mind that we meet here together as the commission, as the residents, as the folks watching on TV, that we are all here with the love of the city, with our imperfect city, working to make it better, that we all listen with respect, that we respect each other's ideas and move towards what the betterment of every member of this city. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Agenda, additions, deletions, or reordering. I have one thing I'd like to bring up. Does anyone else have any additions, deletions, or reordering? Mr. McVoy, your light is on. Is that about deletions, additions?
It's about,
Those?
yes,
Okay, well, I want to do one first. So,
Sure.
okay. We have on the agenda, it is item number first reading, unfinished business B, which is the ordinance 25-17 regarding the penalties for tree abuse and removal without a permit, fee in lieu replacement trees and appeals. When I looked at the agenda item, I noticed that much kind of to my chagrin, that this went before the Planning and Zoning Board, this went before the Historical Preservation Resource Board, but it did not go in front of the Tree and Landscape Board. And I thought that was some sort of omission. I don't know how that decision was made, but I would like to pull that agenda item so that it can go back to the Tree Board for their input and recommendations, and not go forward with that. So I'm asking to remove that and until further. Madam Attorney, would that be tabling it or what would that be? What would that be?
You could just remove it from the agenda and it would come back. It hasn't been advertised or anything. It's just a regular agenda item. I believe that this did go to the tree board after this came for first
It
reading.
was given to them as, hi, this is interesting, but we have no input into it. Okay, so they were not given an opportunity to have input. So I believe that in all fairness, they are the tree board and this is about trees. So I think their input is important.
Sure.
So do I have,
and I would support that, and I might add to your suggestion that bring it to the tree board and ask them to come give us a little, either provide written or come talk to us and give
Well,
us their opinion.
No, they'll give it to staff like the planning and zoning board or the historical board. They'll come with their recommendations. So.
Yeah, but that
that's-
way, that something gets written down.
Well,
so we
that's one
know.
of, yeah, of course. Otherwise, it would not be much of a purpose to do that. So
Madam Mayor,
can,
if you could move the, if you,
no, we really don't entertain stuff from the floor?
if you could move to,
Is it you? Oh,
Yes, that's
it's
me.
you.
if you could move to push this to, put this on an agenda in January,
Mhm.
that would be
Okay.
clear direction.
So
That
I'd
way-
like, okay, it's consensus, Miss May, you have your light on. Okay, so do we have consensus, the new word? Um, to move this until it's such time that it gets before the tree board, hopefully by the second meeting in January. I don't know what their agenda looks like or what our first meeting looks like.
Yes, you have my support.
All that, Mr. Segridge?
I'm just seeing that in the staff meeting report, it said it wasn't required to go to the tree board.
Well, I think it should be.
And
it's-
that they're meeting between now and then? Okay.
When, I think it's a third Thursday, third Wednesday, something like that. Second Thursday.
Is there a staff liaison?
Right now it's Scott, I believe.
But somebody's going.
Yeah,
So
they're-
they
yeah.
could bring the,
Right,
they could bring the written report back, whoever
Correct.
the liaison is.
Right.
I'm fine with that as long as that's
Okay,
how it
yeah.
happens. Yeah.
yeah, okay. So we're gonna just move it to the second meeting in January? Okay, and the tree board be on notice, you gotta pay attention to this?
Why the second?
Do I have a second?
No,
Well,
why the second meeting in January?
Because they have to meet. They have to meet before, I mean, this tree board has to meet before they can come back with
And they meet
recommendations.
the second Thursday.
Of December.
Of December.
Are they meeting? Well, I mean, no one's given them an agenda item, but, well, all right.
I mean, this has been.
That's fine.
this-
That's fine, fine.
you
I'm
know,
just-
They can look at it in December.
Just their meeting would be then December 10th if it's a second.
No,
Wed-
11.
Oh, it's a
11th.
Thursday. Okay, the second, W11th. All right, so then that'll get to you for the meeting of the 11th and we'll pay back at the next agenda after that, which would be not the 16th, but the first meeting in January.
Does that work, Jamie?
I would assume so. I would staff, but yeah, it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And if anyone is here to make public comment of just about that, they are welcome to go home, but I would have. Okay, so Mr. McVoy, you had a,
I did, and that was, my proposal is to delete, or I'm looking for a motion to delete item, where to go? New business D as in dog. Not because I don't think the topic is important, but because, Rule 12 says, should the commission not reach consensus to add a matter to an agenda, the item or matter may not be placed on an agenda nor be requested to be placed on an agenda again for 6 months. I believe that language is quite unambiguous. My recollection, which I believe to be accurate, is that this item was proposed at the beginning of our last meeting, asked for consensus to add it, and 0 votes to add it were provided. Yes, okay, let me read. Should the commission not reach consensus to add a matter to an agenda, which we did not, and my recollection is the mayor asked twice for a second for the motion to add it, and nobody seconded it, which would meet the criteria there, did not reach consensus. In fact, there was 4 votes to not put it on. The item or matter may not be placed on an agenda nor be requested to be placed on an agenda again for 6 months. We have applied this rule twice previously. So we have used the rule. I believe this is a clear, what happened at our last meeting that we went ahead and put it on was a clear violation of that rule. Could the city attorney share their opinion of whether it is or whether that addition at the end of the meeting? I'll wait.
You know, you're asking for something that was said or not said 2 weeks ago. Do you have a transcript of what was said? Could you, I mean, plainly, you were anticipating saying this tonight, but do you have backup for what you're saying?
Do you recall, Mayor, that you asked twice?
No, I
for
don't. A
second?
lot has
No.
happened since then.
Well, I recall it very clearly.
She
And
did,
I
but
asked
That's
for,
not what happened. That's not how it went down.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
Yeah. I
So it was asked if we were gonna put it on the agenda for that night. And we
Correct.
said, and then we said,
Not
no,
for
but
that
we
night.
would do it for another day, because it
Should
wasn't
the
time
commission-
all right.
not reach consensus to add a matter to an
We
agenda.
did though, to add it, not that night.
No.
made it
All right,
at the
Mr.
point
McBoy,
when-
Mr. McBoy,
Could I
no,
please ask the attorney?
I don't know that you want to pop quiz the attorney because
I
again,
did
you
not
don't.
pop quiz the
Mr.
attorney. I
McBoy,
wrote
may I-
the
may I
attorney,
please-
emailed several days
may I
ago. I
please-
spoke with her today. It is not a pop quiz. Please do not interrupt. And please allow the city attorney to provide her clarification of whether what we did to put it on after there clearly was not consensus
If there was,
violates that
if
rule.
there was an agenda, did you receive some emails from Mr. McBoy?
I did, yes.
Okay, and did you have a chance to look at them?
I reviewed the email, I reviewed the rules. I did not go back and listen to the meeting again. I went on my recollection of the meeting
Mhm.
in our discussion.
And your recollection was,
My recollection was that there was a request at the beginning of the meeting to put an item on the agenda. There was no consensus obtained at the beginning of the meeting, and the request was brought back up at the end of the meeting for the same matter to be put on a subsequent meeting. Technically, according to your rules, as Commissioner McBoy has read to you, that same issue, if there's not consensus granted to put it on the agenda, it cannot be brought back up for 6 months. However, you all also do have the ability to waive the rules and could allow for it. So while you didn't take a separate motion to waive the rule to allow it, you did by majority agree to have it on a subsequent agenda which is essentially waiving your rule.
and the
So-
one, but I would almost just argue a point, Your
Sure.
Honor. The original consensus was to have it added to that meeting.
It doesn't matter what meeting it's.
No.
The way the rule is written is if you request to bring a matter on, to put a matter on an agenda and it's not put on the agenda, you can't bring up that matter again for 6 months.
But it was
But it
brought
was
up
put up on,
as a
no,
time sensitive motion.
Yeah.
And the
So-
agreement
or
was that
just
it
waive the
wasn't
rule.
time sensitive.
Doesn't say anything about that.
Right.
I'd like to
Mr.
make a
McBoy?
motion to waive Rule 12 in this instance.
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Thank you.
In other words, we have rules. We have.
Oh, Mr. McBoy,
follow
I
them
don't
when
need
we
your,
feel like it, when we
proselyte-
don't.
You
when we
don't have the floor, Mr. McBoy. It's just that simple.
No, but it's just
Mr.
so.
McBoy, you don't have the
obvious.
floor.
It's so obvious.
Oh. Okay, so we're gonna take off the tree board
I-
thing, and I see Ms. May's light is on. What would you like to say? We're still on additions. to the-
Yeah, we're still on additions and deletions. For the consent agenda. I have a question about B.
Mhm.
And so if we just leave it on the consent, I don't think that I could ask my question.
Correct.
So can we pull that off so that I can ask my question, or should I ask my question now?
Do we pull it off?
We'll pull it off
Yeah.
and add it somewhere else.
We can
Wait,
add it
which one
to
was it?
The
consent-
HRPP.
the HRPP one.
I just have a question.
We could call the consent agenda. I think we could call the consent agenda, have you, pull it. Yeah, I mean, it's only 2 items. Let's just pull it and put it after approval of minutes. How about we do that?
So put it before the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Okay,
And we're
I
just pulling B.
We're just moving it.
we're just moving it up.
We're moving it to the beginning of we're moving it to like,
I mean, not pulling, but
moving it, yeah. but
moving for
reordering.
discussion.
Reordering it, right, getting out of, okay.
Yeah, I just
All
have a
right.
question.
With
Thank
those
you.
two changes, thank you. With those two changes, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve with these changes.
Okay, all second.
Aye.
Mr. McBoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right. Where is
I'm sorry, Mayor. Who was the second?
Mr. McVoy, Madam Clerk, I don't have the proclamation I'm supposed to be reading. Just FYI.
You didn't memorize it from last night?
I did, but I forgot already.
I will handle that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Presentations A. Hi there, Mr. Sword. Update regarding the South Bryan Park Playground from Stuart Sword, Leisure Services Assistant Director.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Stuart Sword, Assistant Director, Leisure Services. To my left, I have Chris Hanna, our Park Superintendent, also nationally certified playground safety inspector. So he's in the parks daily, weekly, making repairs on some of these playgrounds. So this is a really just a professional update to the commission. This came on September 2nd. This is already a funded, allocated project, but there were some questions that were kind of like outliers. So really the intent of this is to hopefully just answer some of those questions in terms of life cycle replacement, stuff that's a stay behind in the sunshade.
Right.
As you can see, this is kind of current conditions of some of the platforms. So in terms of the park lexicon, this would be delamination of the surface that is near impossible to fix. And since it's with this condition, it is at its life cycle. So I just want to kind of showcase that. I'm going to keep moving. One of the slides has also already been taken out. It was a life cycle, essentially code out, no longer available to be mounted there. And then that wood was placed there just to kind of cap off that platform so a child wouldn't, perhaps like walk off of that into an unsafe or fall. The seesaw, this would be considered a legacy seesaw. It's not ADA compliant. There's also, as you can see, only 50% of it is operational. With it, you'll see in the upcoming slides, the new seesaw that'll be installed is ADA compliant. I'll kind of discuss that when we get there. As you can see, this was from 2010. So a lot of this playground equipment life cycle is 10 to 15 years. And being that we do have it on Intracoastal, we definitely, the city got their money's worth in terms of, the maintenance and repair and stuff like that. So the question was that really came up on September 2nd was what is coming out and what is remaining. So in the red, if it's a red oval around it, it is coming out. That is the old structure. I do have some mock-ups of the new structure that will come in and the seesaw. Everything else will remain. The north structure will remain. That is a separate CIP project that will be addressed later. The climbing structure will remain. Both sets of the swings, the adult swings and the infant swings will remain, and the stationary train will remain. This is a mock-up of what the new structure looks like. I apologize. It looks like the PDF may be chopping it on some of the screens, not all of the screens. The new structure will have 3 slides in comparison to the 2 of the current existing, and 1 being broken. So we're actually going from 1 to 3. And the shade canopy there, obviously man-made shade canopy, is 26 feet in diameter of shade. Just to kind of put this in perspective to some of the other shade canopies that you see, the one down at the oceanfront playground is 16 feet. So this is a larger shade structure. I know the questions were about some of the wind durability. Obviously, the canopy would need to come down, but the structure is rated for essentially Cat 3, perhaps Cat 4 winds. This is just another, angle view of the playground structure that will come in. Some of these new items that'll be on there, the River Rock Climber, the Wavy Tree, the Bumble Climber, and some of the Sensory Maze, those are both at ground level and also elevated. So children of different ages will be able to participate in some of those like cognitive and physical exertion type exercises. So this is quite a significant upgrade from the current playground set. The seesaw that I spoke about earlier, the other one I referred to as a legacy seesaw. A lot of us probably remember that from our childhood. It really gets after like grip strength.
She wants it.
I'll buy it. I want to put it in my backyard. I'm not kidding. We'll talk later.
Chris, follow up on that. This one, the difference is there's a backrest there, so it makes it ADA compliant. So if someone perhaps doesn't have good grip strength, not good pectoral strength or leg strength, you could still utilize a forward movement without leg strength to participate in the seesaw. So that's another significant, huge upgrade for that replacement. The north structure is there on the left. The web climber will remain. Both the web climber probably has another 5 years of life cycle with it. The north structure is going to remain, but it is a separate CIP project. The train will remain. The adult swings in the center will remain. The infant swings will remain. the adult swings.
The
Though,
adults.
and those, when the swings do come up for their life cycle, we can most likely address those with O&M funds based off the current budget for that year that, Chris assesses we need to upgrade and or replace those. And this is just kind of an overall schematic of the layout in terms of what that design will be. And really the new standards through Parks and Recreation nationally, the county's also adopted, is to incorporate natural shade and man-made shade. So we'll be doing that with this playground upgrade. So I think we'll be getting after a lot of those new benchmarks, ADA compliant, bringing shade in. So it's just a big win. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. And when comments that it was mentioned, a couple comments, I still have issues with the shade. That entire, even with the climbing structure, is that entire area. If you're there in I mean, it's not fun at all. And we talked about, the fact that we do have the ability to put in posts that are wind resistant. And Mr. Brown said, well, it's so big, but then, up at the beach, there's a few that are short, that are smaller, that if there were to be a hurricane, it wouldn't be a big hazarai to take them down. You could take a couple down at a time. And I would really like to push for that, because I think that area of the beach, of the park, really needs serious shade. So that's my first thing. And I don't know how the commission feels about that, but I think that we should try to, it's hard in the summer when you're down there to just have that little area shaded.
No, we do have the pricing, Madam Mayor. It's pretty much a 28% upcharge to increase it to a 40-foot canopy with 4 posts.
Right.
And that would put us in the range of about an additional $42,000.
Okay, but could we look at,
But that would only cover the one, that wouldn't cover
right,
the other one.
could we look at something like is up at the beach where there's a few triangles, and it's not a constant shade, but it keeps moving, and I see Mr. Brown's light is on, so I'm going to get chastised for the first time in this meeting. Yeah.
So up at the beach, I know that, I believe it was only one time during a storm that we had those taken, that we had to have a contractor come and do
Mhm.
that. We don't, with those cables and the actual pulling those to actually hook them, we don't have the ability to do that in-house. So it's more than likely something that would just stay up unless a storm was imminent, and they definitely had to come down. But that, again, that's something we'd have to pay to have someone to do. We don't have the ability to
Right,
pull
but
those
we-
ourselves.
But if, let's say, theoretically, there was a storm and there were 4 panels up there or whatever, one blew out, it's not like the entire thing blew out. And personally, I just think if we're going to do this, let's do this right. Those kids are out there. It's July, August, September, and it's hotter than Hades when you go out there. There is no shade. None of those recreational things are under trees. They're all right in the middle. So I would like to get some input from my commissioners about that. The other thing I had, so I would like to talk about that with everybody. The other thing is, we have, there's the group that has the Spirit House, right, for the historical thing,
Coast House.
Coast
Spirit
House,
Yeah.
Spirit House.
Yeah.
Oh,
That.
thing, and which personally I'm very much in favor of. I know Mr. Segwich wanted more information about it, but I just want to make sure that, and I've asked Mr. Ted to, if when he looked at that schedule, no, you can't come up, Ted, but just don't sit down. Thank you. If we had any questions of him, if that ghost house would still fit with this layout, and it would. So I just wanted to make that clear, because that was something I was concerned about, that we weren't bumping into each other. So I still am very much in favor of the ghost house. So those are my 2 things. So could we talk about more shade up there?
Yes, please. That's why I have my light on.
Okay. Can we just, yeah,
Well,
Shade.
right, all right, we have a long meeting tonight, and I'm gonna have to
Okay.
do a time limit on stuff.
you
Otherwise, we'll-
spend more time telling me not to talk than just
No.
letting me talk.
no,
could I,
that's actually not true, but.
could
I'm
I
not
have the
arguing.
floor?
Yes, we're gonna do,
Thank you.
we're gonna do 3 minutes. We do 3 minutes each.
I don't need 3 minutes. We have discussed before, and interestingly, our internal auditor also made the same suggestion. We have our own electric utility.
that's
We
what-
set poles on a regular basis. We know how to do that. I don't know whether they can be persuaded to
That's
set
why
a
I'm
pole.
looking for consensus.
Can I
You're
finish,
talking about
please,
stuff that we've
Madam
already
Mayor?
talked about.
We have the technology to do that. Turnbuckles exist, so you can tighten things up and loosen them up the stick through the turnbuckle, and I'm sure that we could get the electric utility to install poles. We might have to bring Ms. Lenahan on an August day to experience the shade to get her to be convinced that it's okay. But I think I think we have the technology to do a very large shade thing and at least the poles, and then you can always order the cloth. So yes.
So
and
you agree?
I support your
Thank you.
interest in the ghost, the so-called ghost structure, the structure of the Fannie Mae post office. Yes.
Thank you.
And would like us to really consider that whole option, because
Ms.
I think
May-
it could lower the cost a lot.
Ms. May, you were next, I think.
I would defer to the playground expert
For what?
to decide if that's appropriate use of funds and if it really will make a difference, because if the sun is not right above it, it doesn't matter where you put it, it's gonna shine on the side. So
You have to
I
dig in the
just
shade.
wanted to defer to him because he is a certified playground manager, someone.
Thank you. Chris Anna, Park Superintendent. You are correct about the overhead aspect of the sun covering the shade for, only a certain midday time. As Mr. Brown has stated previously, the size of the covering really dictates the cost. So, like Stu just said, an incorporated shade is probably the best option. This 26-footer. We could go larger, 40 by 40, and cover the entire structure. And then we could also, what the county and other municipalities do is basically individual tent coverings over each piece of equipment, rather than, especially with Bryant having the pieces separated,
Right.
you're going to have to do 6 individual tent style setups. So those are kind of the options.
Okay, but it sounds like you're saying the 6 tents would be more expensive.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, right? Okay. Okay, anything else? Mr. Segridge and Mr. Brown.
I would be all for exploring shade options. I think we can't ignore maybe the adding of some very large shade trees like live oak or Florida oak to the one side there, because right now it's just mostly palm trees. So if we planted one of significant size, maybe a 200-gallon, within 2 years, you might have significant shade being cast over the entirety of the playground. And it would go well with the other live oak and Florida oak that are in that area. So something to consider when we look at that. I did want to just bring up the ocean playground. Looking at that canopy, it does not appear that the cabling used was stainless steel. It looks like it's just regular steel cabling, uncoated. So it's already rusting and falling apart. And it's also at the connectors starting to rust and fall apart after a year. And that is the reasoning we can't replace the shades on the existing exercise equipment in Bryant Park. So I would hope that we could take a look at that for either a maintenance repair or something to alleviate that, and either potentially replacing those cables if they pose a deterioration risk. And for this new playground, make sure that we utilize stainless steel or at least coated cable so that we don't run into that problem. We can have it for years to come. And I did want to commend the team for their work with these playgrounds. We're already seeing the one being constructed in South Palm Park. And it's quite impressive. And I think it's going to be a great addition. And I really look forward to what's going on here in Bryant Park.
It's exciting. It's exciting. It is. So, Mr. McVoy? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. McLagan.
Yes.
I guess.
I love that we're doing inclusive playground equipment. I think that's very important. We started that at Howard Park a couple years ago. My question is, as somebody who does use this park with my little one, how would somebody in a wheelchair or a wheeled apparatus get to the new ADA compliant seesaw? Because it's wood chips right now. So do we have plans to put some kind of rubber pathway to the equipment? Because I don't see that in the plans or the costs, and I don't mean to do an aha, but I just want to make sure that in putting this equipment, we have people that can get to it.
No, very valid point. In terms of the completion of this will probably be late spring, summer. The industry trend is kind of, they call it a roller ramp, like all weather mat, same one they use at the ocean front. So we could look at funding that out of like our O&M budget. They're fairly like affordable in terms of
To
the
where it's
cost.
permanent though, right?
To permanent, yes.
Because one at the beach, you have to ask sometimes for it to come out, and so it'll be permanent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy.
Just to reiterate that the shade should be as large as possible. Things do grow quickly in South Florida, but getting a live oak to the point of getting shade over that, not anytime soon. I think we'd like the shade sooner. So I really would reiterate. And what I'm thinking is, 3 poles, 4 poles, and put a center pole in the middle where your current, put a center pole to give it some height in the middle so the water runs off, and so it doesn't pool water. And, I think the technology to go, really expansive shade, so you're not worried about the sun coming in the sides, I think it's quite doable.
Thank you. So I think going ahead tonight, I mean, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's a great upgrade to the city. With that shade, the way it is, I would like to see in the future having us look at other ways to I don't want to stop this process, but I do also think that we should take a look at in the future whether it's a tree that we will never live to see. I will never live. It's like the Indians say, plant a tree that you'll never see. Okay. But I don't want to drop the idea of more shade, but I don't want to stop this process either. So thank you very much. And let's, in terms of consensus, let's look at that a little bit later. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Brown.
So, from a financial standpoint,
Yes.
it was 42, you said,
Yeah.
additional for something like that?
Correct.
So we'll
42,000.
look into, obviously, the additional costs and everything and bring that back to you guys, because we're
Yeah,
gonna
that'd be great.
identify,
Yeah, because it's
where that funding's gonna come from.
it's hideously hot
So-
out there. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. And thank you very much, staff. And also thank you for the tree lighting ceremony on Saturday, which was fabulous. It was the most attended. It was lovely. The timing was great because everything happened at the beginning while everybody was still excited. And every time we have an event, our leisure services, public works, staff in general pulls it off remarkably. And we are very, very grateful to the switch was great.
Thank you. Thank you for
The
the
switch
feedback.
was great. So nice, you have to turn it on and off every day, but what are you going to do? Okay, now next up, on a more serious note. Last night, I had the privilege of reading this at Compass, which every year has a little ceremony about the AIDS Day, National AIDS Day. And Compass has the largest collection of quilt pieces in the Southeast United States. It's up until when? It's up until when? December 11th. Okay. So if you get a chance, go see it. It is when you walk into that room and those panels are hanging there. And if you did or did not experience the beginning of AIDS when it was just unbearable before there was any hope, it's very emotional to see the love and the caring and the sadness and the celebration of the people on those quilts. And so here I'm going to read this again. Whereas the first World AIDS Day was held in 1988, providing a platform to raise awareness about HIV/AIDS and honor the lives affected by the epidemic. The theme for this year is overcoming disruption, transforming the AIDS response. And whereas the goals of World AIDS Day are to raise awareness about the global HIV/AIDS epidemic, commemorate those lost to the disease, and to unite people to support those affected by HIV. It also serves as a call to action to end the epidemic by ending stigma, ensuring equal access to prevention and care, and committing to collective efforts in prevention and treatment. And whereas in 2025, A historic funding crisis is threatening to unravel decades of progress. HIV prevention services are severely disrupted. Community-led services vital to reaching marginalized populations are being deprioritized, while the rise in punitive laws criminalizing same-sex relationships, gender identity, and drug use is amplifying the crisis, making HIV services inaccessible. And whereas it is an opportunity to educate the public about HIV as a global health problem and to prevent new infections through knowledge and accessible prevention methods like PrEP. And whereas World AIDS Day is a platform to urge governments and the public to increase funding, improve education, and hold decision makers accountable for progress in the fight against HIV. And whereas it's important to note that you cannot have AIDS without being infected with HIV, but people can and do live long lives on treatment with HIV and never develop AIDS. Once you have HIV, the virus stays in your body for life. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach Compass Community Center has been providing life-saving services to the residents of Palm Beach County and South Florida for over 35 years, engaging, empowering, and enriching the lives of those impacted by HIV and AIDS. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the Commission, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2025 as World AIDS Day, and urge all residents of the City of Lake Worth Beach to take part in activities and observations designed to increase awareness and understanding of HIV/AIDS as a global challenge, and urge residents to join the global effort to prevent further spread of HIV/AIDS. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed the second day of December, 2025. And I think we have some people that would like to address us really quickly. You're
Turning around. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this proclamation. And we appreciate you honoring those that we've lost, people that continue to live with HIV, and our shared commitment to health equity. I think the only message is that, first of all, yes, please come and see the AIDS Memorial Quilt. It's in our center through December the 11th. And we are open for visibility from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. at night. Yes, Monday through Friday. We're also open from 2 to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. And come in and get tested. HIV sees no gender, no sexual orientation, no age, no race, no religion. We can all be affected by HIV, and come in and get tested. It's always free. Did I forget anything? This is Lisette Perez, our health programs officer.
I'm sorry, could you also state your name for the record, please?
Sorry, my name is Julie Seaver and I work at Compass.
The Queen of Compass.
I just want to add that what Julie said about getting tested is the first step to zero new infections. We actually live in a time where we could have zero new infections with PrEP, with ART, medication as adherence, U equals U, and people knowing their status. And that's the first step. If you know your status, then the rest lines up, and we could scientifically have zero new infections if everyone knew their status. So thank you so much for bringing awareness to this day.
And years ago, when this all started, it was a death sentence. Once you heard that you had it, you were dead. And many of us lost many friends at that time, but it's not anymore. And you can get medication now, which makes it undetectable and untransmittable. So it took a long time to get there. Too long to get there,
Yeah.
but we're there on that level. So
We are.
thank you very much. Would you like a picture?
Thank you.
Yes.
And if I might very quickly, Mayor, I was not able to be either at the tree lighting or at the
Right.
event yesterday evening, which I normally do go to, as I was on a humanitarian trip on
Yep.
the way back.
Thank you. Okay, public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda. Do we have any blue cards? We sure do. Pre-agenda. Pre-agenda. I'll take it. We'll take it like that. Okay, first up, we have Catherine Colmeyer, followed by Wade Hitchcock. Yes. Yep.
There you go.
Hello.
Yep.
Yep.
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. This kind of took me by
You
surprise.
really need to speak up.
It took me by surprise today. I wasn't going to say anything at this point. I get really upset when I perceive injustice and unfairness, and I believe that happened tonight when you were discussing moving items off the agenda. So you have a rule which is not to bring something back onto the agenda for 6 months if it wasn't put on an agenda when suggested before. And the attorney said, yes, that's correct. It doesn't really matter. We know whether it was that week or another agenda, but she said you can waive it. And you chose to waive it. On other occasions, you have not waived that decision. So in past meetings, Commissioner Segrich has spoken about consistency and fairness and being, treating the same issue in the same way. I think this doesn't meet that criterion. Also, at the last meeting, I believe that Commissioner McVoy said he didn't like the 6-month rule. And Commissioner Segrich said, well, I'll vote to take it off if it's on an agenda. So perhaps the way around this is to have on the agenda next meeting to take away that rule where you don't bring something back for 6 months. And then that this debacle might have served some purpose. Thank you.
Wade Hitchcock, followed by Cheryl Rashkin.
Good evening. My name is Wade Hitchcock, 1506 13th Avenue North. My thing to you tonight is, what are you going to do to help the hotel survive? Because what they showed us in their presentation was really nice. When you got all these homeless people, we got to deal with them every morning at sunrise, taunting us, saying things. And one guy's a retired firefighter who lost people at the tower. And this guy wants to constantly get in our face. And today he got in front of my face. And I'm telling you, something's going to happen eventually. Because he kept on walking right by my truck when I'm at the light. He's been thrown off of Lake Worth Beach. And he scares the ladies that are walking to the north end with their kid. And he's been told many times by all of us, you need to quit it. We're not harassing you. Don't harass us. So all this that's going on. How long do you think it's going to take for the hotel people to start writing comments saying, don't come? It's dirty. And I clean that beach from one end to the other end, from Palm Beach side to the very south side. The stuff that I find, and they're talking about, okay, safe sex and everything. Why should I be picking up their rubbers off the beach, whoever's doing it? And all the other crap that, hygienes for women and everything. Their dirty underwear on the beach. I pick all this up so these people don't have to see it. And it's going to take just a matter of time. Somebody start saying stuff. They're not going to come here. Why would you? So I think you guys need to really seriously look into this, especially this guy. He's been warned by the sheriff department to leave us alone. And if he keeps taunting us, it's gonna, just like you see up north, these cops are going simply to do a simple, it's dangerous what they do. And these people are freaking out, losing their minds and shooting officers. So when is it gonna take to get us shot, or somebody that's up there has enough and shoots them? Who gets in trouble? We've been telling you about this. There's gotta be some way to control this. Well, that hotel's not gonna make it. The lady that just opened a new cafe downtown, she's not gonna survive because people are not gonna come. And I've been here all my life. And this is getting worse and worse. So I don't know how you're gonna tackle it, but don't have us tackle it because it won't be pretty. I'm just letting you know.
Thank you. Cheryl Rashkin, followed by Craig Richter.
Good evening, all. Cheryl Rashkin. I'm here as the president of South Palm Park Neighborhood Association. So my address goes from 5th Avenue South through 18th Avenue South. Just calling or coming up here to let you know that the holidays are coming to the south end of Lake Worth, which means our holiday lighting of the median comes available to everyone to come and participate and see on the 14th of December. So when we finally open everything up and have all the lights in place, we have a lot of elves coming out to help decorate. On the 12th, we have judging being done by an independent judge this year, so that the neighbors who actually do their own block, they get their own little hurrah, so to speak. And then, of course, we'll have the neighbors do their own voting at the very end for the people's choice. So that's up to the neighbors. So we just wanted to invite the entire city and their friends to come out and take a look at what we're doing. And we do this every year, and we've done it for roughly, well, kind of forever. I think it's like 20 something years. And we enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of hard work. But we want everyone to come out and enjoy themselves. So
What's the date to come to for the like an event?
December the 14th is when we start. There is no event. It's called people come and they can walk from the entire neighborhood if they wish. They can drive their golf carts. They can drive their vehicles. The traffic is luckily slow enough when these lights are up and brightly lit that the traffic goes really slow for a change. So it works. So we want to make sure you all come out and enjoy it. I'm out and about, as you all know. So you may not catch me at home. You may catch me climbing a tree or in bushes or something. Oh no, Bobby makes sure that I'm careful. Yes. So we just want to make sure that, but we only have one bad thing to say. We still got the smell and it's getting worse. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
All aware of that.
Well, I know you are. In fact, I have some other information that I'm going to be passing on to the water department. So they'll be able to work on that. Plus, I want to say thank you for the new playground equipment that's coming in. It looks spectacular. It is coming along, a little bit slowly because of the weather we've had the past week or so. But they're almost done. So hopefully we'll be able to have an event for that. But we'll let you know as soon as it's finished, and then we'll get together with the previous president who led the charge, Miss Teresa DeVoe, for the last playground equipment. So we'll get together and we'll let you know at that. And you can put it out for the whole city too.
Thank you so
No.
much.
Hey, gotta have good news sometimes.
Yeah, we
Thank
do.
you.
Yeah, we do. I see your lights on the side, which we don't really.
I was just going to say also thank you to the utility department for making sure that all the electrical was working and seems to be working through all these storms.
We have a couple issues, but We're working on it. I mean, the staff is always great. So just to thank you. So I have no issues with it. Jamie can tell you I harass him enough.
I'm sure you do. I know you. Well, I've known you for a while.
There you go. Thank you all.
Thank you. Craig Richter, followed by Ramsey McLeod. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's a good one to follow. I'm glad I live in that neighborhood. Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. I just had a couple quick things I wanted to bring up. I talked to a couple of you about the fact that thank you again for asking me to be on the P&Z board. There's a meeting tomorrow night. So over the weekend, I was trying to do my homework, but how do I get the packet? What do I do? So I finally spoke with the P&Z liaison this morning, and I found out that I really cannot participate until I do the ethics training. And so really the first meeting that I would be able to participate will be in January. But I asked this question. If we at P&Z have to do ethics training before we can vote, and same thing with historic board and others, why does the commission not have to take ethics training before coming up here and vote? Because you all got sworn in, went up and voted. You didn't take ethics training before you sat on this dais. Most of you didn't. And I'm kind of like, wait a minute. I think that's the most important thing that should be doing this. So just a thought. The other thing, I just sat through an hour-long meeting with you. I sat through your meeting, and this is really the outcome of not having a full-time city manager for 2 years. And this is simple. I ran a $300 million business before I retired in 2019. This is simple process management. It's really not difficult. But what's happened, you guys pass things for the first time and you're waiting for it to come back, and it just keeps getting backtracked. So when that leaves this dais the first time, when you vote on something, you discuss at least have a time frame that you expect it to be back. Because I've watched time and time again, things just go off this dais and with no time frame. And all of a sudden it's whoops. So anyway, and your spreadsheet's a great idea. And this, one final thing I want to just say, the age quilt. I will go up and see it. I saw it last year. I lived in DC, so we had the national AIDS quilt, but it's nothing like going up what you have here at Compass, because you see communities, you read stories of communities, of families. It was really far more touching than when you see that mass. I know I needed that the first time I went through it, because you really do feel the story and the pain of those that were left behind. So anyway, thank you all very much and happy holidays.
Thank you and happy holidays. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Peggy Fisher.
I'm gonna move the furniture because I've failed Weight Watchers and I've seen too much of that corner there. I know where it's gonna land, so. I'm just saying. Girl, have had a little dignity here. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Unfortunately, I recently had to file a code complaint, and when I went online to do so, I discovered there is a new form to be completed. However, it requires the user to have a Google account in order to make a submission, which I didn't have until this. So now I have a Gmail account, which I never use, but I am now required to go there in order to retrieve the confirmation email regarding the complaint I submitted. This change is not just for a code complaint filing, but for any complaints being submitted regardless of the department. This change is not user-friendly. Once you go into the form to complete it, the email field is already grayed out with the Gmail account you had to open, and you cannot enter the address of the prime email account you use. I found this to be unnecessary and cumbersome for anyone to complete this process. Not to mention, if the department responds, I will never know because it is, excuse me, I will never know it because they do not have the correct email account in which to contact me. This is discriminatory against anyone who does not have a Google account, whereas before, the form accepted any email account submitted. It seems to be a deterrent for residents who want to submit a concern because it requires extra steps and that you have a Google account. Can staff please provide a reasoning behind this change? Why was no resident input allowed prior to the instituting of the use of this form? In addition, I did not receive my utility bills for November, but when I went online to find out what I owed, I had to submit a form requesting new service be initiated. Since this is not what I wanted to do, I did not complete the form because I had a concern about what that would do to my existing account. Can staff please advise why we can't just put in our address or account number and get what the current amount owed is? I would also caution you, Commissioner McVoy, to have legal counsel present due to a recent comments you made during a podcast with Ms. Stokes. You were in agreement when Ms. Stokes called out certain residents in the city by name and accused them of pushing a personal agenda at commission meetings. I consider the comments to be unfounded and accusatory in nature, with no input from the individuals being discussed. Residents are allowed to present concerns to this body without the fear of retaliation. However, you have consistently felt you do not need to adhere to this policy. If Ms. Powell or Ms. Culpepper want to express their disappointment in the W Motor project, and that aligns with your stance, then you have no complaint. But when I come forward and hold you accountable for not doing your job, then you feel justified in discrediting me. That's a double standard, and it certainly shows the immaturity level at which you operate. Your continual badgering of members of the dais, staff, and residents has got to stop.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher, followed by Todd Townsend.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I called the solid waste department at the beginning of last week to report mattresses on a lot. I didn't call code or go in to make a code complaint because it was a city lot. I was told by the person I talked to, even though I told them it was a city lot, that I needed to pull the items out to the roadway, which I said, excuse me, no, I'm not. If there is items, solid waste items on a city lot, the city needs to remove it, address it, look for it, and handle it. I also think we have a problem with streetlights in the city. I was talking to a good friend who said there are 9 streetlights out in downtown. I happen to have noticed that it looks sort of dark going north on Dixie from 7th Avenue, which is usually where I get onto Dixie, but I also came all the way down to Lucerne. There are 14 street lights out between the north side of Lucerne and the canal. There are 4 street lights that have the old fixture, not the new one, not the energy efficient fixture on it, but have the old fixture on it. Why? We need to have a program where staff goes on our main thoroughfares on a regular basis at night to check for street lights that are out. It is unacceptable to have Dixie Highway with any significant number of street lights not operating. I haven't taken the time to go south just because I haven't gotten there before this meeting, but this is not acceptable. We had someone who was killed on Dixie Highway North across from the Mad Hatter. And that's one of the places that is dark. We need to do better. We need to find a way to say, yes, we can take care of making this city better. We can find answers to things. We don't need to say no. We don't need to say, no, we're not going to handle that. You draw it out to the street and then we'll do it. No, we need to find ways to say yes. And I agree, having been one of the people personally named on this podcast that Ramsey McLeod mentioned. I didn't appreciate it.
Thank you. Todd Townsend, followed by Tyler Chapman, followed by Tim Brownstein, and Jack Paul.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. There is a chemical and it is harmful to the environment primarily because it drastically alters water's pH, which is lethal to aquatic life and plants and everything and humans, and can contaminate the soil. Its production also requires significant energy, and it releases hazard byproducts such as chlorine and can contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. That's caustic soda for later in this meeting, which I'm not going to be here for. Main subject, street painting is just around the corner, and the down smells like our collective ass. Sure, the sewage pipes are not clogged, and the pump house is working. However, it looks like the system cannot handle the new plugins such as the Bohemian and the Artist Lofts. Adding to that, WMOTA, the Gulfstream, and the new hotel next to the Gulfstream, and various other projects. Doesn't look very good for the system. Question, big question. Are we walking into a huge bond situation to open up the roads, to put in bigger pipes and maybe a stronger pump house? The old timers do not recall the new pipes ever going in, and there's no applicable study to date with respect to this. So I think we've got a terrible situation just over the horizon, and I think that people just don't know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Chapman, followed by Ted Brownstein.
Hello, Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. I'm here to talk about this commission's attempts to criminalize poor people in our public spaces. It's a bit weird. We have a sitting commissioner, Commissioner Segrich, who has been for a long time running illegal short-term rentals in our town, doing illegal behavior. Oh, but it's matter of record. Well, it's a matter of record that that's happening, and trying to insist that the staff tell him that this is legal, which it isn't. And it's been said over and over again. So someone, doing illegal activity, asking for it to be legalized, is now pushing to have illegal activity illegalized from people who are just spending time in our public places. These trespass laws you would like to see implemented so that people can't be on our public lands is not going to be held up in law. I mean, there's just no way to do such a thing. And the more you guys try to push poor people out of our city and make them less comfortable here, you just show yourselves to be wicked in your intentions about people who are so vulnerable, already are scared of interactions with the police. They cannot afford tickets that they get brought into court for. They can't get to courthouses. There's many, many issues that these people are already facing. And when you double over to try to change the rules in our town to make their existence illegal, it is a wicked act. You're doing something not just extremely cruel, but something that we can all see you doing that is cruel. And I understand you want to alleviate certain people's discomfort in the community who have complained about these folks, but it's more just to speak to them about why they feel so uncomfortable around these poor folks. That's what you should be doing. Speak to your constituents, help them understand that these folks are not doing anything illegal. If you had massive arrest records for these people, if you had cases that had been won against these people in the court of law that said they were doing illegal activity, I imagine you'd be waving those stacks of paper in our faces as you try to make these changes, but you do not have those stacks of paper. They do not exist. Our police department has told you that this isn't something you can solve with their involvement. And yet still you persist, you insist. Today at this meeting, one of the members of the police force was telling a perfectly law-abiding citizen in this room that they can't be here, already overextending their legal authority in this room on camera about wearing a mask inside. Well, that's not illegal, but that doesn't stop the police from insisting that something they don't like is illegal. They're already doing this. They're already overextending their authority, and you want them to do it more. It's embarrassing. It's upsetting. And again, it is so, so wicked what you're doing to these communities of people.
Thank you. Ted Brownstein?
Good evening, Ted Brownstein, 1016 South Lakeside. I'm here on behalf of the Historical Society and hopefully with some happy issues to bring before you. First of all, I want to thank you for the use of the Commission Chamber for our monthly meetings. We had the first meeting of this season in November with Ginger Pedersen speaking, and she did a brilliant job. And coming up this month on the 18th of December, back here at 6:30 for Elliot Kleinberg, Weird, Florida. So come out for some fun. And he's a great speaker. And on the 18th, yes. We have a proposal before you, as you've already referred to, for a memorial to the original site, the Jewel Post Office and James Homestead site. And we're grateful for your support. We've been at the instruction of the commission, meeting with the neighborhood associations and with some of you one-on-one, getting feedback. And, we hope that the issue will come back before you shortly. But a couple questions have come up in the course of those discussions, and I've got some maps that might be helpful. So the question is the proximity of the proposed frame house or ghost house to the playground. And so it's marked on this map, as well as you can see that there won't be any need to cut down any trees. And so hopefully that'll be helpful in your consideration when this comes forward. Can I hand this out? I'm not sure. I have
I'll take it. I've seen it. I'll let you do the thing.
And thank you for your consideration. And it's a joy to work with the city. We love this city. And we feel that commemorating our history does a lot to build community, helps people know when they come from other parts of the country, where they come from. And so it really is significant in building the city up and having the sense of the rich history that we have. So thank you for that.
Remember when we first stood at that spot years ago and said, wouldn't it be nice to have this? It's wonderful that you've pursued it and you've done as much as you can to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. And Jack Hall, is it Hall? You need to say your name and address.
Can you hear me? We got to
You
get
can
closer.
speak into it, really.
Okay. My name is Jack Hall, 297 Windsor M, West Palm Beach. The reason I'm here is because on 9/11/2025, Michael T. Stankey died in this city. He was a veteran, honorably discharged veteran. He died at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, 100 North Palm Way. I'm not here to blame anybody. I'm not here to do anything like that. I'm here to tell you how you can keep your budget. You can save money. You can cut court costs, police time. You can do, it's amazing. So I'm here to talk to you about veterans, about saving money for your budgets and for more budgets that you need money for because you don't have enough money to do anything anyway. The police and the sheriff's department, their overtime, paperwork, the courts, jails, repeat offenders, man hours, investigating crime. I'm bringing to you the Stankey law, which I'm pursuing. After contacting a Jane Doe or a John Doe, the law enforcement need to say, are you a veteran? Are you a veteran? Just something simple. And based upon that, refer them immediately to a VSO service officer. And reason being is because that removes them out of this system and it places them in the hands of the VA automatically, because they already have programs that's in place for PTSD, mental health, drug abuse, alcohol. I mean, it just goes on. Mental health, housing. Do they need an ID? Are they behind on their electric bill, their rent, their mortgage? Do you need food in your apartment? Do you need transportation? Do you need childcare, for God's sakes, so you and your wife can work? I mean, it's just something very, very simple. And I mean, because they have to look at it like from this, because this is already in place. It'll save your budget. And I look at it from this perspective. Right now, I'm working with Brian Mask and Megan Weinberger. I'm trying to get them to get legislation to pass some legislation. I mean, I've been writing this stuff down, you know, I don't know how all this goes, but I wanted to come here and let you guys know first. You can be the ones that kickstart this. And the reason being is, you know, he passed away here. And it's not anybody's fault that he passed away. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you can stop any other veterans. You can be part of the catalyst. It would stop the death of any other veterans, any other abuse, anything like that, by just referring them to the VA.
And what specifically, just to be helpful, what
would okay,
officers say?
Okay, what the officers would do. Matter of fact, I got a sheriff's back. I recognize that guy, seen him before. But anyway, Officer Mackey, you might know him, Candy Maldonado with the Sheriff's Department. There's several of them that are out there because the Sheriff's Department, they've been going to other Sheriff's Department and teaching them how to deal with homelessness.
Who would our police officers?
The VSOs.
VSO,
Veteran Service Officers. And that's all they would have to do is say, are you a veteran? That immediately moves them from this demographic over to here. That takes care of court. It takes care of budgets. It takes care of this stuff.
They're already doing it, I'm told.
And they were serving them to the VSOs. Yeah, because I'm trying to get legislation passed, not only as a state level, but as a federal level. So other places, you know, other states, other counties will run with it. That's what I'm trying to do. And that's why I wanted to bring this to your attention.
We are your program. We're doing it. And even if they're not there, I mean, when you read what the Homeless Coalition, they provide food, it's good. So, but thank you. But I'm very glad to know that we're already doing that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service. All right. Consent agenda. That's the last part I have for. Oh, no, okay. For approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve with a change.
And that is?
I already said it to Shayla, but I just want to go on record for the minutes on November 14th. For the pre-agenda on roll call, it had Commissioner McBoy was absent, but it also had him present. So I pointed that out to Shayla and she was going to correct it.
Okay.
It's already corrected and republished, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Motion
do
to
I?
approve. Second.
All in favor? Thank you very much. Now, consent agenda. The first one is A, settlement of personal injury lawsuit. Let's do accept.
Motion to approve.
Do I
Oh,
accept?
wait, point of order. We said we were gonna move B above.
Well, I just want to get rid of this
agenda.
one quick and then we'll figure.
So we're changing it again?
Well, we're pulling it. We're pulling it. We're gonna talk about it. We're just doing this one. First. Motion to approve A,
Yes.
by who's second by?
Second.
On Mr. McFoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
now B, ratification of historic preservation and planning and zoning advisory board appointments. Miss May, you have a question?
Yeah, my question is kind of redundant because Mr. Richter asked the same question, but I remember when I got elected, I came up here that night and served. So there's a meeting tomorrow night and we're going to ratify the new members of these two boards. And I may be incorrect, but I'm worried about them having a quorum tomorrow without them being able to vote. And I don't know why. I don't know why it would be different for us. Maybe it is because we're elected and they're appointed. I don't know, but point of order, I would like to know why. So.
And we're looking to
I
our.
don't know if it's legal or
She's
the
conferring.
clerk or what,
Yeah,
whatever.
and one thing I know that you sorry, you came tonight.
I'm gonna separate you guys.
Bless.
Mr. Waters was just informing me that there is confirmation that there will be a quorum tomorrow night. So that is not.
Okay, but even so, why do they have to wait to that? Is it because they're not elected, they're appointed?
I have not looked into that issue.
Yeah.
So I cannot answer.
One thing I know, the time frame, we get elected and like on Tuesday and we get sworn in, I mean, like 2 days later. A week later. Yeah. So I mean, it's a good question and we can certainly look at it. I think we're a little lax about finding out who actually took the ethics training. Some of us go in person and sign in. But good question, and I think we should.
Is that is that our rule?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
In the ordinance for the advisory boards?
It's not in the ordinance, I don't think, where it says it. I don't know.
I would guess.
I may interject.
That would
Yes,
be
ma'am, Miss
lovely.
Clerk, Madam Clerk.
So in the letter that we send out to the board, it is something that was the city commission and the Palm Beach County commissioners adopted, which requires all board members, elected officials, and city staff to complete it, the training, before they can vote. That's what the letter says, within 30 days of appointment in this case. And so that is something that we do, that they cannot vote until they complete their training. So we know they completed their training.
So I
How
think
come
what
they
we'll have,
couldn't take the training before tomorrow? Like they could have done it since we appointed them.
The letters are going to go out tonight as soon as you guys vote. If someone wants to complete it tomorrow and turn in the ethics training, I will let the liaison know and they can vote tomorrow.
okay, but I think in the future, if someone, two issues here, boards and then us. The first one of the boards, I think when someone we voted to put somebody on the board, they should get a letter that said, here's a link to the ethics commission. You can't, the ethics training, you can't serve until, that would give them a week. I mean, tonight we're officially ratifying it, but they know they're going to be on the board. So that would give them more time. As far as the question about the commission, I don't have the answer. I think the time frame probably has something to do with it, but we could certainly have, if you want to be on the commission, you get elected, you have to sit for 4 hours
Could that
before
be
you
part
get
of
sworn in.
qualifying, maybe?
I don't know about that. No, it wouldn't be qualified because it's until after you're elected. Well, you're out after you're elected. So, right, but, okay, but, I think that might be something that we should take a look at. Agreed. Okay, so we have
All right, so-
consensus.
So the bottom line is if they do the training by tomorrow, they can serve.
Yes, they can attend the meeting. They just can't vote tomorrow.
Even
So
if
they
they-
can attend the
even
meeting.
if they do the ethics training tomorrow?
Mr. Sabridge, I think you took it online. Do you get a certificate of completion? See, that's the problem. Anybody can come in and say, I took it online.
Okay.
They normally do send to our office something that says that they completed it. We get some sort of indication, acknowledgement is what it's called.
From the person or from the,
From
ethics?
the person and in the letter, it says to send the acknowledgement to the city clerk's office.
I seem to remember. that.
Okay, I
I've
just
always
think
done it
this
in
might be something we want to clarify so that it's not confusing the next time we have somebody.
Yeah. All right. So 4 hour.
But I would make a motion to ratify their appointment.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That's good. Good question. Good clarification. Public hearings, ordinance number 2025-22, second reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance number 2025-22 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026, as to whether section 4 of article 2 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide that city-owned property west of the A1A roadway to the lagoon, downtown, and public parks within the city may be leased for up to 99 years, providing for notice and advertising of a referendum, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Thank you very much.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have public comment and we can discuss this. Okay, and again, we're gonna keep our comments limited. We've got a lot to do yet. Let's say, Madam Clerk, 5 minutes for each for us.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. McVoy's light is on? No.
Either way,
Either way.
whatever you want. I'm just going to point out once again that we have a provision in place that if we want to do, or if somebody comes to us and proposes to do something on publicly owned property, the only thing that needs to happen is put it to a vote of the community if you want, unless it's a lease for less than 20 years, and then you don't even need to do that. But if you want a longer lease, present the project to the community, put the burden on the presenter to pitch for the project, not on the community to try to inform people why it's a poor idea to give away in advance to any project with no review of it for 99 years, for a century. It really begs the question of where is the push to do this? I heard a comment earlier in the meeting that, you know, we don't really need to ask people. We're the ones that are elected. So we can go ahead. I forget what the topic was, but it was the reverse of what has been said on this one, which makes one really wonder, why are we in such a hurry out going through a charter review committee without having strong discussions in the community of why a perfectly reasonable system that we already have in place in our charter should require changing the charter to give things away that are public property for 99 years without a process. It is very difficult for me to understand why we would be doing this. So I will be voting no, as I have before.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Segridge.
I just wanted to comment really quickly, just because there's, I think, been a little bit of misinformation out there about this somehow being something new and somehow just magically coming up when we received an unsolicited proposal. I know for myself, I've been talking to the members of my district for just about a year now about this exact topic. It came up as a topic during the campaign. It was discussed thoroughly, and I feel that as a commission and as a community, we've had ample time to discuss it, and we have a good amount of time to discuss it still. And now it's, you know, hopefully going to go before our residents, and they can have further discussion and come to the right decision.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Public comment, Tyler Chapman, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell.
Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. I don't intend on leaning into anyone's illegal behavior on this one. So, as Christopher McVoy just mentioned, people can already have these kind of proposals presented to the public and voted on. You're claiming that you're giving power to the people to get into this process. You are stripping people of their power if this goes forward to have a say in specific projects. And that's what the charter is meant to do. Charters are foundational documents that protect our city. They describe what our city is and how it should be protected. It's weird that for the sake of developers, you think it's okay to strip protections out of our charter to help developers. Now, this isn't a change that helps the people of our town. It specifically is set up to help developers. It came about so developers could push specific projects, not to the public, but push specific projects to people on the dais. And I know some of you, PAC money helped get you elected. And that's a problem. If we're seeing right-wing PACs get people elected into our local offices, and then those people can approve those same PAC interests later on. Now, people have mentioned pay to play. And I think that it's a reasonable thing for people to worry about and wonder about and to voice concern on. Not that I would accuse any one of you of taking bribes or, no, I would never. But it does reek of impropriety that you're stripping away public protections to give developers more of what they want in a time and place in our world where these people have everything they could want. They are the richest, the most powerful lobbies. Stop giving them more of what they don't need. Think of the people of this community instead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I would not agree with the statement that the community has had plenty of time to consider this change. There was one meeting with Commissioner May and one meeting with Commissioner Segridge, but neither of those meetings were questions answered. Commissioner May wanted to hear what people thought, and at that meeting, a vast majority of people did not welcome charter amendments going on this ballot coming up in March. At Commissioner Segridge's meeting, the charter amendments were right at the end of a long list of things addressed. And again, questions were not answered. The ramifications of this change are very large. And the fact that at the beach, no residential or lodging developments are to be considered makes me really wonder what is in mind for the developments. I would welcome each of the commissioners, because I know you're going to vote this through. I would say that it's upon each of you to have meetings where questions are actually answered and people can go into this very deeply about what does it mean. Because in fact, this does take away the ability of the community to vote on any project. It's one and done, as I've said before. And I think that's not a good idea. It's a very dangerous idea. So I've said this before, so that's that.
Thank you. Judy Powell.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. If you approve this item tonight, a future yes vote will allow hotels, condos, apartments, restaurants, retail, and more on any city-owned property west of A1A, which includes the golf course, Bryant Park, other city parks. I don't think people really realize what this will do. And that will be a simple majority vote of the commission after, if this goes to referendum and if there's a yes vote. I think it's unfair to claims that have been made that if we don't want this development or that development, we don't want any development. I reject that. That's false. We do need development. Under the existing charter, as a couple of people already pointed out, residents already have the democratic right to vote on individual development projects. I think with the proper charrette process of some sort, we could reach consensus, and I'd be willing to work with you and support you on good projects. And I think we could get a genuine majority to support those projects. Also, I don't think it's fair to claim that we need to change the charter because no developer will pursue a project that would have to individually be subject to voter approval. Developers do that all the time. It didn't seem to deter Horizon from presenting a pretty massive proposal. They had no guarantee that of any sort. Developers present stuff all the time and it does not get accepted. If you approve this amendment, I think you're saying you're just looking for the easy path, essentially a blank check to secure the development that you prefer or future commissions prefer. I think it will create a lopsided fight. And unfortunately, yes, it'll be a fight with the yes side being development and their big money. Thank you.
Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I thank you for putting this referendum item on the March 2026 ballot. I do think it needs to be the people saying yes or no. It is not saying, as has been repeated erroneously, that you are giving away something for 99 years. There's no project that says, okay, we're going to give you 99 years. It is allowing a lease up to that amount. It doesn't mean it will ever get approved to that amount, no matter what smiles or smirks or misinformation needs to be put out there. I am going to make a comment about myself to correct erroneous information blasted on a podcast. I have been a Democrat for almost 54 years. I would never in my life vote for the current Republican in the White House. I have lived in this city for my entire life, practically. I have seen the massive development in downtown West Palm Beach where my dad's office was as I was growing up in the tallest building at that time. And I abhor what it has become. But this city is not going to survive with the funds it needs to serve the residents if we do not have some development, some funds coming into the city. And it is a shame that some people stick their heads in the sand and think it can stay the way this city was in the 1950s, 1960s. And I was in this city both of those times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. We have comments from the public, from the clerk, ma'am.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have one.
Thank you.
My comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I am against granting longer leases at our public beach complex. This appears to be a city proposed giveaway to developers who want to take over our public lands and develop them for tourists and Palm Beachers. We already have a charter procedure wherein a developer can propose a project and bring it to the voters and get a longer lease if the residents agree. We don't need to open it up for developers so that they can do an end run around our current protective procedures. Our current procedure is ideal because the developer would have to come up with a proposal that the majority of voters would want. Revoking the prior charter protections means that the city leaders, whomever they might be at the time, get to decide on the development, not the residents. This proposal also appears to be trying to hide from the public exactly what land is at issue. The commissioners claim they are trying to simplify the language, but rather they are trying to hide the fact that this means destruction and development of our public parks and public golf course. This is a terrible idea, and I urge you to vote no. The majority of residents who have spoken on this issue at the town hall meetings, at various commission meetings, etc., have all urged the commission to vote no. Please listen to us. That's the only comment I have on this item, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. McCoy,
Yeah, could you indicate how much time I have left?
Madam Clerk,
We were allotted 5 minutes, I believe.
Madam Clerk.
3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Left.
Okay, thank you. Please do not interrupt. And if there is an interruption, I ask that my time clock be stopped at that point. I have a couple questions for the city attorney. As the ballot language in lines 101 through 105 stands, city-owned property west of A1A that is restricted in the charter to be leased for up to 99 years. Would that include, under that definition, city-owned parks?
Yes.
Okay, so let's all be clear that we are saying that this commission, 4 members, not this commission, because I am definitely not part of that. I'm part of the commission, but I'm not part of the group that has been pushing this hard. This is saying that if future commissions want to do whatever they want with our parks, somebody decides that, hey, some developer shows up and says, we're going to pave the roads and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And there's probably little accountability as to whether there'll actually be anything on paper guaranteeing that. And in exchange, would you let us put a hotel in Bryant Park? Or would you let us put a concession? Or would you let us put who knows what? This commission thinks that's a good idea, to give it away in advance. And yes, it is a giveaway. No developer is going to come in and say, well, you know what, actually, why don't you just give me 51 years? I don't really need all 99 of them. Yeah, right. Not going to happen. Let me ask another question for the city attorney. My understanding, obviously, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that ballot language has to be very neutral. That you can't be pushing one side or the other in the language. Now, the lead-in clause of about half the language here says, in order to encourage private investment and redevelopment and reduce the city's maintenance costs of city facilities. That to me is tendentious. It is very much advocating you should vote for this because we will get these benefits. There is no similar language in there that says, hey, because there will be these concerns, shall the city amend its stuff for these things? So I find that language to be probably wouldn't hold up well to a legal challenge, because it does not simply say what it is that is being asked. If you're going to put something in there that says, oh, it's great for private investment and redevelopment and reduced maintenance costs, all of which are hypothetical, maybe that would happen, maybe it wouldn't. But that's a pitch. That's clearly a pitch. If you're going to put in a pitch that way, there better be a pitch the other way that says, and the downsides are X, Y, Z. Otherwise, that language, enlighten me as to why I'm wrong. Maybe let's take it in pieces. First of all, is it true, is my understanding that language, especially for something as major as a charter amendment, there's, I don't know whether it's a state requirement or some requirement, there's some requirement that it has to be very neutral. I believe that to be true from previous things many years ago.
Thank you. Are you again? Your time is up.
I did not hear the city clerk.
Madam Clerk,
He's got 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Okay, see, it was not up. So I would like an answer to that question, whether there is a requirement, and then an answer to the question whether that potentially is.
Now the 5 minutes are up, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
It is my understanding that ballot language is supposed to be neutral. The intent of this language was to give reasoning why the change was being requested. And it is consistent with ballot language that has been used regarding the length of leases in the charter in previous ballots.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Aye.
Okay, that's 4-1, Mr. McBoy voting no. I have a question. This deals with the west, west of A1A. Have we finished east of A1A? Did we do our second reading on that one already?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next one up is ordinance 25-23, second reading, calling for a referendum to amend the charter regarding vacancy in the office of city manager.
This is ordinance number 2025-23 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 10th, 2026, as to whether section 3 of article 4 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide for filling a permanent vacancy in the city office of city manager, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification should the referendum pass, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. McBoy, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, as I mentioned before, my understanding in general of documents like our national constitution, our state constitution, our city charter is those are, in fact, the most foundational documents. They should deal with big issues, not so much with operational issues, things that you might want to have different views on at different times, that different commissioners might want to handle in different ways. And so my objection to this one is I think it's an overreach into details that don't really belong in the charter. Perhaps it might be something that we should vote on as an ordinance, maybe. It, to me, specifying out in such detail how many days, when, what you do for the office manager, I think we're treading into the territory of both unintended consequences that it ties our hands in ways that you may later on come to regret. And it's not something that's at the level of a charter. Really. So, and it seems to have bubbled up again, process here. This is not something that my phone's been ringing off the wall for the last 2 years. You know, we really need a better procedure for how we get a new city manager. It just, and I don't think it's been bubbling up on very many other commissioners either. It certainly didn't go through any process of a charter review committee or meetings in the community that said, hey, you know, here are the pros, here are the cons of doing this. It simply has been pushed by one or two folks. And that doesn't seem like a very good approach to putting things on the ballot. Just doesn't seem like a very good idea.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be, but the charter already has some provisions about the city manager, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this falls within the purview of that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ramsey McLeod?
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I apologize for not being here at the last commission meeting to present my concerns in person, but I do appreciate the clerk reading them into the record. I do still believe we need to have guidance for members of the dais on this topic should the city manager position be vacant during a national disaster. I submitted such guidance to you and the city attorney back in October, but that part has been totally omitted. Unfortunately, it has been the lack of action by the members of this dais on this very important matter that has resulted in this change being submitted. We did rely on good faith by allowing you to take matters into your own hands and get this position filled, but instead you have done nothing for almost 2 years. I don't know of any employer who assigns a task to an employee to be done in a thorough and expeditious manner who would be willing to wait 2 years or more for them to begin the process. Yet that is what you have done, and we are still waiting for you to get started. So for your complaints, actually, Mr. McVoy, about one or two disgruntled residents causing this to be a referendum change to the charter, I soon see no difference here than I do in the many referendums being put forth in favor of developers by just one or two members of the dais. I, for one, have been very vocal since you canceled the special evaluation meeting scheduled for July 25th to select a vendor to start the search process. That was a final straw for me and for many others. I have just chosen to be more persistent and vocal in this matter. As for you, Commissioner Segrich, I find it difficult to believe that the city manager position was the point you ran on to be elected. If that was truly the case, then you would have submitted something. However, your focus for referendums have been on the charter changes that would benefit developers. While I appreciate you supporting bringing my comments forward on this topic for consideration as a referendum instead of letting it die for lack of support, you did not initiate any action on the vacant city manager position. So please don't take credit for a citizen-led initiative.
Thank you. Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk?
I have none on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Mr. McVoy votes nay. Okay, next one up is C, ordinance 25-26. Second reading. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2025-26, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, providing for the city's consent to the inclusion of the entire territory within the City of Lake Worth Beach municipal boundaries into Palm Beach County's Fire Rescue Municipal Service Taxing Unit for fire rescue, fire protection, advanced life support, or similar emergency services, fire code enforcement, and other necessary and incidental services, providing for intent, purpose, and consent, providing for effectiveness and duration of consent, providing for effectiveness of repeal, acknowledging ad valorem millage rate limitation, and providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, codification, captions, and an effective date.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Mr. McVoy, motion approved, second by Ms. Malega. Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
I have none on this item, Madam Mayor.
I have not been given any from the dais, so I'm going to assume there aren't any. Yell if you put one in. Did you put on this item? Well, we have. I mean, it has to be on the item that we're talking about. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. D,
D's gone.
D's gone.
Yeah. But it is gone,
Now,
apparently.
unfinished business A. Amendment to Task Order 34B for Mobility Plan Phase 2 and funding. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any public comment cards on this issue? That Ms. Brown, is that about this? Is that about Ms. Brown?
I have none on this
Ms.
issue,
Brown?
Madam.
Diane? That card, I'm trying to be polite. Okay. Is there any card over there for this one? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, you have a comment, okay.
Oh, lifetime.
Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just out of curiosity, I understand that phase 1 is wrapping up. When do we expect that we will see the results from phase 1? Will we get an opportunity to kind of review that before we enter into phase 2?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. That is a presentation that is pending to be given by our consultant for tonight before we head into phase 2.
Okay. Did we know about that?
The staff report mentioned that.
Okay. I didn't know we were having.
Mr. McVoy?
So, I think Alfonso's got it ready to go. Are you ready?
Well, I don't know what Mr. McVoy's gonna
No, I'm quite happy to
Okay.
hear the presentation.
Ms.
I'll
May,
have
do you-
made some comments
Okay.
and
Ms. May, do you have a comment?
No, well, yes, I mean, just, you probably will cover this anyway, but when I was reading through the original, present or whatever submission, it gave a timeline and the timeline was that this would be finished by the end of the month, which I'm assuming it isn't. So maybe that will be addressed as you go through it. Thank you.
Okay. Please feel free to go.
So
forward.
with us tonight are two individuals from WGI who Angela was here before, and she and Lisa helped do part 1, phase 1, phase 2, which led to part 2, phase 1. And she has Jonathan here with her, who's worked most of the entire summer putting together a proposed mobility fee schedule. And they're going to go over the progress that we've made and what's coming next.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Paul. I'm Principal of New Urban Concepts, working with WGI, and going to present this mobility fee. And please feel free to ask any questions as we go through it. It is a potentially a detailed subject, and we'll try to make it as simple as possible to understand going through this overall process. And let's see if I. There we go. One of the primary reasons for a mobility fee and a mobility plan is to provide an alternative to what's known as transportation concurrency. This is a process largely regulated by Palm Beach County today that says as new development comes in, they're required to meet certain standards for the roadway system. And what many municipalities have found in the primary outcome or desire of transportation concurrency is to widen roads. And what many communities within Palm Beach County, especially the urban communities, largely west of or east of I-95, have found they're really not in the road widening business anymore. They're primarily focused on sidewalks, enhanced bicycle lanes, enhanced traffic signals, street lights. Adding capacity really isn't the primary reason to review new development and to also require new development to mitigate its impact. So communities have looked for something as an alternative, and the legislature has provided that alternative through what's known as a mobility plan and a mobility fee. And this would be intended to replace the county's concurrency system, proportionate share system, and roadway impact fees. So right now, as new development comes into the city, they pay a fee to Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County can spend that money anywhere within what's known as Road Impact Fee District 2, which includes West Palm, includes Lake Worth, includes portions of Lantana, Green Springs. I think it even goes almost all the way out to Green Acres, and goes almost all the way out to Wellington. So there's a wide variety of where that the county can spend the money, and the county has no obligation to spend that money within the city of Lake Worth. So oftentimes you all have the ability, or you have the responsibility to review development, the impact of development, and the good and bad that comes along with that. But you don't have the right to say what type of transportation mitigation they should be providing. And you also don't have any money from that development to help pay for the traffic. And so the mobility fee system provides that as an alternative. And this is really allowed through recent changes at the Florida statute level. Basically, they reiterated that any local government, meaning any county, any municipality, regardless of a charter, regardless of whatever provisions that are out there, they have the right to develop a mobility plan and a mobility fee. They need to coordinate that project with the county to identify similar projects. But ultimately, it will be the entity that issues the building permits is the one that controls the system. And that's not historically how it's worked in Palm Beach County. The county's had a charter, and that charter said the county's going to collect a road impact fee, and the various municipalities will either pay that money directly to the county, or they'll pay it to the city, and then the city on a monthly basis remits it to the county. This would allow you all to determine how the money's spent. And you still need to coordinate with the county. They'll still have a share of the fee in the projects, but ultimately you will be the ones determining that share. You will be the ones determining how that money's spent and expended to benefit your residents.
Malika has a question.
Yes.
Not so much a question, but a statement. And I just want, this is where local government can come in. This was initiated by Chelsea Reed from Palm Beach Gardens. And we would not even be having this conversation had a local elected not gotten involved with legislation and Florida League of Cities and pushing this and really advocating for all of us across the board. So this is for people who are listening. A lot of those trips that we take to Tallahassee and DC aren't fun, but this is something great that can come out of it when you really advocate for everybody.
Yes, and the Palm Beach Gardens has been one of the leaders, and they've taken a lot of the arrows and a lot of the lawsuits against the county. And I've worked with them for the last 10 years now and helped them develop their mobility plan and mobility fee. And Councilmember Reed was a major component of that, pushing for the League of Cities and also advocating for all the municipalities within Palm Beach County.
Thank you, Mr. Boy.
And so the major, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thanks to the efforts, and probably yours as well, behind the scenes, I'm guessing, this does shift some things from the county level to the local level. And you mentioned mostly mitigation, that we would have a say in what the mitigation is, and that we would have more direct control over the dollars for the mitigation. Stepping back a moment, you also mentioned even before that if you're out west somewhere other, even if not as far, not all that far west, but say Green Acres or Palm Springs, you have more room. There are swales, for instance. There are abilities to widen roads. We in Lake Worth, I would be hard pressed to find a road that we could widen. Yes, there might be one that I haven't thought of, but if we get to two, we'd be a lot. So the question is, in my mind, okay, if you can't mitigate by making more capacity on the road, should one not perhaps be thinking in the direction of, hey, there isn't a way, like some things, some earlier discussion we had, there isn't a way to arrest our way out of this problem. Here, there isn't a way to widen our road out of this problem. Does that not then perhaps translate back? Sure, the mobility plan and things are good, but not translate back to saying, you know what? We don't have any more way to put more vehicles on the roads. Maybe we ought to be building in some way to limit how much development you have. Now, I recognize SB 180 and a bunch of other things come into play and live local, but just thinking logically that communities that don't have expansion capabilities maybe need to be thinking a little bit different direction.
The devil's in the details. The legislature giveth and the legislature taketh away as well. So they gave this option
this one
to allow local governments some flexibility, what they've taken away is your ability largely to tell development no, because of the ability to not widen roads. You can do it for a whole other host of safety reasons and legislative items or compatibility reasons, but telling the developers that there's not adequate capacity, well, then the legislature said, well, plan for transit, plan for bicycles, plan for pedestrians, plan for other ways to move people around. But what they did in 2011, when they eliminated statewide transportation concurrency, and then they made it optional for any local government, they said you don't have the right to deny a development solely because of concurrency purposes. And if you don't have any roads to widen, you don't have a basis for a fee. So therefore, they shouldn't have to mitigate anything. Well, that's not necessarily true. You've got to be able to provide sidewalks. You got to be able to provide bicycle lanes, other avenues. You know what? Some developments in a lot of municipalities have found themselves in it. Well, if we don't have a mobility fee, we have a road impact fee, but we're not building any roads. How are we funding whatever mitigation to mitigate this development going on in our downtown urban area? You know, it's great. You know, traffic can be accommodated out in Wellington or out west, but we have needs here. So unfortunately, you know, the legislature's largely limited your ability once they have their comprehensive plan in place. So if they have a comprehensive plan amendment and their land use says they're allowed to do 10 units an acre, and they come in and they build per their land development code, you can't tell them, no, you don't have that right to build 10 units an acre per the code. And that's something that really has hamstrung a lot of communities. And that's why I believe you're probably the 7th or 8th community within Palm Beach County that's now exploring this, is because you don't have that ability to outright say no just because of transportation capacity. You always have the right for, you know, if it's inconsistent with your comprehensive plan, if it creates a, you know, traffic safety issue, you have some legislative discretion there. But even that, the legislature's trying to limit more and more. So, you know, it's the good and bad of this system. Pre-2011, you as a commission could say no because they didn't have capacity. Now you don't have that ability. You have to give them some type of option to move forward in terms of transportation.
So we have to be creative with the money.
Very creative.
And keep the money.
Keep the money.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And so the mobility fee itself is based on a mobility plan that you all had input on, or a prior commission had input on, and we've worked with your staff to identify some updates to that overall project, and those will be incorporated into the overall plan. But you've largely identified the sidewalks, the bicycle lanes, the turn lanes, the street lights, the other types of multimodal improvements that you'd like to see in the community. There probably will be a few more updates of that, but this would largely help to fund those, and that's what the fee itself is based on. So what is a mobility fee for any members of the audience? It's not a tax on existing homeowners. It's not a tax on existing businesses. If you're not building a new home, you're not expanding your home, you're not expanding your business, a mobility fee is the way for development to mitigate its impact. It is not charged on existing homeowners or existing businesses. It is a one-time fee that is paid by new development. So if you tear down an old vacant use or a use and you build a new, multi-story development on there, you would pay for that impact. But if you're just living in your home, you wouldn't. And so that's one of the big things that a lot of members of the public ask about. And then it is also intended to fund the projects identified in your mobility plan, and it's intended to replace the county's road impact fee. And this, we kind of talked a little bit about this. It's just the mobility fee provides far greater flexibility to fund a wide variety of projects in your mobility plan. And you're not the first, you're not the guinea pig for this. There's been a number of communities throughout the state of Florida that have already moved forward and done mobility plans and mobility fees. There's a methodology that we've used. just within this community alone, we've done Palm Beach Gardens, mobility plan, mobility fee. We've done a plan and fee for downtown West Palm. We're finishing one up for the rest of the city of West Palm Beach. We completed Boynton Beach earlier this year. We've done for the village of Palm Springs. We've also done for the village of or the town of Lake Park. So there's other communities within Palm Beach County that have used this methodology, have used this approach to develop mobility fees within their community.
We have a question from Mr. Segrin.
Yes.
Just real quick on the last slide, you've got an 18-step process.
Yes.
Where are we in that process as we complete? I guess it's the phase one of part two.
So essentially, to get to the draft fee, we've largely completed all the way through step 16. So the final step would be just for us to finish the final technical report, documenting all the data and analysis that went into it and supporting the fee calculations itself. So we're largely to the point where we're ready to wrap up this portion of it. But because we've not had an opportunity to present to you before, we would like some of your feedback and input in terms of the land uses, the schedule, and the numbers before we finalize this. And then when we do finalize it, the next time you would see it would be as part of either a workshop or a first reading of an ordinance where you can provide additional feedback and direction towards that. So that's really up to you all if you'd like to have another review of this once the final technical report's been provided. And just, I mean, where we are in the overall process, you've already gone through the process to amend your comprehensive plan to say that the city intends to do a mobility plan, mobility fee. You went through that process a few years ago. You've already developed a mobility plan. We're in the process right now of updating the mobility fee or creating a mobility fee and the implementing ordinance. And then once that's done, then there'll be coordination with the county to go into that before the ordinance is adopted. And it'll actually be the administration and assessment of it, which is basically the day-to-day implementation of the fee itself. Your comprehensive plan, your land development code and access, we've developed this to be consistent with your land development code. So there aren't likely to be many changes you're going to have to make after it. It's actually one of the more unique schedules we've developed because it is really consistent with your fee schedule and your land development code. And we'll share how that is. One of the things that's been requested by staff is to utilize the existing land development regulations parking structure to develop the schedule. So as development staff reviews proposals for both development, they can review both the parking and the fee, and they're assessed in a similar way. With the one exception is dwelling units, residential. This is something a lot of communities have looked at. It is based on a fee per square foot, which is what we found to be the most equitable way to do this. So if somebody is building a smaller dwelling unit, they would pay a relatively smaller fee. If they were to tend to, I don't think he's experienced a whole lot of them yet, but if you're gone to any of your neighboring communities, eventually if you start having the tear downs and they come down and they build a big 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house, they would pay for that additional 4,000 to 5,000 square feet. Whereas in the county, the way the county fee is structured, it's per dwelling unit. So if you had a 700 square foot cottage and it gets torn down and they put a 5,000 square foot house there, the county doesn't see anything from it. And so all the communities we've worked with within Palm Beach County, they've all adopted this because that's largely what's happening, especially in the more built up urban communities. What you're likely to see eventually are the tear downs in the building. Or if you happen to build a smaller unit, or your code encourages micro apartments, micro units, the county just treats those as a multifamily unit. Could be a 2-bedroom, could be a 3-bedroom. It pays the same fee, whereas this would actually be based on the size of the unit itself. So if somebody came in and built a multifamily development and the average size was 1,000 square feet or 1,200 square feet, they'd pay for that. If they built micro units and it's 400 square feet, they'd pay for 400 square feet. And it's something that we found throughout the state and all the communities we've done these in, that there's a really direct connection between affordability and the size of the unit, as opposed to just a per dwelling unit basis.
Miss Malega
Yes.
was first.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, and I'm looking at the numbers, but then I look at Palm Springs, who you worked with, and their numbers greatly different versus downtown West Palm Beach. I mean, obviously, we have a lot less land than West Palm Beach. So I'm just wondering where's the rhyme and reason when it came to these variables, and we're at 5.32.
Downtown West Palm Beach is going to be the update that we're doing for them right now, which is going all citywide. We'll have a similar schedule to this. So it'll be per square foot basis. The Village of Palm Springs, from a policy standpoint, they wanted to be less than the county fee. That was a policy level decision they had.
The counties.
Well, right now, all we've done, this is our first presentation to here. So
How did we get to 5.32?
based on the mobility plan projects, the trip generation of an individual land use and their share of that overall mobility plan.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question to William. So there's certain property, and I won't say the word, that we know that could be developed along Lake Osborne. Would they be assessed something like this for the mobility fee because of the trips in and out? Or would that not be part of a project like that?
Well, if we get this in place under Million Waters, when they apply for the building permits, they will be required to pay the associated mobility fee to the city prior to the building permit is issued. So the amount of fee collected for a new residence is going to be predicated on the size of the residence. And some other factors. We will, if you approve the second part of this tonight, well, phase 2 of part 2, we will be negotiating with the county because there are some areas where we will have to collaborate with the county to improve our mobility structure. There is some opportunity in some places like 10th Avenue North to widen the road. There's some opportunity on 6th Avenue South. There's a little bit in some other of our planning that some existing roadways to, the acquisition of some underdeveloped property or vacant property, we can improve mobility enhancement and capacity. But it's going to be predicated on the size of the unit, as Jonathan has explained. That when we bring it back again later, this is not the adoption of his actual fee. This is the tentative draft fee we have proposed.
Yeah.
It will likely change. However, looking at historical trends, in order for us to develop or encourage enough collection of funds to make an impact on our mobility needs, we might have to have a slightly higher fee than you might anticipate. However, we don't have a lot of the other impact fees that other communities have.
So on a project like I'm talking about, if they had 14 individual homes, then they would pay that per home that's being built.
Yes.
So
based on the square footage of the home.
Of each home.
Yes.
Correct.
So if each home were say 2,000 square feet, they're paying almost $11,000 in mobility fee money.
For each unit.
Yes, per each unit.
Okay, thank you for the clar. I think Mr. Segrich was next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to be clear, the mobility fee would be charged in lieu of the county impact fees.
The county road impact fee, correct.
And I think I know this is just a draft, so I think what would be useful in analyzing this and looking at it is understanding how does the proposed fee compare to what the existing county fee would be? Because, one complaint that at least I hear a lot is impact fees are stifling to investment in our city. And especially since we traditionally have not received the benefit of said impact fees. So, this right away will be light years better because we will receive it and it won't be going out the door. Also, looking, at the comparison to some of the other towns and villages and so on, I was wondering why, I think it would be useful if we normalize the comparisons because we're comparing a 1,300 square foot structure on a per square foot basis to an 1,800 square foot structure to 1,000 to a 2,290
Well,
if-
and the reason, I apologize. I didn't mean to.
No, I was just going to say, and again, I understand this is just a draft. Normalizing that for us would help us understand, are we more expensive? Are we less expensive than these other areas? I don't want to do math during a presentation.
Well, and I will share, and those are they're all very valid points and good points. What you all have in comparison to the other municipalities, they've gone through the entire process. They've given feedback, they've vetted it, they've made policy decisions in terms of what the fee rate should be. What we've calculated is what the initial technical basis is. So per statute and per law, the fee can't be higher than this. If you all, for whatever, there's a variety of reasons why you may or may not want a fee to be lower. That's a legislative policy decision that you could, direct us to say, we want to be at this level with this other community. And that's something that's direction that you all can give us. We provide you the technical documentation, and then, there's a host of factors you consider. One thing that we've done in all the communities that the county hasn't done, we've pulled the parcel data for every single municipality that we've done these in. And what those reflect, the why it's 1,800 here, 1,200 there, those are the median size units. So because of how the fee is calculated, we calculate the fee on a square footage basis. So our median for, say, Palm Beach Gardens is based on 3,750 square feet. Our median for Lake Worth is based on 1,200 square feet. So, in terms of the calculations itself, they're not getting 1,200 square foot units in Palm Beach Gardens. They're getting 3, 4, 5, 6,000 square foot units. In Palm Springs, they're not getting 1,200 square foot units. They're getting 1,800 and above. So the individual underlying metric itself, the fee calculation, if you want to actually have a real comparison, that's what it is, because they're all based on whatever the average size is for that specific community. And so, an 1,800 is what you're going to see in Palm Springs versus what you're likely going to see in Lake Worth. Historically, it is 1,200. We did it. We provided all those. And, when you look at Palm Beach Gardens, the initial calculation on a per 1,000 square feet, it looks only to be $2,000 per 1,000 square feet. Well, that's really low. Well, there are no single family homes being built 1,000 square feet in Palm Beach Gardens. They're all 3,700 and above. So that's why we provided that, to at least give you some normalization from that. In the technical report, we can also provide it on a per square foot basis and a per 1,000 square foot, so you can see it as well. But that was the other factor is, we looked at also your parking requirements here, because they wanted it to be based on similar your parking standards. So all the other communities, for all non-residential uses, it's all per 1,000 square feet. So, at one point we had them presented per 1,000, but I had 6 or 7 rows here, which is a lot to try to digest in a quick PowerPoint. But in our technical report, we'll provide all that for you, so you can have an apples to apples comparison. And then you all as a commission can say, this fee is too high. We need to see it come down a little bit lower. We need to see it comparable to other communities, or some portions of, the other communities in Florida, in Palm Beach County said, we want them to mitigate the full share of it, regardless of what the county's fee is. The county's fee is also, it's now 4 years, approaching 5 years old. They're getting ready to do an update of it, but they also fell into statutory limitations in terms of how much they could increase it. Even if their fee demands 12 or 15,000, statutory provisions only allow them to increase it 50% above their current rates and phase it in over a 4-year period, which is what they're going through right now. So in some respects, what we provided the other municipalities is probably a better comparison to where the current fees are versus the county. But you all still can say, we want to be 5% less than the county, 10% less than the county.
And then just a general question, understanding that this is kind of setting up the technical maximum
Yes.
for us, right? Setting
Correct.
up our parameters, the window in which we can operate. Are we able to look at mobility fees and incentives for particular types of development and so on, and either waive mobility fees or reduce them? Or is it once they're set, it applies to all projects, and there's no wiggle room on that?
The legislature does allow you to waive them or reduce them for affordable housing and for economic development. So however you all were to define economic development, whether it be industrial, retail, office, you would have the ability to either waive them or reduce them for those type of uses. But it is for those two general categories. It's economic development or affordable housing.
If I might interject too, we do have an economic development section to our comprehensive plan. And we also have what's in place in advance is our economic investment incentive program based on the utilities. It would not be difficult. I think we have employment sectors that are called out in our comp plan as being those that are advantageous or appropriate for Lake Worth Beach. It would not be a huge stretch to expand the economic development incentive program to facilitate a mechanism to either come before the commission to waive or reduce the impact fee. We can put that together as part of the next phase of this work if you approve it tonight.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Boy and then Ms. May.
So part of what I was hearing at the beginning of your presenting this part is the county does it per unit, like it's a house, and
Correct.
we don't really care what kind of house. And we don't, and I also heard, I think, that if it's a tear down, this approach would look at the original square foot, maybe knock that off the new square footage and
Correct.
say the incremental square foot. And I assume that the logic behind it is that some knowledgeable planning folks around the country have said, you know, you can pretty well predict by square footage how many travel car trips are going to result out of this. And that gets us back to what we were talking about in my earlier question. We don't have much ability to expand roads. Mr. Waters mentioned a few, but mostly we don't. So as we think about as a community, we are going to, as we build more things, it will certainly generate more car trips. And that certainly has an influence on the existing people who live here. And it's not positive, it's a negative influence. What I'm interested in that context is to get a rough idea, if you're at a point where you could do that, to guess based on, I don't know, some measure of expected development or something, a ballpark of what we're likely to generate out of these, and these are maximum numbers. And I don't quite understand what makes them maximum, where it comes from, but I'm assuming it states.
Basically, it's trip generation, the length of the overall trips, and then the conversion of those from vehicle trips to person trips. So those are the three primary factors. It's how many trips are generated for use, how long do those trips generate or travel on the roadway system, and then there's another factor that says, you know, basically a 1.3 conversion to go from a vehicle trip to a person trip to account for vehicle occupancy, transit use, for bicycle and pedestrian activity. Those are the primary factors that go into that calculation.
And is it local South Florida based data that goes into that, not Iowa or?
To the maximum extent that we have that data, the trip generation, trip length data is all locally based. The trip generations using the national ITE trip generation data or substitute local data that we've collected through Palm Beach County.
And then to come back to mine, to get an idea, for instance, one thing we do is we fund, forget the exact number, but I think it's about 100,000 or 130,000 us each in the CRA to do the circuit program. And, you know, that seems to be popular. And I assume that it does, in fact, reduce some car trips in the city. can you give, are you at a point where you can give any ballpark idea of what this might generate a year?
What we can do is working with your staff, we can ask them the building permit activity they've had. And as part of the technical report, we can basically do some projections, based on historically what we've seen or what you've seen in the community. This is how many square feet of non-residential you've had. This is how many dwelling units you've had. And on average, they're this size of unit.
Right.
If that trend continued, we could make a projection on that as part of the documentation we provide
And I
back to you.
get that data is probably very noisy. Some years we get.
Right. We would basically likely go back however long that they have access to the data. If it's generally it's a 5-year window or a 10-year window, you take an average of that and get a reasonable projection out into the future.
Sort of where I'm thinking is, and we've had some of these discussions with Lisa and WGI folks, that if we want to get fewer cars in the road, knowing that as we develop more, that's inherently going to generate more cars. But if we want to mitigate that somewhat by reducing cars, we need to get people on foot or on bikes or on electric bikes and scooters, which is certainly increasing.
Right.
If you just wander around, you'll see it. But a very big threshold hurdle in that is people's sense of safety. Sure, I want to do it. It saves me a lot of money. I might not have to have a second car, all good, but I also don't really want to be a hood ornament. And so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go drive another car. And so a question of all of this is, will the budgeting of it, is it realistic to think that we can make substantive changes that significantly move the needle on both actual safety, but also people's perceived sense of safety with alternative modes of transportation? That's kind of what makes this all work in a built-out community.
Thank you very much. Ms. May,
Okay.
Well, we do have to move on.
Yeah.
He's going to answer your question.
Largely that would be your mobility plan. And what we found is the communities that adopt those plans and actively use them, it's one thing to adopt a plan. It's another thing, just leave it on the shelf and never look at it.
Or waive too many of the fees.
Well, not only that, but if you have redevelopment that comes in and you have coordination with the county and the state, and there's other opportunities that come along through grant funds, through other matching projects, or the state's going to come in and resurface a roadway. A lot of times what we've found is, you as a community have some money to offer. So now instead of a 5-foot sidewalk, they're going to put an 8-foot sidewalk. Now, instead of just a stripe for a crosswalk, now they're going to put pavers or something more visible along that way. And it is those incremental pieces that if you start combining them all together and you're actively involved in it, those do tend to start making a difference. But again, that's an active, ongoing use. And, you all see it around you. You see the redevelopment on both sides of you coming this way. All the communities around you, the values are going through the roof. They're looking at these communities, they're looking at Town of Lake Park, they're looking at Riviera Beach, other communities that are, opportunities to build. The demand's there in Palm Beach County. The question is, do you make sure that as they come in, they provide, adequate curb ramps, they provide bulb outs, they provide, eyes on the street, and they make it safer for people to walk and to bike. And, amazing thing within downtown West Palm, traffic on Okeechobee has gone up quite a bit. But if you see how much development's actually occurred in downtown West Palm Beach, the traffic numbers on the other roadways that are not Okeechobee have stayed relatively similar, because people now have the chance to walk, they have the chance to bike, they have the chance to take transit, or they have a much shorter trip to take to go to the store, to go to some other use there. So as you start to get that, economies of scale, that also helps to get people using other modes of travel as well. So I would say it really depends on how actively you use your mobility plan and how involved you get in coordinating with other staff. You have a very active TPA here. You have a very active regional planning council with Kim Delaney. with Valerie Nielsen and the other folks at the TPA, you know, they're really involved in helping the communities and they work with you. DOT's been a good partner in a lot of communities here. The county's coming around. And you know, they're starting to recognizing the importance of safety, especially within your municipality. So we found the plan. You know, your staff will look as the the TPA will have various projects each year that you can submit for. By having them already identified in your planning, say it's already identified in our planning document, it's already a policy direction of the city, and it then makes it eligible for projects. So a lot of these communities, they've seen roughly half of their plan either get funded through various grants and various other means, or built by development as it comes in. And that's probably your biggest thing is, you know, you don't, on a day-to-day basis, you don't realize how much redevelopment you have. But I mean, if you step back and look at where you were as a community 5 years ago, and then you look at where you are today, how much has come in, each one of those pieces did their part, you know, you'd have a much different transportation system. So that's a tool, a plan, a document. It's only as good as, you know, the implementation.
Thank you. Thank you. Very helpful.
And so this is just sort of the scale. And again, we'll provide this both on a unified unit of measure basis. And then also we provided this because this is what the underlying fee calculations are for each of those community and the size of it. So that actually gives you a much more accurate representation of the fee schedule. The downtown West Palm Beach fee is going to be potentially much higher than that. Ultimately, it'll be a decision on the commissioners there, what they like to do that for citywide. But our preliminary calculations are coming in consistent with what you all have seen and similar to Palm Beach Gardens around the $10,000 level. And then for the other land uses, these units of measure are the units of measure you use to evaluate parking standards in your land development code. So that's how we've calculated these fees. But in terms of a comparative stance, we'll provide these on a per 1,000 square foot basis and then per these units of metric. But just so you get an idea of how that's linked up. And then these are just, in each one of these, they all use the same trip length, trip distance, person trip conversion. That's uniform amongst them. The reason why you see different numbers is because a medical office generates 3 times the impact as a regular office. A big box a big box retail generates a much more impact than a mom and pop type of a retail use. So the differentiation in dollar amounts is tied to the impact of the actual land use itself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Leggett.
So if there's a project that has come before us that we have approved, but they have not applied for their building docs yet, and we've passed this, then they would have to pay this fee.
Yes,
But it's not gonna be retroactive for anything. Okay,
it will be due at the time based on when the building permit application is made. We will calculate it for them and can provide it as part of the entitlement process. But it will be paid as they are paid now at the time when the additional fees are due in order to get the building permit issued. I will say too, that we did run some preliminary numbers based on how many units are hitting us on average. And based on the fees that are there now, it should generate between 2 and 2.25 million a year.
okay. So let's just say like with the Gulfstream having a hotel being built. The old hotel, obviously, they're not paying for this, but the new hotel, they would.
Depending on when they apply for their building permit and when we have this in place.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Okay.
And I highly suspect that they will be an entity that will come to you who want part of that waived.
Yeah, of course. I just have a question. Could we use funds that we get to like fill potholes and improve roads?
No.
Oh, darn.
Well, because what we were done in part 1, phase 1 and 2, is adopted our mobility plan that has a whole list of projects that Angela and her team spend a great deal of time on that generates what we need to implement those projects. And then Jonathan has taken that. We have to adopt mobility projects probably as every other year or as part of the capital improvement program through Jamie's office and Yannick. And that's where the money has to be spent. We want to add projects. We can do that by amending our mobility plan, but we can't just go and say, well, we want to go spend it on this because we really like to do that. It has to be in our plan.
Okay. All right. Let's, it's 8:40. Let's keep moving. Let's see. We got more to go, right?
Yeah, we're almost wrapped up at this point. So this is just a comparison of the retail type of rates and what those would be. In this instance, we have normalized it for the per 1,000 square foot. So you get a pretty good idea of where the fee comes in relationship to the other fees in other communities.
Ms. May?
Okay, this is driving me crazy. The name of our city is Lake Worth Beach, not Lake Worth.
I apologize. I apologize.
The final report.
It better.
I will say, I'll make sure that it says Lake Worth Beach. I apologize for that.
Mr. McVoy on this past comment?
Just to clarify, there are restrictions on what we can use the fee for, but we could combine them with, say, what used to be TPA, now MPO grant funds. That there's no restriction.
And some of our projects that Angela's team worked on are combined responsible projects. Like we have projects that are on 6th Avenue South, which is part of a county road. The same thing with 10th Avenue. Our goal is to collaborate and contribute money to the projects that we want to have happen first. Because if we're not aware of this, we took over Boutwell Road in 2011 and improved it at our own expense with money from the EDA, Economic Development Administration. And we've been waiting now 13 and a half years to have 10th and Boutwell improved.
Yeah.
So this would expedite that process.
Hope to God so.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
And these are just the various land uses. And again, the variation in the fee all ties to different impacts. The higher rates you see are ones that are tend to be a little bit more auto intensive, and they tend to have a bigger overall impact to your transportation system. So where we are all at today, this is sort of the very first preliminary discussion. You've provided already some good feedback of what you'd like to see in the documentation. So the next time you see this, it'll actually be a technical report that will detail how we calculated this, all the questions that you've asked today, addressing those. If you direct us to say, hey, we'd like to have a workshop first to review that and then go to the ordinance, that's perfectly fine as well. But then we would ultimately develop an ordinance, coordinate with the county, coordinate with the TPA and FDOT. Whenever you all are comfortable saying we're ready to go to the ordinance and for the first reading, we'd bring that back. Then ultimately you'd hold a second hearing and an adoption. So we're, depending on whatever direction you all give us, we're probably a month or two away from finalizing all the data analysis. So you'll then can coordinate with your staff to provide that for you all to start taking a look at while we start to coordinate with the county and FDOT as part of that process in developing the ordinance. Ultimately, if that's the direction that you all elect to move.
Summer?
We'd like to move quicker than that, ultimately, depending on the coordination with the county may end up taking a little bit longer. Quite honestly, we could have something back to February, March timeframe for you to have a workshop review of this, and then however long your agenda process
Our
takes
goal,
in terms
sorry,
of the
Jennifer,
ordinance.
is to have something before you so that you can incorporate approval of projects as part of the FY27 budget process, which, as you know, begins in March.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Brown's light is on.
I'm sorry. I was going to cover what William covered before, but I did want to mention in regard to the grants through the, I guess, former Transportation Planning Agency, now the Metropolitan Planning Organization, we're all being 12 hours. That East Coast and H project, and then first, second, third, fourth, fifth that were being designed right now, that was a local initiative project. And to kind of go with what you had mentioned, Commissioner Boyd, we don't have a lot of places we can widen our roads. That's an example of where we're actually changing the use. So we couldn't widen the road, but we're going from 2 to 1. So we're able to actually add more a complete streets concept, making it more pedestrian friendly with the sharrows and all the pedestrian features we're adding. So that is one of the examples of what we're looking to do here.
Let's keep A Street and 10th, A south of 10th especially.
Yes.
Any magic things we can do are great.
So that concludes my presentation, and be happy to answer any further questions that you all have.
Jenny, one other component on the, and this has helped address Mr. McVoy's question. Once you have adopted all of this, we will have plans and projects established that will give us some basis to extract dedications of land from private projects, such as if that project ever comes to 10th and A, we can more easily request right-of-way dedication.
Yes.
There is significant other areas where a right-of-way dedication of just 10 feet would make a monumental difference.
Yeah.
And under our LDRs, the development intensity allowed on the original parcel size is maintained, even if you give, say, 10 feet of right-of-way away. As an incentive, we're not going to cut your development potential if you give us some land. And so, and the other last piece is that you all were in City of Lake Worth Beach was ahead of the curve, is that we completely downzoned every single portion of the city in 2013. And so the concurrency exemptions that were in place that were based on traffic generations were based on our old code. And we have reduced the potential of that by a significant amount. And so the concerns about, yes, we're going to have more traffic. Yes, we're going to have development, but we have taken a whole lot of steps over the past 15 years to ensure that we are not overwhelmed by new development that's coming in. And we've made a real emphasis on trying to incorporate multimodal, because Angela and Lisa, you may not remember this because they had been working with us for almost 8 years. Some of it for free, because they came in and gave us some advice. And then we worked up the proposal for mobility plan. So this has been a long slog, but we can see the end of the tunnel and the light. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, Angela's a resident of Lake Worth Beach.
Thank you.
Yes,
We
we know.
appreciate that. Yes, I think we have a comfort break.
That's a pretty good idea.
Well, we're gonna have a quick comfort break.
Yeah, that was.
McVoy. It's up. There's Mr. Segler. Mr. McVoy?
Are we waiting on the vice mayor, Madam Mayor?
No, did you not get the message? She is gonna join us by Zoom. She went home. And we're gonna have, she's gonna be, if you can send her a Zoom link.
I will send it now. I did not get the message.
Thank you. I'll text her that you're gonna do that. Oh. I never knew. It's not. Okay. We're not doing. Okey doke. Okay, we're coming back to order at, I believe, 9:06.
Correct. It is 9:06 and we are reconvened.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks. Thank you. Okay, we're not doing B. Item C is work order 2 with Maya Construct Service LLC for the installation of Dahoon holly trees downtown.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
So, these are the replacements for some of the trees that,
folks.
these are replacements for some of the trees, that have, disappeared over the years. Either they've been hit or they've just, gotten the disease and died off. So these are basically going from B Street all the way to, just east of, Federal Highway, in different, existing tree beds.
Okay.
And we went with the Dahoon holly. This did go to the Tree and Landscape Board as well.
It did.
At the last meeting. We had to wait until after November because the male version of the Dahoon holly does not drop fruit. The female does. I guess that happens in November, so you have to wait until after then to see which ones are male, which ones are female. So we are going with the male, so we don't have to deal with fruit. It did fit our criteria as far as it did fit our criteria as far as not an extensive root system that can be contained within the actual root barrier. It does not have an extensive tree canopy that's going to be an issue where we're constantly maintaining where it's growing into the building and everything else that we were utilizing. So this is that.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
You have a light on.
I see that. Yes.
Second.
And then now we have a motion, a second, and now we can talk. So, Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, I'm reasonably familiar with Dahoon hollies. They are a characteristic plant of tree islands out in the Everglades. They do tend to like a bit of water, so that is one concern. But my biggest concern is a lot of what people look for in downtown urban areas, if they're thinking about trees, is shade. And they're looking for a canopy that goes over the road because that just is something that people like a lot. And I hear the concern, what we really ideally would like to keep Mr. Brown happy is a one-sided tree that would make a nice canopy into the road, but very politely not grow toward the building. Trees will do that to some extent, but they're not always fully cooperative. To me, the trade-off of a, think of, it's not quite as extreme with Dahoon holly, but think of Lombardy poplars or the things that you see in some of the French paintings. You get a tall cylinder. Well, that's nice, but that has sort of the same problem that palm trees do without much benefits. People don't know about Dahoon holly and how nice a tree it is. And it doesn't have the tropical thing of palm trees, but neither of them provides much shade or that sense of a closed canopy over the road. And I go with some frequency down into Coral Gables, and every time I go, I try to get somebody, if I'm driving, somebody else to take pictures of just how cool those roads are there, where you have a canopy over it. Or many of you know there's that road, it's somewhere up near Hobe Sound that goes east-west that is, it's gorgeous. Or even the one down on A1A as you get down toward Boynton. Those are all places that everybody has, wow, that's cool. I wish we could look like that kind of feel. And my concern is, particularly if we're going to put a bunch of them in, so, you know, I do have some concern about a monoculture is maybe not the best idea. Oaks seem to do okay with a monoculture of them, but that's my concern with this particular choice of trees. Am I for trees? 100%. More tree canopy, more shade over the road, and especially shade over the sidewalks as well, because we do want to have an outdoor sidewalk culture. So the better shade over that, the better. If it were me, I would choose a tree that spreads more and just figure we deal with the maintenance on the building side. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, Mr. Segrich. Oh, Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna mention, so given the narrow right of way we have in all these locations, that's why we didn't look at a different type of tree. It's some of those areas like an Ocean Ridge, like you were talking about, where you have that scenic route where the canopy. I mean, there's a lot of right of way. And they're a little bit further off the road. We just don't have that ability downtown, with the buildings being so close. Some of those areas you mentioned, they're a lot further off of the buildings, and they're also set back a little bit further off the roadway too. So we were trying to look at something that also didn't have an extensive root system. One of the things that did come up at the Tree and Landscape board was silver buttonwood. That was one of the things we looked into. We did get with the arborists and stuff on that as well. Due to the shallow root system, one of the recommendations was you would have to have the root barrier that extends up past the actual sidewalk elevation, which would possibly create a tripping hazard. We'd have to figure out how that would work, but also the root system for that. And also they drop small fruit as well. So that was why that was kind of ruled out. That was one of the things we did look into. So we did look at a lot of different types of possible trees for downtown, and they will provide shade. They are shade trees and they are native. It's just not gonna be as much as like an oak tree or something like that. So,
But an oak tree is not viable because
oh, the massive root system.
It's a root system.
Oh yeah, and it's going to get to a point where, in order to, and I understand what you're saying, to start growing over, we're so close to those buildings that you're going to get this situation where we're trying to grow it basically to one side, and it's too hard to even out.
Okay.
We're way too close to the buildings.
Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Mr. McVoy. Do you happen to know what trees that you're talking about in Coral Gables?
They're mostly Virginia oaks, live oaks.
So like the live oak probably would not work in our downtown.
I'm not convinced that they wouldn't, but I would, I think they could be made to work, with some work with the root barrier and that sort of thing. But I'm not an urban arborist either, so I'm not going to claim that.
Yeah, I understand Mr. McVoy's concern. I kind of share that same one. The silver buttonwood, I happen to love that tree, but it doesn't get very big. It doesn't provide much shade.
No, and they're overplanted a little bit.
And there really is something to having larger trees in the downtown and shade. I'm assuming I didn't really read it here, but the Tree and Landscape Board approved this. Okay. And do we know about how tall these get and what size we're putting in?
I do not have the specs on how tall they get. What
it's not a super tall tree generally.
Like 20 feet, 15 feet.
Probably better than, I'd guess 20 is probably a pretty good number.
It gets over 20 feet.
If I might
I'm not sure.
AI says it typically gets between 20 and 30 feet with a spread of 8 to 12 feet, though it can grow as tall as 40 feet.
Okay. And it's not going to tear up buildings and sidewalks.
Sidewalk and roadway was the big thing.
And a shallow root system can
avoiding
go
shallow
over in
root
a
system.
storm. That's the problem with a shallow root system.
That, you recall what happened at Dave's, why we had to
Yeah.
remove that.
Mr. Segrich. You're
And then, yeah, just the other kind of question with it, a lot of our trees that we have their root systems covered by rubber kind of stuff. Is that going to go away and we're going to have like more natural grading so water can actually get through to them? Or are we planning on going back with the?
So we went with the rubberized mulch because we were constantly, with all the rain and everything we were constantly replacing all that mulch and all that was just going into our storm drainage system. The rubberized mulch is actually water goes through it. That's why we used it. So it's in place. It actually meets ADA, the stuff we're using. So you can actually, in some of the areas where it gets tight, you can actually go further onto that rubberized mulch and it still meets the ADA as far as the width requirement. And water does percolate through it.
Water does get through it.
Does go through
and does that meet our landscape code requirements?
Yeah, it's got a flow rate and everything. Yep. So that's why we use that.
And they'll be planted on both sides of the street.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. McFoy.
One thought, since there seems to be some hesitation, and I don't know of anywhere else that's got Tejon hollies. That doesn't mean that there aren't. I suspect
every airport, for some reason, it's like the go-to for airports. That's why
I don't know. Maybe I should I didn't know that until you had mentioned it, but I don't know of other urban areas, and maybe it might be wise on our part to try a few of them, not go whole hog to doing all of them, and see if there aren't some locations where you could put in some oaks. There's something to be said for mixed species, American elm that got elm disease, chestnuts that got chestnut and knocked them all out. That might be a thought for us as a decision-making thing to maybe not go whole hog into the Tejon holly, alternate them or do something else. It's a thought.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do not on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have one card from Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I have the same concern about how much shade they would provide, but I'd also like to see a site plan of where these trees are actually going, because there's nothing there to say, we know one's going by Dave's, but where are the other ones going? I mean, when you walk along the sidewalks and look for where trees are missing, I don't see 13 places, but it would be nice to see what's the site plan, but there wasn't one in the backup.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Segridge.
So I would be for amending the motion to do a partial planting and maybe try to see if we can get another species in there. Because I do agree with Mr. McFoy and his concerns on that, as well as whether or not these are going to provide the actual shade we want them to in the downtown.
It'll take quite a while to find that out. Mr. How many trees are we talking about here?
So we're talking about, it's only 13 trees, and this is between B Street and Gulfview on both Lake and Lucerne. So this is very spread out. Because we do consider our downtown corridor basically from the traffic circle all the way to Gulfview, not just between Dixie and Federal.
Right.
So it's 13 trees between Lake and Lucerne, between B Street and Gulfview. Yeah, you can provide that.
A what?
I said, can he give us a map?
Yeah, it's going in existing tree wells where there were trees before, which the current aren't.
So you're not pulling out any current trees,
we're not,
just the ones that are already out.
We are not removing any current trees. We're not creating new tree well locations. They're going into current locations that are already there.
Okay, perfect.
So, but yeah, there's one in the backup.
Okay.
But this showed the exact locations, but.
Miss Malay, I don't see your hand up. Okay.
No, I have no questions, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Wait.
I think we had a motion on the
We have a
table.
motion to approve. Were you the motion maker, Mr. Segridge?
Commissioner made the original motion and
Okay.
Commissioner Segridge seconded it.
Okay, so your original motion was to approve this. And that was
did make a
seconded.
motion to approve it?
I made the motion to approve it. Segridge seconded it. So we need to go with that first because I don't want to change it. I think
Right.
13 trees between B and Gulfstream or Gulfview are fine.
Right, so,
So we can vote that my motion down if you want to do it, but I'm not going to change it.
okay, thank you very much. So the motion as it was made is to go with staff report, 13 trees. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, so it's 3-2. Okay, thank you.
No, I said aye.
Yes.
Yeah, you're the three.
You're the number.
Okay. Who else was nay?
Mr. McVoy and Mr. Segridge.
Thank you.
Okey doke. Next up is resolution 48-2025, amending the city commission rules of procedure.
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay. All right, let's discuss. Let's discuss this. Quite a bit of discussion, I think. Okay. I have a lot of comments about this, but I'll let other people, and this is for a discussion. No, this isn't a resolution, okay. I have some issues with some of this. I think we're over. Number one, I don't think that we should be limited to one time a month to make public our commission reports. I think things happen more than once a month. The third meeting can prioritize utility items, but not be limited to them. That's fine. I think we're messing, my personal feeling is we're messing with something we're like creating a problem that doesn't really exist. Proclamations and honors and presentations will be on the first agenda of the month, except for utility updates. Why? Well, I mean, I really don't understand all these limitations on things. And I know that it's from you, Mr. Segridge. I'm just going through it. So you've got presentations on the first meeting of the month only. You've got commission liaison reports only on the third meeting of the month. Proclamations on the first agenda. I have some issues with the 6-month thing, which is not a particularly new thing, but I'd like to talk about it. And I don't know whose idea was to make dark green highlights on this. I can barely read it. It's really, really difficult. And I went back to my cell phone to try to read it. Really, it's almost unreadable. Okay, Rule 13, purpose and scope. City commission meetings are for the commission as the governing body of the city to set policy and effectuate the business of the city, and for commissioners and community members to express themselves on city matters of community interest. City commission meetings are a limited public forum. All speech at city commission meetings shall be limited to matters that are pertinent to the city. Okay, I understand the thought behind it, but I also think that in a larger world, anything, Mr. McVoy has made the comment, and, I think this is a reaction to some of the things that have happened. I agree that we should talk about things that are pertinent to the city, absolutely 100%. But in terms of making it a rule, because then you're going to have a situation where someone starts talking about something that's a little bit outside of our four corners, and we're going to have an argument now about what is define pertinent. And I think that's one of the problems that I have with that is define pertinent. I think that there has been an abuse of that phrase to be pertinent, but I don't know that legislation is really the way to address it. I'm struggling through this green highlighting again because I had my notes which I left at home. Government restrictions on speech must be viewpoint neutral, which allows for democratic debate and decision making. Government restrictions on speech must be.
Is that a new proposal or is that a proposal that's?
Is green a new, I don't understand this.
Yes, green is the changes that are recommended for the resolution.
Okay, why is it dark green? You can barely read it. Government restrictions on speech must be viewpoint neutral, which allows for democratic debate and decision making. I don't even know what that means.
I mean, would it be easier just to kind of go down through each one of these and then get your comments? Because I know you're going through all of them right now.
Yeah.
but no one is really having a chance to comment on it. So
Okay.
I don't know where that's
All right.
going to go. So
All
it
right,
might be
so-
easier just to maybe take them as we go through it, and then you guys can say yay, nay, and then we can.
Okay, so let's start with rule one.
If I might relate it to that point, some of the things, the changes, several of them together interact to cause things that are bigger than each individual one. So that would be my only caution about going through them individually.
Okay, so rule one, item one. This is the meetings, third meeting of the month is, we'll prioritize utility items. Does anyone have an issue with rule one, item one?
No, I'm good with all of rule one.
Okay.
I'm also good with rule one.
To prioritize utility items is fine. That's kind of what we're doing right now.
Right.
So I'm not sure
It just takes.
why we would change what's there.
Yeah, okay.
Because to me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thinking says,
Can I comment about why we were gonna change that?
Yeah.
So it seems that we were putting things on the utility meeting that weren't utility related. And then there was an issue with public comment and people thinking that the only thing on that agenda was going to be utility. So they were skipping reading the background and they're reading the agenda. So if we make it 3 commission meetings, then there could be a possibility of something else on the agenda. Therefore, the public could read it with the expectation that it could possibly be there, as opposed to saying, oh, it's the utility, I don't care.
Right, but prioritizing utility, I agree with that.
I think it has some logic.
Okay, so rule one, we're okay. Rule 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, rule 5 is order of business, and this is where I have a problem. I don't think that we should limit presentations to the first meeting of the month. I think that's going to eat up a lot of time, perhaps, in one meeting. And I also think that we should have this is the only opportunity that we get to address the public with things that we've been doing and things that we've been observing and things that we're concerned about. And I don't think it should just be the third meeting of a month. So
I agree.
That's my 2 cents on 5 and 12. Do you agree with those?
I agree. I don't want any changes on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems, on presentations, we may need to have a presentation for timely reasons. We're trying to get the mobility report, meet a deadline, or who knows what. So, yeah. So no to both 5 and 12 would be my vote.
We're not on 12.
Well,
No,
12, 12, and third meeting.
Number
item 12.
1 point.
No,
Oh, I'm
yeah,
so
yeah,
sorry.
rule 5.
Sorry, rule 5. I
Yeah.
apologize. You're right.
Okay, the next thing up that I would like to take
Wait, you didn't ask Anthony about his rule 5.
oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
So I would disagree. To quote yourself, Mayor, you often said nothing good happens after 10 o'clock. Almost every one of our meetings runs into the 11 PM barrier. It's usually 7:30, 7:15 by the time we start the agended items, so ordinances and so on. We spend a good amount of time in the front of every meeting with proclamations and those items. And a lot of the time spent is kind of relaxed time because it's the beginning of the meeting and there's a lot of chit chat and back and forth and everything. And I believe by consolidating that into one, we will have a time savings that would be significant. Same thing with commissioner liaison reports. If we want to bring things forward, we can bring things forward at any one of the meetings to get consensus on it. But a lot of times with our commission liaison reports, we kind of do a little book report of what we've been doing for the week or the 2 weeks. And, I really believe that we can consolidate it into one and get some more of these items off our rather extensive list checked off.
Thank you. Ms. Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember when we had this conversation not that long ago, and it was a thoughtful conversation, and I have to agree with Commissioner Segrich. Moving the proclamations and the presentations to the first meeting of the month was to make sure that we got to the meat of the meal, right? And I think that that's important that we keep that there. I'm indifferent to the liaison reports and comments on having them every meeting because half the time we don't get to them because we are there till 11 o'clock at night. So I would be in favor of keeping presentations and proclamations to the first meeting of the month. Because if there is something like staff has to present on something at the second meeting of the month, it's not like we're going to tell them no. But for all other presentations from the school board, from PBSO, from all the CRA, if we can schedule all those for the same day, I think that we will get more business done. And the bottom line is we can try it. And if in 3 months we think it's not working, we can always readjust the rules. But I think that after being on the commission for 4 years, I can say that there are times where I look at the clock and we're not even through the approval of the minutes and it's 8:15, 8:20. And that's, we're eating the clock. We've got things we have to get done, especially now that we're going to go through this priority list and we want updates on that. I just think that we keep putting more on our plate and for good time management, that's a good thing for us to keep on the first meeting of the month.
What if we split it and we say that we're going to do the presentations and proclamations on the first meeting, but we still allow ourselves to do comments if we choose to.
Well, I just think that, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, let's say, we're saying that presentations take a long time. We're almost, if that's true, in fact, that almost guarantees that the first meeting of the month will get much less done because there is so much more to do at the beginning. That Mr. McVoy's light was on first.
I just think, I know that there's a lot of comment about the business of the city and efficiency and time management, and those are all important things. They also happen to be areas where I'm not very strong. I recognize that. However, I would mention that presentations, what are the things, maybe not the liaison comments particularly, but the presentations, those are when a lot of people come to the meetings. And I think one of our business of the city is making sure that we foster a climate of engagement with our community. It's one of the things we've been known for in the past for many years. And so I stick with my hesitation. Yeah, we'll deal with it. If we didn't want to have long meetings, we shouldn't have signed up to do with this. I mean, I can think of a lot of things I'd rather do on Tuesday nights, but I signed up for this. And for me, it is very important, that public participation part, both the liaison reports and the presentations. So I would keep them in, and I would encourage my colleagues to recognize that, yes, there's a time price, but there's also a community benefit.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe like first, I'm not for limiting to once a month. Maybe in terms of the presentations, maybe the first and second meeting, the commission liaison, if you have nothing to say, you don't have to say anything, but I think that we need a place to communicate with our folks about what's been going on and what's on our minds. So that's my feeling. So do we want to vote on each thing as we go, or how do we want to do this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Yes.
So, I appreciate that Mr. McVoy said, we signed up for long meetings, but when we suggested to either start the meetings earlier or extend the time or waive the 11 o'clock rule, that got voted down. So, we have to do something to gain some efficiency. And I really strongly believe that these changes as written are the way to go. I do have a question for our city attorney. Because I originally made the motion to approve, and that would encompass everything. So if we are going to go kind of section by section, would I have to kind of amend my motion?
Or
withdraw?
So because this is a resolution, it would be really great if you all did consensus all the way through and then approve at the end with those based on the consensus, so that you're approving the resolution.
Okay. So in
mini
All right, so
vote,
we're
in
gonna
this case,
we're gonna keep tabs on what we're
Yep.
doing now. Yeah, okay.
I appreciate Commissioner May's comments about the liaison reports. I do agree with you that if we are able to keep ourselves in check and keep what we're talking about to be important, and use brevity, that could be effective as well. So I would ask that we consent that we leave in the change for only having proclamations and presentations on the first meeting of the month. And we have commission liaison reports at all meetings.
I'm okay with that. It's a compromise. I like
I-
compromises.
I still think,
Can you restate that? I'm sorry, Commissioner Segrich, you were in and out.
Sorry. Yes, I was asking for consensus to leave the change as is, to have proclamations and presentations only on the first meeting of the month, but negating the change about commissioner liaison reports. So we have commission liaison reports at all meetings.
That's kind of what I was saying. Yep, I agree.
I agree.
Okay, well, I disagree, but I'll go with it begin as a change because I'm concerned about the first meeting of the month being at
Let's do
8:30.
it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, so for staff to keep track of what we're doing here, rule,
I am not in support of
I'm
the,
going to take a vote.
no, oh, okay.
So rule 5, order of business, item 5, we are keeping. All in favor of that? Aye.
Keeping as.
Aye.
Yes, first meeting.
Nay.
Okay. And this is just consensus here. The commission liaison reports, we're gonna keep that as is. We're taking out third meeting of the month only.
Yes.
Do I
I-
have consensus for that?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we go now to the next piece, which is now Rule 12, the agenda procedures. It's not on the list. I want to at some point come back because I have some issues with that. Oh, and here we go to the green. Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, before you start, can we get a motion to extend to 11 as it's 9:45?
Motion to extend.
Second, do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll see how we
Aye.
do.
Aye.
Rule 13, this is the purpose and scope. I have an issue with that. I mean, I understand the thought behind it, but I do have an issue with getting into, as the person that leads this meeting, getting into a discussion about what parameters are matters that are pertinent to the city. I think up until that point, I'm fine. But I do have a problem, just a practical problem. I think that if we all respected what we're here, what we were elected to do in terms of representing our citizens and our city specifically, I think that would not be an issue. But that's not happened, and I understand why we're talking about this. But I think we should not bring that in because I think it's just going to create a problem. So, Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When reading over this rule as well as Rule 14, I could be mistaken, but I didn't recall us given direction to make these changes. So I am in agreement with you on Rule 13. I don't think it's necessary. And I don't understand why we have the changes to Rule 14 because I don't remember discussing any of that.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
As mentioned in the staff report, some of the changes were made to address changes in law and recent case law that has come out. And those are the changes that you're seeing in Rules 13 and 14 related to public comment specifically and designating your meetings as a limited public forum. That is very important for protections of speech and rights for the public as they come in. So it's very clear what your rules are.
So these would be.
What about that last sentence?
I think you could strike the last sentence.
Okay.
The really important part is that you make it
Limited, yeah, okay.
And can you, just before we vote on this, explain a little bit more where this is coming from and what exactly limited public forum? I'm guessing that's a term of art, a legal term of art.
It is.
Okay, tell us about it since it's.
So
There's
again,
rules.
these changes come from recent case law, particularly related to public comment at government meetings. And a limited public forum is a forum where there is a specific purpose. There is public involvement encouraged and requested, but it should be targeted toward the business of the meeting. So, for example, an open public forum, parks are generally considered an open public forum. You can go there and speak about whatever you want to. You can.
Which is non-agenda items. We have that.
It's absolutely everything. For a government business meeting, those are typically limited public forums where there are opportunities to speak on other topics, but the business of the meeting is what you're really there for.
Okay. So do I have consensus to take off the last sentence?
Definitely.
Okay, Mr. Segridge, Ms. May, Ms. Malina, just
Sorry, to take off the
just
all speech
all
and
sp-
city
yeah.
commitment. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I just think that's gonna create problems.
And that number 3
I
thing,
consent.
that's legalese, because I didn't understand that sentence.
Number
either.
3,
Yeah. The government restrictions on speech must be viewpoint neutral, which allows for democratic debate and decision making.
Do you want
Whose
to finish
speech?
Rule 13 first?
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's finish Rule 13.
Okay, sorry. I thought we did.
Are
No.
we, again, because this is important that we're writing these things.
yes.
First question of 2 is, we have unagended item public comment.
Right.
How is that consistent with limited public forum?
Because you have a place on your agenda for it.
For it.
Oh,
Yeah, we allow it.
Correct.
but is it, are we saying like?
Okay, then my second question is, how necessary is it for us to put this paragraph in there? If we did not do that, what terrible things would happen to us?
Know about terrible,
Yeah, why would
but
it has
it is more difficult to set rules related to speech and free speech in your meetings.
Okay, let me
just
ask
says-
the question differently. Does this go in the direction of more free speech or in the direction of more limitation on speech?
I don't know that I understand the question when you're qualifying it as more.
Does this putting this statement in, which it sounds like it's not absolutely legally necessary for us to add this paragraph. By adding it, are we making our meetings more open to public speech, free speech, or are we in some fashion constraining it? Or if we're not doing either, then why are we putting it in?
So the purpose of this language is to specifically designate the type of forum that this meeting is. Local government meetings are traditionally considered limited public forums, but it has been encouraged recently in case law for you to specifically designate them as such if that is your intent. So it's not a public forum, again, example being a park where you could provide any type and amount of free speech that you want because it's an open public space. This is not an open public space. This is a business meeting of the governing body of the city. And so the intent here is to focus this speech for that purpose. There is still an opportunity for free speech and public comment, and you encourage it, but it is within the limited confines of the rules of your meeting.
Except for non-agenda items, which you can talk about anything.
Which is,
Right.
but again, it's subject to your rules.
But we've seen in this very evening that we can have rules, but if we choose to waive them, we can just waive them. So again, I would ask, how does this really, in a democracy, make us better to add that in? And if it's not absolutely necessary and it doesn't make us better as a democracy, which encourages maybe not standing on a soapbox and going on for an hour, but how does this make us better?
I'm not sure.
I don't know
how
that
else
that's
to
a question that she can, I mean, she's told us it's legal.
Well,
There's
we're
UK
we're
okay.
changing our
That's an
rules.
opinion.
Okay,
She's a fact lady. That's an opinion.
So on Rule 13, what consensus do I have to just keep it, but take out that last sentence? Mr. Segridge?
Consent.
Ms. May?
Consent.
Mr. McBoy?
I'm fine with taking out the last sentence.
Thank you.
I'm not fine with the whole thing. I'm not convinced that there's a need for this, for us to make a declaration
Thank
as a
you.
limited public
Ms.
forum.
Malega?
Consent.
Okay, thank you. So, so in turn, what we will vote on will be that Rule 13 without that last sentence. Okay. Moving right along.
All right, so the first part of Rule 14 is giving some guidance to, as you're setting your rules, these are things about setting rules that you recognize, about welcoming public comment, about how you regulate public comment. And so, you'll see 1 and 2 is being civil and respectful, courteous. Uncivil discourse is inappropriate. And so this is another one of those guiding factors that you understand and you recognize in making these rules, that government restrictions on speech have to be viewpoint neutral. And that having viewpoint neutral regulations of speech allows for democratic debate
Oh,
and
I see what
decision
you're
making.
saying. So we listen to all views.
Right.
Oh, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
we can't say we don't want you to do
I,
that.
I think we could, the intent is polite and positive, but I think we could state it in a lot more friendly
It's
way.
really important that it specifically say that it's viewpoint neutral.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Next up, 2 speakers will address the commission, not other, they used to say, speakers will address the commission, not other members of the audience.
Which they normally do, but you.
Again, this is a change from direction to the chair to direction to the commission as a whole. Again, these are all consistent with changes in case law that have come out recently that have made these changes really important.
Okay. Anybody have any problem with that?
No.
Yeah, we've always said, and I believe many public meetings of this sort have always said that you address the chair rather than addressing anybody else.
Putting it up.
And case law has determined that that is not really appropriate.
Okay.
And that
You address the
commission is
entire
governing
board,
body.
not just a single person.
Right.
Okay, so on that one, 2. Number 5, language is obscene when the average person is playing. I know it when I see it. Contemporary community standards. We find it appeal to prurient nature. It describes patently offensive way sexual conduct, specifically defined by state law, or lacks serious literary, artistic, political, scientific value. So we're just defining obscene language per case law.
And,
Right.
and my question on that, given that that has been something that
We gotta
has,
get out of here tonight.
why on earth would we wade into something that the Supreme Court wrestled with over and has changed their definitions of it many times? Why would we just leave it at the original thing?
The original language is unenforceable.
Well,
You don't
then,
define it. So, okay. Next up, 6, members of the audience shall refrain from interrupting other speakers, including the commission, making comments.
It's deleting the phrase making comments of a personal nature regarding others.
and why would you take that out?
Again, the case law has most recently directed, the courts have said that that type of language is unenforceable. If you're sitting on the dais, you are welcoming personal praise as well as personal, I don't want to say condemnation, but critique.
Well, welcoming may not be the
Right.
exact word we're
But
looking
you-
for, but yeah.
You get both
We
sides.
gotta
of the
take
coin.
it, right, you signed up for it. What?
I am wicked.
You are wicked. Okay, so,
I'm
perjured
highly in favor of prohibiting cussing, because I don't think cussing is
perjured
to be done.
terms for people and or profanity is for pejorative terms for people and or whoever did this green thing is gonna.
Yeah, never again.
Forbidden, I have no idea where this came from. Why not yellow?
I
Profanity.
will note it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's so hard to read.
Swearing, cursing, or
Cussing.
cussing. Cursing or cussing. We can't curse or
And we
cuss.
shouldn't allow no darn vermin neither.
And the use of nationally offensive words for any purpose.
Notionally offensive,
Notion-
that's legally defensible? What the heck does notionally offensive mean?
Use of offensive. Let's just take out use of offensive. I mean, I don't, yeah, that's a hard word to know. Why don't we just
And
take
what's
out-
offensive? You don't
It's not-
define it.
we're not, like, totally reforming here. Notionally offensive. I don't know that word, I think offensive is. Do we?
That was the term used in the case that they found was okay.
Notionally offensive.
Yes.
What DCA said that? Well, I mean, it's not harmful if it's in a case law, so all right. 9, commission attendees. Audience will refrain from commenting, shouting, booing, clapping, stomping feet, or other inappropriate and or disruptive behavior. Brief 10 seconds or less. Clapping expression in such manner is permissible at the end of the speaker's comments.
So that
10
says that you
seconds,
can
please.
boo,
You can boo
clap,
his for
stomp
10
your feet,
seconds.
but only for
For
10
10
seconds.
seconds, which is actually
And-
opening up. Right.
And what
Mr.
is
McBoyd, would you like to make a
inappropriate?
comment?
I would love to. I've been told that part of our trouble is some of our language is undefined. Inappropriate or disruptive behavior. Where's the definition?
Well, all right, I think I'll decide. How's that? With the person running the mayor, the person that runs the meeting, I mean, we can't define everything. I mean,
well,
but all right, Mr. McCoy, I'm not gonna, it is now 9:50. We have so much to do before then. We cannot, just for the sake of argument, do stuff. Either vote for it or against it. And then the last one in that is speakers will refrain from identifying themselves as candidates for election to the city commission as mayor or city commissioner. So you can't come up and say, I'm running for office.
Correct. This is an attempt to make this not a political forum
Mhm.
either.
Okay. So we have for rule 14, we have no changes. Okay, consensus with no changes.
I do not give consensus for 10. If somebody wants to identify themselves as a candidate, I don't.
Okay.
So what?
Okay, well, we have
So I do not
consensus.
give consensus for that one. I don't give consensus for the addressing the change from addressing the chair. I think that was a reasonable thing that we've done.
Okay, we're gonna, I'm gonna.
I consent to all changes.
Okay, Ms. Malega? Do you consent to all the changes or the non-changes?
I do.
Okay, thank you. So we have consensus for that. What's next?
So that would be all of the changes, not accepting the change in Rule 5 regarding commissioner comments and striking the last proposed sentence in Rule 13. All the rest of the changes were.
Okay. All right, so
If the motion maker wants to.
yeah, would the motion
acknowledge
maker
that.
like to?
That was the motion maker.
Madam Mayor.
Well, we're gonna vote now.
We did raise Rule 12 that there was, and it was raised at a previous meeting that
Yes.
there was discussion of taking that out.
But we're not talking about that today.
If we're making changes to the rules and it's even highlighted in here, why are we not?
Well, I don't know. It's yellow only to green. That is something that we can always do. I think that that's a whole nother discussion. It's now almost 10 o'clock and we have a lot to go forward. So.
Madam Mayor, I would like to amend my motion. I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution as amended via consensus.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Malega?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy is a nay.
Correct.
These are consensus of what?
I'm sorry? Okay.
I'm sure.
Nothing. I was taking.
Okay. Where are we? Where's my agenda?
Discussion regarding commission. Approval of landscaping changes.
Okay.
Can I make a motion about the agenda?
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the time here and looking at this here, we have 2 items that are going to be excessively discussed. E and then new business D, in my opinion. I would make a motion that we maybe push D or E. I don't really, no, not E, D to the next meeting or another time certain, because I just don't see it happening. And if somebody's going to sit here to discuss that task force for another hour and we don't get to it, I would feel terrible if we could just do it now.
I agree with you.
So what is the
So
proposal
It's a
to,
motion to move it. How's our next agenda look, Madam Clerk?
It is extremely packed. It might be the first meeting in January because the last meeting of the year is extremely packed as of right now.
I would make a motion to move new business D to the first meeting in January.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Don't kill me, Captain Karn.
Nay.
Sorry about that.
All right, so Segrich, nay.
So Mr. Saberton, okay.
All right.
Okay, so that's gonna go to January.
It
All
also
right.
gives us more time to talk to our constituents about that kind of idea.
Yeah, I think we need to be, yeah. Okay, so discussion regarding commissioner approval of landscaping changes in public parks brought forward by Mr. Segrich. Do we have comment cards on this one? I thought I would.
And I have several as well, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Do we want to hear from Commissioner Segrich first? Because he's the one who brought this forward. Or are you with that?
Do you want to? Let's hear from the public.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a discussion. Catherine Kohlmeyer, Ginny Powell, Gail Silverblatt. Is Ms. Kohlmeyer still here? Is she in the hallway? Okay, and Ginny Powell still here. Okay, so Ms. Cole, hi, come on in. This is, oh, anything you want. Landscaping.
It does seem,
What?
it does seem a little bit like, since this is a discussion and it's been brought forth by Commissioner Segrich, and there's an enormous amount of backup, it's a little unclear to me. Maybe it would be helpful to hear from Commissioner Segrich. What is the objective here? What are we trying to accomplish in this discussion? And that might influence people's public comments. They might not need to make a public comment, depending on if we have some clarity. What are we trying to achieve?
Okay, Mr. Segrich, are you agreeing with that?
Yeah, I can
Okay,
go
sure.
first. That's fine.
You'll be
So-
right back, Ms. Kohlmeyer. Don't go far.
So yes, Mr. Revoy, there is a lot of backup to this. The reason the concern came forward is there was a tree circle installed in Bryant Park whose design did not go through the appropriate approval channels. I went and got from city staff, the original meeting approval was to plant, I think it was roughly like 26 tiny tree forests according to a map, with a specific design for what a tiny tree forest was. That was done in 2023. And it was consisted of a large tree, a medium tree, and some shrubbery around it. The commission voted to approve funding, approximately $50,000 from two different sources. The commission then voted to put it out to RFP to have a licensed vendor with a licensed arborist come in and implement the plan that was approved. No vendors applied, and no further action was taken by the commission on it. At some point in 2024, design changes were made, and we got the tree plantings in the South Bryant Park area, where I was told that our arborist was involved with the approvals of that, and it was significantly similar to the designs that were presented in 2023. Fast forward, we have the installation of the tree circle. The idea was first presented to us on the commission as a public comment. Commissioners don't normally respond on public comment. We did not vote on it, positive or negative. Initial feedback that I recall getting from staff was that it wouldn't be done unless we voted on it. And then around Halloween, it was installed. My issues are, it did not go through the proper process. It represents a significant design change from the original approval. There was no arborist from the city involved in the tree circle, as I've been told by staff. I asked staff several times if there was any kind of approval, and I was told that the commission approved it way back in 2023. Was no verification of insurance on the vendor that did the install, as far as I know from my last talk with staff. What's that?
It was Smarty Plants.
Okay.
And that's who did the original one,
So
the first one.
As of
There has been.
as of my last meeting with city staff, I was told no, it did not happen. So looking at this, there's a couple different things with the location where it interferes with the current event sites that we have. There are a lot of events that happen in our park and they utilize that open space. There are future events that city staff has been talking to, trying to bring in concerts. Alan Jackson was a possibility where a temporary stage might have been set up in that area. And as well as when looking at the open spaces plan, that area has other things in it in our open spaces plan. So my goal in this is not because I hate trees, not because I hate silver buttonwoods, not because I hate the idea of the tree circle. It's because I don't believe it followed the appropriate process of approvals, like any other project would have that had underwent such significant design changes. The actual implementation of it, if we are going to go through and put in a tree circle, I would have liked to have seen 100-gallon, 200-gallon trees planted. Right now, I think it was 3-gallon or 9-gallon trees that are planted, but I'm going to take anywhere from
You'll have your chance.
5, 10, 15 years to reach maturity. And as we heard earlier, when commenting about trees where I suggested planting live oaks near the playground, oh my gosh, we don't want to have to wait that long to receive the benefit of it. So, it's on my end, it's purely a procedural issue. And I think as a commission, anything that's going to involve our public parks, a significant design change needs to have public input and needs to have specific approval from the commission.
Thank you. Public comment. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, prior to comment, I just from a staff perspective, as far as this item goes, I guess all we're looking for is direction, because in terms of whether it's just a group of citizens or a nonprofit or an LLC, whatever it happens to be, that come forward and request to utilize city funds to do a project on city property, like in a city park, that's not a common thing. There is no current policy for that. So I know it was mentioned as far as the right procedure wasn't followed. There is no procedure for something like that to happen. So from a staff perspective, when it was a 5-0 unanimous vote and a very enthusiastic 5-0 vote, when this happened last year, you guys allocated the funds for that, it was not staff's purview to now try to figure out how do we slow this down or throw a monkey wrench in the process. I keep hearing, how do we get to yes? Well, we made sure that we had our arborist at the time, Dave McGrew, God rest his soul, he's no longer with us. He was on site, as well as Scott Brock, who is our ground supervisor, to make sure that the locates were called in properly, so none of our irrigation got ripped, all this other stuff. So we did what we could do from a staff perspective to make sure this would happen because of the enthusiasm we saw from all 5 of you on the dais at the time. There is, again, no policy or no process for an outside agency doing something on city property with city funds. So all we ask is, moving forward, if you guys can just come up with what do you want as far as a process for something like that in the future. Do we need to bring everything back to you every time? What do you want to see? If it's a site plan, is it a generic site plan? Do you want survey? Like, how detailed do you want this to be? That's all we would need, so we don't run into this situation again in the future.
Well, I mean, this did come before us a number of times. It's not, it was no surprise that trees were planted in Bryant Park. I think the concept that it's in the place right in the middle of where everything happens is, I don't agree with that. I spent the past since 1979 dealing with Bryant Park, and most of the stuff happens in front, or and even if there was like the egg hunt, it could be moved a little bit. You know, some variations. There's plenty of open space in Bryant Park. So are you suggesting that the circle of trees be torn up?
I would like to see us set a policy for what we want to require from doing these kinds of plantings within the park. And then I think we can address the specifics of the tree circle.
Well, I'm asking you, are you suggesting that they tear up the tree circle?
I would like to see it relocated to south of the pump house. And I would like to see the trees to be larger specimens.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask for public comment at this point. We asked for Mr. Segrich's viewpoint, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, but let's have public comment now. Ms. Kohlmeyer, where are you? I know you're out there. Followed by Ms. Powell.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I haven't been involved in this project, but I have spoken with several people who have been involved, and I looked at the backup. First of all, I'm very impressed with the immense work that the residents put into this project to try and create more of a shade canopy for the city. I understand that the vendor who put these particular trees in the circle in, did it at an extremely good price and actually planted them at no cost. I also understand that the residents involved in this liaised with the maintenance department. I may have the names wrong, Leisure and Services, Parks and Recreation, liaised with several city departments and staff very, very closely and did a lot of adjustments. It was extremely carefully considered. I think the suggestion to move the circle is very expensive. Buying new trees, that they're incredibly expensive, and the bigger, exponentially more expensive, and they're not going to take so well. It's much harder for a bigger, older tree to successfully be transplanted and be healthy. So it seems to me that this is not efficient, sensible, or practical, and is unnecessary to change the tree circle. And I am, again, so impressed by what these residents have done and the amount of effort and work and dedication they put into it.
Ginny Powell, followed by Gail Silverblatt.
Ginny Powell, 224 North Palmway. I'm on the tree board. We were always kept apprised of what was going on with this project. It did evolve over time. It did start out as a tiny forest. That was due to discussions with PBSO. It was determined that that was not the way to go because that it could possibly be a place for people to sleep or hide or whatever. Jamie is correct. There wasn't a specific process, but I feel like this team of Nest is not just an arbitrary group of people out there who wanted to do this. They are long-term residents of the city. Two of them were long-term tree board members at one time. If it hadn't have been for them, we would be way, way far behind. They have done a great service, and they did liaise with Leisure Services. I think they had their support, sustainability, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, PBSO, the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association. I just don't think that, I think all the T's were crossed and the I's dotted. I want to also address Mr. Segrich's comment about planting much larger trees. I think you mentioned at the pre-agenda meeting in the neighborhood of 200 gallons. The costs grow exponentially for that type of installation. The trees cost more, you need larger trucks to transport, a crane to lift them, and a much larger crew. And we could plant about the 13 trees that they're planting downtown for what has been allocated. So, and the smaller trees will also somewhat catch up with the larger trees over a number of years. Dave McGrew, our former horticulturist who has passed away now, but he left the city.
That's time.
Anyway, he really supported the planting of smaller trees, that they establish better. They're easier to establish with less effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Silverblatt, followed by Ted Bronstein.
Hi, Gail Silverblatt, 414 North O Street, founding member of Nest. I'm not quite sure where to start here, so I'm just going to go ahead and read my comments. If I have time left, I'll try and explain some situations. I want to thank the Tree and Landscape Board, the mayor, the commission for funding the Bryant Park Shade Tree Plan. Thank you, city staff, including Leisure Services Department, Public Works, Ground Maintenance, and Planning and Zoning Directors for working with neighbors encouraging shade trees to increase the shade in Bryant Park. Thanks to all the friends and neighbors for supporting the Bryant Park Shade Tree Plan. And a big thank you to Paul and Marta Harding of Amelia's Smarty Plants Garden Center for their generosity and for planting the trees when the city said they didn't have the employees to do the job. I'm here to ask that the 9 green buttonwood trees be planted. The Joyful Tree Circle provides shade in the northeast corner of the park where it is so sorely lacking. It's a living venue for creative performances, community events such as dance, drum circles, poetry readings, Easter Bunny photos, yoga, Tai Chi, or quiet contemplation. Lawrence Casenti, the general manager of the Gulfstream Hotel, sees it as a wedding venue. The Lake Worth Beach has been recognized as Tree City USA for 18 years. Providing shade for residents along with rebuilding our tree inventory is the cornerstone of the Tree City USA program. People want shade. The 2024 Lake Worth Beach Mobility Plan survey results, over 60% of the respondents stated they want more shade and trees along sidewalks. Planting shade trees should be part of the annual city maintenance services for our city, with paving roads and filling potholes. It's essential to the residents of the city to plant trees to shade the streets, sidewalks, and parks and playgrounds. Other cities have allocated annual funding to plant shade trees. West Palm Beach wants to plant 10,000 trees in 10 years.
Time.
No.
Can I? You finish up your thought.
Thank you. My thought.
Well,
West Palm Beach wants to plant 10,000 trees in 10 years. Delray Beach has a program to plant 10,000 trees in 5 years to raise the average canopy coverage. Okay, in comparison, Lake Worth Beach Commission established a 2006 resolution to plant 10,000 trees by 2013 for the city's 100th anniversary. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Nest is continuing to advocate for planting shade trees
Thank
that
you.
previous commissions approved.
Thank you very much. Ted Bronstein, followed by Diane Brown.
Hi, Ted Brownstein, 1016 South Lakeside. I really have nothing to add to the comments that have already been made, except that I love the tree circle. It's magical. It creates an amenity in the park for all sorts of things, and it's a very special space. And I'd like to see it remain or move. I don't really care, but really support the idea of the circle and commend the city for their support of these volunteers who've done tremendous work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Diane Brown. Followed by Tracy Rossoff Peterson, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Diane Brown, 905 North Lakeside Drive. I've been on the tree board since 2021. We started working on more shade trees in Bryant Park with Nest over 2 years ago. Nest, the Tree and Landscape Board, many staff members have been working on this and now have 42 shade trees in the ground. The plans have evolved with updates to commissions frequently. Please lift the freeze of planting shade trees.
Thank you very much. Tracy Rossoff Peterson, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Hi, Tracy Rossoff Peterson, 331 South Lakeside Drive. Hope I can speak at this late time. I'd like to say thank you to all the staff and city that we've worked with for over 2.5 years, actually. I hope you all got a chance to read the 47 pages of backup material that we've created for you. I'd also like you to please think about the value of what the volunteers in this city have done and the value of the venue itself compared to building another cement venue. 15 trees are going to be something really cool. I think we should have more tree circles, and I also think we should have more shade everywhere in the city and live up to the 2008 commission that wanted to plant the trees. We have been recognized as a tree city many years. On the benchmarks page, which was the last 2 pages of the 46, it does give you the points where things pivoted. They pivoted because of PBSO. They pivoted because of our Governor DeSantis made the FL law that we people can't sleep in the park. Where they pivoted when Martin passed away, and I mean when Dave, that was a previous city horticulturist.
He's still alive.
And we have Nest and the tree board have been using professionals this whole time. I am not a professional tree person. I am an artist. So we have used the, listening to all the professionals along the way. And I want you to, you can trust us. You can trust this process. By bringing all of this up, it's undermining the trust. There is so much value you could use in all the volunteers. There is a huge amount of wealth in this of older people, and you're undermining trust in the process of your own staff and your own departments. And please trust your own staff and the departments as it is.
Thank you very much. Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I love trees. I don't think there's any problem planting trees in our parks. I do think there should be a process. We have processes for anyone coming in and building a development in our city. I've sat here many times and listened to you all say we need more trees, we need more cover here, we need more cover here. Well, we have 18, 19 parks in our city. We need trees in all those parks. And I would like to see, rather than putting more and more trees just in Bryant Park, let's spread it through the whole city. And I agree that there needs to be a process. Developers, other people need to have site plans. I think it's not wrong to expect our own city to have that and to have your approval. I was sitting here when it first came to you all about the tree circle. It was just like me standing here making comment or making a public comment in unagendaed items. You all didn't vote. You all didn't say anything because you don't. And I really am taken aback by the negative comments to Commissioner Segridge that he doesn't like trees, that he doesn't like this, that he doesn't like that. And it's coming mainly from the mayor, which I really don't appreciate because I've heard it so many times. No, ma'am, I've heard it in pre-agenda. I've heard it numerous times. But, to want something to be a process, because this is our parks, not just Nest Park and the volunteers, which I commend them from everything they do, but it's every resident in the city's park. And you need to remember that I live in an area where there's a tiny, tiny park and part of it doesn't have a tree at all in it. So I just think we need to think about the city as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have public comments to read?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Well, have at it.
The first one is from Susan Ona at 826 North Palmway. Please move to stop the pause for Nest and City and Smarty plants to continue to fulfill the promise to plant shade trees in Bryant Park. A lot of work and effort has been put into the design and care in planting new shade trees throughout the park. People appreciate and love walking amongst the trees. The trees are doing beautifully with good care by staff and respect by visitors to the park. We are very fortunate to have great support. Let's continue this gift of so many hands to Bryant Park and all of her visitors. The next comment that I have is from Cheryl Leventhal, 421 North Palmway. I am so happy to see the wonderful work of these volunteers and completely support moving forward in continuing phase 2, shade tree planting. Bryant Park is a gem in our community with potential to improve our essential native tree canopy and providing increased shade in our park. Thank you. The next comment I have is from Cecilia Dartney or Dartani. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. 1617 North End Street. I fully support the volunteer work of Nest and their more than 2-year-long collaboration with the City of Lake Worth Beach. Their project to add native trees to Bryant Park provides very welcome shade and enhances the beauty of this public space. I understand that more tree plantings are planned in the immediate future to provide shade in the northeast corner of the park and urge the commission to approve this action and additional tree plantings as soon as possible. The next comment I have is from Lawrence Casenti at 1 Lake Avenue. I am very supportive of shade trees in Bryant Park, and the Joyful Tree Circles is a beautiful addition. I think Commissioner Segrich is correct that we should slow things down briefly. I'm thoughtful of how future plantings will align with the larger Bryant Park redevelopment plan, but let's also make decisions quickly so people don't get frustrated. I'd suggest no more than 45 days to come up with a plan. The trees are there. Let's commend Nest for doing something beautiful for the park. I support more trees and do not want to hold up the project indefinitely, but let's come together, coordinate, and plan thoughtfully. I'm grateful someone stepped up to make the park better. The next comment that I have is from Alice Mann at 411 South Lakeside Drive, Apartment 2. I support unpausing the hold on the shade tree plantings, including the Joyous Tree Circles. The plan to add shade trees to Bryant Park was previously approved and has been underway for well over 2 years. Let's embrace the plan that Nest members have worked on for well over 2 years. I applaud and thank the members of the Nest group for their hard work and dedication. And the last comment I have is from Donna Kerner at 1012 North J Street. I have been a Tree and Landscape Board member since 2021. Neighbors encouraging shade trees, Nest submitted a comprehensive 46-page backup, which provided details, documentation of discussions, presentations, requests, and approvals involving Nest, the Tree and Landscape Board, and the City Commission since September 14th, 2023. The date Nest first presented its proposal to plant mature native shade trees in Bryant Park. Following that presentation, the commissioners approved $50,000 to support this important initiative. Throughout this process, Nest has consistently kept Tree and Landscape Board members, advisors, city staff, and commissioners informed and updated at every stage. To date, 42 native trees have been successfully planted in Bryant Park. The most recent addition, 15 silver buttonwoods forming the Joyful Tree Circle, was submitted through the proper city channels and receives full approval. Like Mayor Resch, I do not see any legitimate issue with this process. Commissioner Segrich's concern about decisions being made without commission approval are unfounded and misrepresent the facts. Every step has been adhered to established procedures and received the necessary authorizations. I respectfully urge the City Commission to unpause future Nest tree plantings that follow the procedures for landscaping and public parks. This is important work, so this important work can continue without unnecessary obstruction. That's the last comment I have, Madam Mayor.
Well debated, but I want to just, oops, what's this? I'm sorry?
Handed to me, they said that I guess it was emailed at some point to someone, they don't know when or to who. I guess it was Susan Gaio.
Susan Gaio?
Yeah.
Hi, Susan Gaio, and she was here.
Yes.
And we do read them if they have been here. Okay. This is from Susan Gaio, whose address is on North Gulf. If you adding more approval steps to a system that is already challenging from a volunteer standpoint is unnecessary and will tend to prolong getting things done, or as Nest likes to say, trees in the ground. It is one thing to monitor what volunteer groups do, but it is important to remember that it is possibly better to obligate yourself that they are doing the correct thing under the guidance of the tree board and competent city staff than assume the opposite. There is an understated distrust of volunteers when, after following rules that have been in place for a long time, state that they did not do enough. It might be better to express your ideas in a more diplomatic and understanding way and appreciate what they do. I am asking the commission to give more sanction to the effort volunteers make and assume that they are working in a conscientious way. We are important to the city because we are participating in government and our community with the goal of not only beautification, but hardening our city against climate change that is already destructive. Moreover, aesthetics is a personal thing. Should the commission hold up important work for reasons of taste when people with knowledge and background have been entrusted to make those decisions and have already reviewed the plan and deemed it acceptable? The Joyful Tree Circle has already gotten many compliments, including one from the manager of the Gulfstream Hotel, as from their view, it is apparently quite charming. That is from Susan Gayo. Two things. Okay, Mr. Segrich, it sounds like the approval of the commission for that specific planting, the tree circle, is your concern. Am I correct?
That's one of the concerns. The other is moving forward, that if something is going to significantly change where we've seen a plan for
Right.
something, that we actually have a new plan come
Okay,
forward.
right,
So
no,
like-
that was my next step, yeah,
So
so.
like phase 3, that down by the playground, I would think we would see prior to it going in, some sort of site
Okay.
plan that we approve.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to, so number one is, the problem that the original circle of trees didn't have official action vote, okay? Going forward, I think that it's reasonable to think that the city should, the commission should approve those things. I have no problem with that. Things come to us regularly, and if the commission doesn't like it, we got to say why, or how to change it, or how to adapt it. But I don't disagree that it should come before us. I think this, and again, this project has been going on for a long time, and I think that in the there's a difference of opinion or perception about how the tree circle came about. Everything else has gone, I believe, through us, and we have approved that. I don't see any reason to disrupt the tree circle. As a matter of fact, and I was very sorry that none of my commissioners joined me on Veterans Day to light up the bridge. It was our second annual Light Up the Bridge event, and after we came down, we all had flashlights, and after we came down off the bridge, Gail, much to my chagrin, asked me to see if we couldn't get people in the circle as we came off the bridge, and we did. We were able to do that, and I have to tell you, it was a pretty magical moment when people were uplighting those, the trees. At one point, I think there was a comment that there was only 3 feet worth of, and it's not. It's when I'm tall, and I mean they were at my height, so it was open up till about my height, and it was beautiful. So I think I agree with you that we should vote. I don't have any problem with that. I do have a problem with doing anything to what has already been done, because in good faith, these people have worked. They have really followed the process all along. There was no quote process for them to follow. So I don't think that we can criticize them for not following. I think they did everything they could. They were talking to staff, they talked to everybody involved, and Amelia Smarty Plan. So I agree with you that there should be a process that anything like that comes to us for a vote, but I absolutely disagree with doing any changes to the tree circle. Ms. May, I think you're up next.
Thank you. You pretty much almost said everything that I wanted to say. So I think that this is one of the cities that has the most amazing amount of volunteers and the interest and doing amazing things for the community. Whether it's for the schools or for Compass or parades or for the environment. So with all that being said, and I think that is awesome, and the entire process of the walkway trees it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I do agree that we kind of went off the rails with the circle, because it it diverted from the original plan, which I got because I was sitting here, but it's not in the minutes. It's not in the backup. So if you wanted to go see the original plan, you can't. Because I tried to do it with Assistant City Manager Perry. So we got stuff at the meetings that didn't go in the background, but the original plan that we have in here, that was all approved all along the walkway, right? And then the circle part, to my recollection, came during public participation of non-agenda items, which we can't speak to. So we couldn't say anything, even if we wanted to. I think it's awesome. I can't even imagine that moment inside the circle. I do have a problem with where it is, and that I'm going to bring Stuart here and kind of just ask you. So as somebody who's going to be throwing a lot of events in Bryant Park, do you think that the tree circle is going to inhibit us from getting, say, Alan Jackson or some sort of events in that space? How will it affect Little Scream? How does it affect Easter? I think I just want to know, like, practically with other purposes of the park, without throwing you under the bus, but I know we've had some conversations and I kind of want to get it out.
Stuart Sword, Assistant Director of Leisure Services. So regarding the question, in terms of the layout, I think there's like 12 to 15 foot between the trees. I'm not sure exactly, so in terms of some of the events, July 4th, Little Scream, where it's used for trunk or treat or a car show, the vehicles could still fit there. Now, in terms of you want to do a pop-up stage there, obviously that is somewhat degraded, but there's still plenty of other open space in the park to set up a stage. And the trend for a lot of musicians would be to use pop-up stages. If you can't be up close to the actual performance, you could have a pop-up stage throughout the parks. You could even be in South Bryant Park and be watching a concert projected on the screen. So there are still like workarounds that would exist.
Okay. I don't want to say tear it out at all. But I also don't want it to be to prohibit us from doing stuff. And like, this is just me kind of thinking out loud here. Like, if we wanted to, I would assume if you were going to move trees, you wanted to do them before they kind of get all settled in, but I don't know that. I think that going forward, we do need, when the next stages of this stuff comes forward, we do need to be able to vote on it. I think that we need a policy for either citizen or nonprofit action. We have the ghost house coming next, and that's going to be kind of the same issue. We want to make sure that we go through the process for that. Actually, it's not the same issue because we're not using any city funds, but I do want to make sure that we don't have this issue in the future, because saying to move trees is like against my religion.
Yeah.
But we really got to make sure for the next couple of stages of this that it comes to us. I'm not going to ask questions to the Nest people, but I would kind of like to know, like, how hard would it be to move it? And if so, Stuart, where would you want it? If it could be in Bryant Park or a different park. Just for informational purposes.
Yeah, I definitely don't have the qualifications to speak to like moving the trees. I'm just not.
Just location wise, do you have any other specific place where you'd be like, oh, it would be so much better there?
I'd have to consult with other staff.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so that's just my opinion. We have to make a decision. This is a discussion, so we don't have to make a decision. So maybe come back with ideas and find out. I don't know.
Mr. Mirza, I think the policy should be, we vote on it. I mean, that should be the policy. If somebody, what stuff now? He just said we can work around it. It's not really interfering. It's in the corner of the park. It's probably as far off in the big areas as we just had trunk or treat. Did it interfere with trunk or treat?
It went in right after trunk or treat.
Oh, okay.
But my recommendation would be for the other phases, you know, if we need to satisfy additional requirements for phase 3 and 4, we should ensure that's brought forward.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Mr. McBoy?
I guess that makes, we won't be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I don't think we should do
It's
that.
really pretty there. It's beautiful. It was so cool. Mr. McBoy, and I apologize for the facetious comments I have made in the past. I won't do them again, honestly. I apologize. Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, I do hear Commissioner Segrich's concern of, you know, stuff just happening, and it wouldn't be too hard to imagine a different group of volunteers who maybe aren't as experienced with the city, but very enthusiastically, you know, putting a big pile of cinder blocks or something and deciding it was art or something. And we might all go, oh my goodness, that's not quite what we had in mind, or they might do it in the wrong location. I could imagine that there are problems or potential problems, but I also think that what Tracy mentioned, governments are not very good at imaginative, creative things. That's just not, you know, and voting on all creative things, especially by folks who are not, you know, none of us up here are artists, doesn't necessarily get you to the best result for the most people in the community. So while I hear some concern about process, I also hear a lot, sometimes just letting dedicated long-term people have a little bit longer leash. And I think, as has been pointed out, they were pretty careful. Maybe they didn't bring specifically that plan back. I have no idea. I'm just speculating. Maybe they were a little nervous that if we call a joyful tree circle, that'll be dead in the water in votes before we even get started. I don't know. That's speculation because I really do not know anything about how that came about. But certainly, I'm absolutely opposed to any attempts to move it. That makes no sense at all. That'll kill the trees. 50% of them wouldn't make it. That's just crazy. The location, I actually do use that part of the park because, as many of you know from my comments, we've done science tables for July 4th events, for Halloween events. Seems to me another one that I can't recall, but we've done it a number of times. That is an out of the way location. It's a great location for, and there's some question whether it's a joyful tree circle or a magical tree circle. I think we should vote on that at some point, but don't move it. Yes, on the next stages, yeah, bring a drawing by, and hopefully we will recognize that these are people who have thought about this quite a bit, have taken quite a bit of the steps. And I think the much bigger concern that we should have as a commission is what I have seen of the proposed master plan, brought in all sorts of hard surfaces and cements and paths and things that, I don't know where those ideas came from, but they are not helpful. That I think we need to have some review of before we get anywhere. So my motion would be to approve unpausing.
Discussion, we're not really going to vote.
Says there's a motion here. Can I make a motion? I believe I can.
All right.
So my motion is to approve unpausing the nest tree plantings and encourage the nest folks to continue to work with the tree board and, you know, bring us a couple drawings once in a while.
Okay, but to clarify a little bit.
And to clarify that, to keep the existing magical or joyous tree circle where it is.
Okay, but any future plantings by Nest or anybody else would come to us for approval?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
maybe I didn't say it clearly,
okay,
but
just to make sure.
That was my intent.
Because if that's the, do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, Ms. May?
Anthony has let up first, but I have a question about what exactly the motion is. Can I just ask?
Sure. Yeah, clarify.
So there's these 9 other dots on here. So I'm assuming those are the other trees that still need to be planted. So are we saying that they need to come to us for the 9 dots?
Good question.
I don't know if I
Yeah, it's in your backup.
It's in your backup.
There was a lot of.
I was under the impression that we would allow this to continue as designed.
Right.
So the
With the
circles, the
The circle
circle's done, and then
continues
it's the 9 dots, right? Okay.
As designed, and then phase 3 come back with.
Okay,
So
does
this
that
is
affect
9.
negatively the space in the park?
No.
Okay, then yeah, I'm good.
So go ahead with phase 2. Is that Mr. Segrich, just make sure that with the 9, the 9, so it's, okay.
Yes.
So the next, after that, it would be something that we can, so we are approving phase 2. Keeping the circle as it is. And all future plantings come before the commission in a very specific manner. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what you seconded. I just wanna make sure-
Yeah, that's what I second, but I do have comment.
And that's what you proposed.
And you gotta tell us when you're doing them so we can help.
Formal addition to the motion, but I encourage that it's our intent that we don't micromanage it too much.
Well, you
That's
came
just
to-
intent.
Commissioner McBoy?
Mr.
Oh, speak into my microphone, I'll bet.
Yes.
I'll try.
So, I did want to reiterate that, it's not that I hate trees. My issue here was more with the process. And I do take note that the presentation could have been more diplomatic in how I worded it. I do value the volunteers and the effort that they've put into this. I think that, my earlier comments about the shade for the playground area, that dovetails nicely into what phase 3 is. And I would hope that we could do something to help alleviate that problem with some large shade trees, right? I also agree with some of the public comment about the other areas of the city. As you travel into College Park, it gets to be a heat island because the yards don't have shade trees. And I think all too often our city uses punitive mannerisms to try to encourage stuff versus positive, give people a reward to plant a shade tree in their yard versus saying that you have to do it. And I think our roads, the bump outs and some of the areas where we previously removed trees because we had some traffic problems, we need to re-explore adding those trees back. So a big supporter of that. But I'm excited about phase 3 and what that can bring. And, so long as the circle is not interfering with operations in the park and events, I'm for it and supportive of it. But again, my issue really was with the process and not necessarily the actual end result of that. And thank you for your guys' work.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Malega?
Aye.
Okay, great. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Brown has something to say
Just to confirm,
Just to
they
confirm.
can continue
with phase 2.
with the tree circle.
The 9 dots.
I think that.
They can-
Okay.
The tree circle stays and the 9 new
Yeah.
plantings.
And I did
But
want to
phase
make-
3, you better mind your P's and Q's.
And I did want to make one comment because Commissioner may have.
Mr. Brown, folks,
The ghost structure.
yeah,
If you guys do decide to move forward, that's a different situation because it's an actual structure.
right.
Which means there's a foundation,
Sure.
that has to go through the building.
Yeah, of
department. Obviously, it has to meet hurricane code, so it doesn't
Yep.
become an actual. fire.
Understood.
That's
They
how it's
understand
going.
that.
So that's a completely different situation
Yeah.
than this one.
Yeah, I think
But
conceptually,
it's still, but I'm saying it still has to go through us to be approved.
right.
That is
So that's
correct,
kind of the
but
same
there is a building department process for that.
of course,
So that's
of
where
course.
it differs.
Well, I think if we approve, or another way to look at it would be, we could approve it in concept, subject to approval by the, so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they could do all that work and not get approved. All right, so we have. a
Motion to suspend the 10:45, don't start anything new rule, so we can get through the next 3 things.
Well, hopefully, yeah, okay.
Fortunately, it is my understanding that that is not waivable.
The 11 o'clock is not.
I would make a
45
motion.
rule is not waivable according to our rules and procedures.
Right. All right.
I
Oh,
would make a
William, you sat here
motion.
all night for nothing.
I would make a motion that we reorder C to in front of B because those two are, probably have a time thing and I don't think it's gonna take us long.
Let's do A and C.
Second.
And it's 10:43 currently.
Second.
Okay, new business A.
We need to vote on the reordering really quickly.
You need to vote on that.
Okay, let's vote on reordering A.
No, C to in front of B.
Yes, but A and C, and then B and D.
There's no D.
Well,
D's
D,
gone.
right. So do A and C and then B
Correct.
second. Okay.
You have
so-
1 minute and we won't be able to start it.
All right.
Okay.
Do
Motion to,
Unfortunately, it's 10:45, so.
we have a second for that? To change
we
it?
got
Do we have
10:44.
a second?
Yes,
Yes.
Thank
second.
you. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Jeez.
Aye.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so A, new business A, second amendment to the agreement with Odyssey.
Motion to
Manufacturing.
approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
D, thank you.
Do
C,
C.
work orders, the paving lady for paving.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
B.
B, first read.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I need to read it.
Damn.
Yeah, we have to have a, yeah.
Or-
Well, we started it so we can finish it.
Ordinance 2025-27, ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 2 administration, division 3 permits, section 23.2-39 affordable workforce housing program by adding thereto a new subsection M credits related to credits that may be applied towards city fines, liens, and penalties, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
You do.
And do I have a second?
You do.
Oh, all right then. Any discussion? Mr. McBoy and Mr. Segwich have their lights on. I think Mr. Segwich was actually first, and we are really against the clock here. So,
Thank
Sorry,
you,
can I
Madam.
just get the first and second before you start?
I'm sorry.
Who's the first and the second?
I was the first.
And Mr. McBoy, I think was the second. All right, Mr. Segwich, were you the second? Who seconded the motion?
Sure. A second.
Mr. Segwich was the second.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. All right, land development regulations. We have a motion and a second. Do we need a presentation from staff?
Let's hope not. Due to essence of time. This is an item to create a mechanism to provide an opportunity for those who are providing affordable housing that is not required by our code to have a financial value of a credit that can be applied to code compliance liens and landscape fines. There are 3 entities that have been waiting for this for months.
Is this the
This
Habitat one?
Habitat has 2 homes that have been waiting to get a CO. This is the mechanism we came up to help solve their code compliance lien problem. That was instituted by the special magistrate. There's some other entities that like to take advantage of it. If this is not approved, and on second reading, I don't really know how we move forward with Habitat, and the houses were finished.
It sounds like,
It sounds like the tree circle. It's already built.
well, I mean, just Mr. Segwich really quick, and then Mr. McBoy really quick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in looking at this, our comp plan
If you're not here.
calls for promoting the development of market rate as well as workforce housing. The city of Lake Worth Beach has done a phenomenal job in creating affordable housing. Our CRA has done a phenomenal job. We're probably #1 in the county by a huge
Long
margin. Our city needs more market rate as well as more workforce. I am not opposed to offering a credit for affordable, but there are so many properties that fall into this category of having code fines and so on, and we really want to get those owners to be able to sell. And not all those parcels are really suited towards affordable. I would like to see this kind of a credit expanded, not just for affordable, but for people coming in and redeveloping and rehabbing those properties that are troubled properties for our city, whether it's going to be market rate or workforce or affordable. And I think that aligns better with our comp plan.
I'm assuming then you know about the fine reduction process and reduction for purchase for sale.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But in not all cases does it alleviate everything. Sometimes there's people who are stuck.
Yeah, and on the other hand, we try to monetize things as much as we can. So 1,000 square foot house would be how much taken off? So so if if the fine was $50,000, what's 25? 25,000, that's 25,000.
25,000.
Okay. 25,000. Credit, if there's, so it would, all right, so let's say there's a $50,000 fine, this would take off 25,000 of it, not the entire fine. They would still be able to, would they still be able, or, do you pick which benefit you get, the reduction of fine or this? Because you can get 20, let's say we do 20, let's say it becomes 100,000.
They're gonna have to already have gone through the process. Their lien is set. It could be running by today. It either ends through compliance, but there has to be a fixed number where that's going to be applied. And then they could, in theory, apply for the reduction to as little as 10%.
Beyond that.
And then what is left to be paid, this credit could be paid toward that.
So if the fine was $50,000 and the credit was $25,000, then coming to the special magistrate looking for a decrease down to 10% would mean that would reduce the fine to $2,500.
Right.
What?
As Mr. Waters was suggesting, they would potentially request the fine reduction first. So that would reduce the fine to $5,000 at the lowest percentage, and then they could use this credit to pay for that.
But the credit is only attributable to the property in question. They can't bank it and use
Right.
it somewhere else.
Okay, so if we approve this tonight, can we come back with his thing at some point?
That's gonna have to.
Because that's completely irrelevant to this.
Work out in different sections. I don't know whether there is a mechanism to do something like Mr. Cedric is suggesting, but it's not in this section of the code.
Okay.
It'll have to be somewhere else. I'm not quite sure where.
Okay. I'm just trying to say, like, yes, great, let's talk about it a different day.
I don't know. I mean, I have certain feelings about that. We give so many incentives to affordable housing. We, this is like a whole nother level of giving them more help, which is good, but I think we're giving them a lot of help. Mr. Segridge and then Mr. McBoy. Oh, Mr. McBoy.
Let me enlarge the print here a little bit. I had some discomfort with this as well. I would have liked to have seen in the backup which properties are currently affected by this, and I think we should get a list of that. I really think we should
won't know
have
that
that.
specifically because it hasn't been actually advertised. So we do.
But it seems like this is such a specific kind of thing. It seems like this is coming because of, it's a workaround to deal with some specific
problem.
cases, at least. And it has, I believe the CRA folks have brought some of this before us, before his discussions. I'm also concerned, we do a lot of waiving and significantly reducing fines. Is there any reason we couldn't deal with this on a case-by-case basis rather than writing a change to the rule?
Who would make that decision?
What's that?
Who would make that decision on a case-by-case basis?
I don't know. Make an offer. I don't know. So my other concern is, or maybe a question, exactly what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? And is this the only way
Part
to
of
do
it
it?
gets toward what Mr. Cedric was talking about. We have properties that are struggling to be redeveloped. Many live in the CRA area. They have existing liens on them, or they have co-compliance or possibly tree payments that are due. And they'll sit there because many of the properties are desirous of Habitat for Humanity and other affordable housing people. Keep in mind that affordable housing includes workforce that can be 120% of the county's median household income, which is $116,000 times 1.2. We're talking about families of four making $140,000 would qualify for the housing that this actually gets at, which is well beyond our market anywhere west of, say, much of Federal, to be honest. And so this is going to encourage some, in our view, market rate housing in Lake Worth, but it qualifies as affordable or workforce. We also have in our code right now, if the commission so had the money in a trust fund, we could pay a developer to provide more affordable housing than what's required. That account has no money in it. It may have money in it one day. We don't know. This credit here is derived out of the rationalization from that credit that was created. And that's where the numbers come from. And this value will float with the median household income. That's where the percentage comes from. It can't be applied to your sustainable bonus that you're going to get payment. It can't be applied to things that actually are money due to you. I mean, we have to keep in mind, and whether I agree with it or not is relevant, but many of our code compliance liens are reduced significantly, but it's inconsistently reduced.
Yeah. I'm well aware of that. But essentially, I mean, but there's no requirement, it sounds like, unless I'm wrong, that they're in compliance because, tree abuse or removal penalties.
You cannot pay off your lien if it's not in compliance. That daily fine has to have finished running. Now, when it comes to the tree replacement, once it's gone, there's already a set fee. And granted, you all are changing possibly that fee at some point.
Right.
But we already have a fee on a couple of properties that is pretty significant. And this would help, allay having that to be paid. Because remember, the tree penalty removed by the permit is set. You can't replace that with tree mitigation or other means. And so we have several properties that need some kind of relief, or we have a problem, and they are in the Sierra.
Financial relief or tree relief?
The penalties have come from trees being removed without permits. And the mitigation piece. This will help that entity meet that need or that required payment for the tree mitigation and the tree penalty payment.
But they will not have had to plant the new tree before they get.
They do have to meet the landscape code as part of their site plan. So they were already planting trees. Some of these lots don't have the room to plant the trees beyond what the code requires. Part of your discussion that you just had, one place up thing I want to tack onto it, and Elizabeth, we need a policy on how private entities can provide trees to the city and they get planted that can serve as tree mitigation mechanisms. We don't have that policy either. And I'd like to tack it on to what you were talking about with the tree circle, but that's for another day.
Yes. Mr. Segridge?
So the way that I read this, an entity could purchase a property. Property has no fines on it. They go and they cut down 4 trees they shouldn't have, rack up $100,000 in fines. And because they're building affordable housing, we're giving them money to correct their bad actions, correct?
That's how I read it too, and I'm not.
Is that correct?
Yes, but that money is, that money is not money coming out of the coffer. It's money that you may not have collected from the code compliance individual.
Well, no, I mean, but it's the offender could use this to pay for their offense.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's
so
providing.
That's where I have an issue with it. Because, we have quality, we have developers coming in, purchasing homes where the offender was the previous owner, and we knock that down, but they still end up having to pay $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in a lot of cases. I know of one that actually won a historic preservation award and still had to pay $20,000 of previous code fines that they didn't cause, right? And so I see a credit like this helping that individual because we're taking a bad actor, removing them from the city, and encouraging a good actor going to do it. This is rewarding somebody who didn't follow our policies and procedures. Now, we started off this conversation. This is very specific to the incidents with the Habitat of Humanity. So how much do they owe that we're trying to correct this issue by changing this?
I think it's around $46,000.
Okay.
So that could be reduced to 4,000.
Because it's tree mitigation penalties and mitigation fees. Those cannot be reduced. There's also co-compliance liens on the property as well as I recall. I don't remember those amounts, but a significant chunk of the money is related to tree removal without permits.
Right. But the credits may be applied to those penalties.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both trees and code fines.
So, I understand that we have a predicament with those in particular, but I tend to agree with Mr. McVoy's comment of it seems like we're shoehorning this in to fix a very specific problem.
Yeah.
that, I would almost, and it sounds like there's other topics in and around this. I would almost rather table this to a later discussion that addresses some of these concerns, not try and
I'll second your motion.
1 minute.
Well, we already have a stand motion in second.
So someone would have to amend their motion
Or
withdraw it.
I believe I made the motion.
You did.
I will withdraw the motion.
I would
Does-
like to make
Does the
a,
seconder also agree with the withdrawal?
yes,
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to table this to a future meeting and include more of the discussion of some of the other items that we spoke about.
Is that sufficiently specific?
Be probably a workshop. We would take more
Yeah,
than
that's
30 minutes.
that's a
It would
whole
not be
different
an
thing.
ordinance.
Right.
Can we
Well,
move to table it in any case? And I agree with, I would second.
I think the whole subject requires more discussion. So,
Yeah.
it would have to go to a workshop or something. So I would,
Can we do something for Habitat tonight, though?
we can't bring
We
up,
can't without,
Mhm.
I mean, A, it's not on the agenda, and B, it would be,
but I think having this come forward for something very specific without the full information about this very specific thing, we always say time and time again, we can't make an ordinance just to
right.
help
Fix
someone.
X problem.
Yeah.
Or X specific.
So
I second your motion.
Putting a hole in the dike and
House built? Did they build the house already?
There were 2 homes built. There were 2 homes built. Thank you, Elizabeth. There were 2 homes built. They've been finished for months. They cannot get a CO because there are attachments of tree penalties on them.
They didn't think about that before they built the house?
Or
The
cut down
CO
the tree.
properties had existing structures demolished and they cleared the lots.
The
And
CRA did.
Yes. And the tree penalties carried with the properties when Habitat took them over. There were notes in the system that at some point, these tree penalties and tree replacements must be dealt with. Staff has been working on this for over a year while they were being built. The houses are essentially, they are basically finished. And this is what's holding up getting the COs issued.
So we have,
Excuse me, if the CRA cut them down, why isn't the CRA paying for that issue? I mean,
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes? Is that Sarah?
So, yeah, this is me. One of the homes, the CRA has proven that when they took possession of that property, said tree was gone. So the person who owned the house before the CRA even bought the one property, the tree had already been cut down. We have 2 families who are waiting to move into their homes that had been built because of these 2 issues. For months, they've been waiting to move into their homes. So whatever, I mean, we brought this forward 2.5 months ago. And we gave guidance to staff to try to figure something out because the tree mitigation is, and William has said this, it's expensive. And unfortunately, right now, we're at a standstill with these 2 properties. And we did tell staff to go back and try to figure something out. And now that they brought it back, we're saying, well, we don't want to do this just for one organization. It's not for one organization. It's for anyone who's doing affordable housing on a 25-foot lot or 50-foot lot, essentially, because they can't replace the trees.
It's, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I also have to think, why was the house built if we knew that there was this problem?
Mhm.
Mr. Segrich and then Mr. McBoy,
so.
and then it's 11 o'clock now.
The ordinance doesn't really narrow it down to that 25-foot lot problem. It'd be better if it did, but we also have a moratorium on enforcement of that those fines for tree abuse. Since we have a moratorium on the fines for the tree abuse, would they be able to go and get their CO?
That would be, saying like you broke the law, 3 years ago, and we're now going to change the law and we're going to let you out of prison.
I'm just asking, since we have the moratorium, did that provide any kind of relief to this situation?
we got to get these families in their house.
The way we have it handled moratorium before, is once your lien or your penalty is
final. It's final and the moratorium doesn't apply to you.
Okay.
Because you have a final decision on that issue already. If it's pending, then it's on hold.
The changes that we're making, we wouldn't be able to retroactively apply to them. That would open a whole can of worms and we wouldn't be able to
You
do
also
that.
proposed to move that ordinance down the road too.
I did not.
Did you read my title? Well, I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm sorry that this is happening. I just feel like we're giving and get, and just FYI for the commission, I'm in conversation with the city attorney dealing with the problem of someone buys a house and there's an old, we're working on coming to you with a possible solution to that. Because it's
What
unfair.
if we added language to address the 25 or 50-foot lots to, I guess, make it a little more defined?
Could it be 25 or 50-foot lots instead of the affordable housing? Could it just be that actual size?
We have to look at and investigate additional language. How is it that those two lots are specifically being called out lot types, which then presents possibly an equal protection enforcement across other properties that are not of that size?
Yeah.
And have the same problem.
And I do have my life.
Mr. McVoy.
I hear that we have a specific problem. I hear that we want to get the families in. We love Habitat for Humanity. We like the CRA and so on. However, and so I hear Commissioner Malega or Vice Mayor Malega on the comment that this was brought forward and staff was asked to come up with a solution. We're presented with a solution, but I think there's pretty widespread concern that the solution isn't really the solution. We need a different solution to solve the situation for Habitat, and we shouldn't paint with a broad brush that seems like it's getting us into, potentially to the point of providing an incentive for people to do wrong, and we call it then relief. But that doesn't seem like a good approach. I think we stick with the original or the more recent motion that Commissioner Segris made. Let's bring this back more fulsomely with the other related parts and maybe separately come up with some, hopefully expeditious for the next meeting, some way of dealing specifically with the Habitat one. I think I'm understanding correctly that if the CRA were simply to pay that fine, which they probably are not enthusiastic to do, that would get the two families into those homes. Is that correct?
Elizabeth and we think we have another piece of solution. Between now and second reading, if we were to approve it, we can add some language that it cannot be attributed to a self-imposed violation. And that was the person creates the violation can use it. It can only benefit those who take ownership of property or redevelop property for affordable housing. We can word it out for the second reading, but it could not be granted to those who created the violation originally.
Bingo.
But does that then help the situation with the Habitat?
Yes, because the CRA created the problem.
Yes. Right.
Yay.
Thank you.
So that
Smart.
makes CRA off the hook.
But we will have that.
Second reading is the 16th.
Okay, we can do it.
Okay. So I will.
Are you talking?
No, I thought we were voting.
Oh, okay.
Well, I will amend my motion to approve as suggested by Mr. Waters.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have to give credit to where it's due. Elizabeth had the solution.
It's the lawyers that fix everything. We have a motion, what? Well, we can't do that because it's past 11. Does the new rule way that we can still do commissioner comments? We can't.
You can do commissioner liaison reports and whatnot. You just can't take up new business items.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Waters.
District 3 waives their report.
Okay, District 4. What would you like?
District 1 waives.
District 2, are you gonna Commissioner report, you can waive.
I've got a half hour report.
Yeah, I bet you
I'll
do.
waive.
Thank you. Much
But I
appreciated.
would like to hear.
I will keep it very brief because it is timely. I did meet with the individuals who suggested the ghost structure of the Historic Society and spent a good amount of time with the neighborhood associations. I really appreciate the commission giving us the time to fully vet that. I think that was a worthwhile process. Myself personally, when I started that process, I was not in favor of the ghost house, and I was very open about that with individuals. Through the process, I really gained an appreciation for the value and historic cultural value that this has to our city, as well as to our neighborhoods. And so I would like consensus to have this put on a future agenda for us to discuss the conceptual designs. They are open to changes and that kind of discussion, and so that we can get the ball rolling on that project.
Thank you. Glad to hear it. Yes. Do we have consensus to keep going with Mr.? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have yes, Mr. McBoyd?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. May, yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Aye.